Hello guys and welcome to the stream. My name is Annihilator. I'm joined here by Still Mojo, live from Paris for the EU versus RU show match. Mojo, how are you feeling about this one?
Never seen this guy before. Well, I have huge expectations, but I really hope that everyone will be up to it on this tournament. We haven't seen a clash like this since December. I know the Russians are pumped up because they lost in Moscow, but I hope just the European teams are pumped up equally.
Yeah, so just to give you guys a quick idea of the matches that we're going to be seeing today. First up, we have Fame versus Tornado. Then we have Trust versus Corm. That's an EU and RU. EU obviously Fame and EU is Trust, and then RU teams are Tornado and Corm. And then the winner from each one of those matches is going to meet in the final.
So basically, guys, so you can understand what's going on, we had the event Soldiers of Fortune, and Fame was the winner of that by far. And they are the first finalists for Europe. The second team was really unexpected for us, I would say even Trust, who managed to beat some decent teams on a way, like Throw in a quarterfinal and GX in a semi-final. So they came as the second finalist, and they're playing like top 2 in Europe. On the other side, we had Tornado and Corm actually, who won this time, which is highly unusual compared to the last several times, because Tornado was constantly winning everything in CIS in both VGL format and here. But these are our finalists, and as first in Europe, Fame will face Tornado, who are the second, and Corm will face the second from Europe, Trust.
Yeah. So the first match here will be Fame versus Tornado. You can see the lineup there on screen at the moment. Some unusual nicknames there, Mojo. I don't think we'll go through them all, but
some word plays here you can obviously see, but Snack is Snack, so everyone knows that.
Yeah, so obviously a very diverse lineup in comparison to Tornado, obviously mostly Russian and Ukrainian guys. Trust, then mostly German guys. So a lot of big names as well, you might notice in the Tornado guy. A lot of WGL players, very, very strong lineup for them.
Nesquid, Diodor, Valley, Montiablo, I would say like Annihilator.
Yeah, it's not me.
It's not him, it's Annihilator. Mikhailov Server, like that's really powerful lineup from CIS. Here almost the entire Tornado team plus couple of other guys that were joined by them, and as far as I see, rather standard lineup they picked up since they started playing 15 versus 15 format. So more or less their entire team that plays entire time. The gameplay changed, of course.
So obviously this is a little bit of a rematch to the match that we saw in December at Wargaming Fest. However, that was on a LAN. That was for a much higher stake. Obviously, there was a very large prize pool for that, and being on a LAN, it's obviously a lot more important.
And it was the heart of Russia,
and it was obviously right in the center of Moscow, and it was a very, very tough match going all the way to a tiebreaker. This one's the stakes are a little bit lower. We see mostly the same lineups, however, from both of the teams. So it's still very much an equal clash in terms of, as we saw before, in terms of the level of gameplay that both of these teams can put out. They're both very, very skilled teams. So we're going to be going in-game in just a second. Right now you can see we are going straight into Cliff. This is a Tornado pick. And then after Himmels, Ensk and Prokhorovka.
We have a couple of changes in the gameplay since then because of introduction of the French light line. EBRs are heavily inflicting how the game is compared to December. Now because of those fast spotting, also the chieftains or FV heavies that were gained through the campaign are a big change because they are a faster replacement for Super Conqueror. You lose some on DPG, but you actually gain a lot of mobility, speed and so on. So different lineups of tanks, but the gameplay looks very similar. We have a double EBR pushing from the south side. You can see it here. This is unusual kind of spot actually, Niall, here done here by Tornado.
Yeah, we saw it being showcased in the previous tournaments by Papa Powie, and we can see Random Style here going for the spot, trying to get out some info on the artillery. Obviously there is none on Fame side, but they are actually going to clash. Tornado going straight here across the 2 line, taking a lot of damage on the cross. Fame is anticipating this. They get stunned by the RT. They got a few shots off, but it's not really a great trade for them right now, and Tornado is actually going for it. They're avoiding all the tanks that are coming in from the top on Fame, and they are actually doing a really nice push.
This is something we saw as a weakness in the last game, the Fame play here, because there was no aggressive push on them on lower side when they were split like this. Will Fame actually be on time to do damage from the upper hold down positions? They now need to spread out, fan out, and try to lock down the tanks from Tornado, but they still have double RT alive, and they already deleted 4 players from Fame. This is not going really well, man.
Tornado in a big advantage right now. They're about 2k up, but they don't have any of the upper positions. Fame is holding on to them at the moment, but Tornado is going for the repush. They're going onto this ramp. It's in a bit of a crossfire, but they have a lot more HP here. They have a lot more tanks, and they're actually probably going to be able to use even their 2 artilleries to keep this advantage going. Fame is going to struggle to hold on to this.
Okay, double RT of Tornado is pretty much lost because one is killed, but one actually survived. And there is now 907 in the back of the Fame. The clash is still going on, but the Tornado is slowly gaining that advantage. The number of the guns for Fame is dropping rapidly. Now we can see them. Tornado is pushing. Shokish is pretty much one of the last guys with any kind of HP, and the Ostrak just came because he was on upper side with his heavy.
Yeah, right now Fame in a terrible position. They're down to their last couple of vehicles, and Tornado still has most of their team alive, and as well as 2,000 extra points of HP, and all of their tanks are in the fight right now, apart from two guys just who are out in the south. They're killing off the last EBR from Fame, and this is not looking good for Fame's first round. A little bit of a sloppy play, but in particular a great reaction from Tornado.
Yeah, Tornado kind of even blind played it, I would say. That was just on a feel kind of a game, because when they saw a couple of tanks from Fame, they just did a guess that
Well,
there is
they
not
had
enough
information.
Yeah, they had information on EBRs, but you never know exactly how many tanks is where. So they just made a guess. We have more people here. We're just gonna YOLO swag it because we can, because we have entire team down, and they just risk it for that. They had a backup plan with our RT if it goes wrong, and Fame tries to bypass them, and they have majority of forces up. They had double RT ready to deal with that. Of course, we saw EBR from Fame went and pretty much cleared it and spotted the RT, but that was just too late. They already lost 4 tanks in a start. That's a massive loss you don't really recover from.
Yeah, I really liked Tornado's gameplay there. Their strategy was quite sound. The reaction was really good as well. And when you combine those two together, it's kind of pretty tough to beat. Like, from Fame's perspective, coming in on the north, they had 15 tanks. So they even had the 2 extra guys, and Tornado was even using 2 RT as well as 2 EBRs. So that's a big firepower difference, and they still won an all-out brawl. So it really does showcase the advantage that they actually gained there once they spotted out with the EBR on the top. They spotted how many guys are going upper, how many guys are on the low side. They had information that there's about 4 or 5 guys from Fame on the corner, and they said immediately, we can push that, and they went straight for it. And that was really, really good call from them.
Yeah, I want to point out a few things here. Unusual thing that we have is double EBR, both used from the lower side by Tornado. Usually you see at least one going for the center or something, but no, you could see how they spread out on the lower side. That was completely a play based on we want to dominate the 1-2 line. That was the statement from this team. Second thing we need to know here, Fame and Tornado are both really strong offensive teams.
Yeah, reaction teams.
Reaction teams, they don't camp. Whoever watched the VG Fest knows that was up to the nails. Every game was a hardcore battle, straight into the face. And as Niall already mentioned, it was finished in the tiebreaker, which was also like hard.
Yeah, it was down to like 3 tanks as well. Really, really close tiebreaker.
It was an amazing game. It was an amazing game.
Yeah.
All of them.
If you want to rewatch it, it's a great match to rewatch it. It definitely holds up today.
So whatever we see here, it's going to be a big fight like this. It's going to be fast, it's going to be aggressive. I don't expect anyone to... On other hand, what I wanted to point out, Core came here by playing mostly passive against Tornado.
And they're going to meet who? Trust.
Trust, who likes to play also a bit slower.
That's probably going to be a lot slower game, especially in comparison to Tornado versus Fame. This is, and looking at the maps as well, obviously the first 2 rounds on Cliff are going to be really quick. I'd imagine we'll see very much of the same in the next round. Himmels after that, again, probably quite a quick map. And then Ensk and Prokhorovka as the last 2 maps. Ensk, maybe not the quickest map actually, but Prok can be quick or can be slow depending, but the first 2 maps very, very fast.
Well, we have the bans. Tornado banned actually Live Oaks and Westfield. I know they never play a Live Oaks.
They didn't play either of those maps, yeah.
So this is their weak spot, and Westfield I also didn't see them ever play it on advances or anything. So I guess they don't just train it, and they're not feeling secure to face someone from Europe who is actually really confident. We play them on Clan Wars, we play them on campaigns wherever tournaments advances, so that's a normal map for Europe. On the other hand, Fame banned Mines and Murovanka. Why Mines? You can tell that better.
Well, Mines was banned because it's just sort of a middle brawl, and I guess Fame that felt that Tornado would just have a big advantage there because they've actually played Mines in previous tournaments where Fame has no recent experience on Mines, so it would be a good ban. I'd say a better ban probably would have been Ensk though, just on past experiences. I don't think Ensk would actually be... Like, Mines is just going to be a quick game, quick brawl in the middle. If you just go put all 15 tanks or whatever, just do some quick play, you've got a decent chance to win, even if you haven't really got the most experience on the map. But on Ensk, I feel like Tornado is just going to be a lot stronger. We didn't play Ensk in the last tournament from Europe. I think they did play it on Russia, though. So they have a bit more recent experience on it. But overall, the bans, like when you've got a team like Fame and Tornado, they know how to ban and pick maps. So actually all of the bans here are pretty good. Moro coming out as a ban from Fame, I'd agree with that one as well. That's pretty decent ban. I think
Magic Forest.
Yeah, like Moro's a decent map, but I feel like the meta on it at the moment is just a little bit campy, and I guess Fame didn't really want to play that one. So overall, yeah, no, I like the bans. I'd just probably ban Ensk instead of Mines.
I don't know, CS usually plays Murovanka pretty much like this. You always swag it. But you never know on tournaments. Tournaments are a different story. Everyone tries their own.
Well, Moravanka as a map can
yeah.
be camped even
It can
against.
be. It's a really
yeah.
big problem in that fashion. Also, if you didn't really play the map lately, and Fame didn't play Moravanka lately, it's a logical choice to avoid it. Same goes with Mines. Mines, as Niall said, is a heavy brawl map. It always was. It's about domination in the middle. You have a really tiny map with 30 tanks on it. There is not so many things you can do. You can either push the middle, or you need to push the other side, or try to camp it out. Either way, you know everything what's going to happen in first 30 seconds.
Yeah, and if you try to camp it out and you don't get all the positions you need right at the beginning, you're going to lose that round just by default, unless the enemy team makes some major mistake. Like, all you can really do is kind of play over the 1-2 line, maybe play over the 3 line with a
You
push.
can camp it out as defender if attacker is too light.
Yeah,
if
but
there
no,
are too many mediums and not enough arties.
but if they're very light, they'll get the hill, for example, very early, almost
Yeah.
for free if they're super light, and they'll just be able to take over those positions immediately.
Yeah, but then after that, it's a gamble. You never know.
Well, they'll always have an RT. Probably. If they're expecting that you will do some sort of a camp, I mean, Fame would never camp it. So
I'm just saying, like, it's this is a tournament rules, 10 minutes, not 15. You usually then play with maximum of 1 RT. It's really hard to actually dig out something with that.
Well, from south, you can actually play with 2 RTs and kind of brawl the middle a little bit.
Yes, as
So,
defender, but as
yeah.
attacker, I'm saying then when you play too light against a campy team, it's a problem. Also, as you said, like Fame didn't play also this map in a while, so this is a purely more or less CIS pick
Yeah, it's
of
not
the maps
in-
because this was differently done, right? We had 5 default maps picked, and then each team added 1.
Yeah, so the 4 teams here each picked a map to be added. So it's 2 from Europe, 2 from RU, and those maps were Westfield and Live Oaks from Europe, Mines and Siegfried Line from Russia. So obviously we don't
Siegfried
have
line is
we
gonna
don't
be-
have Mines or Siegfried Line in the Advance or the Clan Wars map pools so often. I think Siegfried Line is in the Clan Wars one, and so is Mines, but those map pools are a lot larger in the Advance one. But we certainly don't have Mines and Siegfried in the Advance. For Europe, obviously Westfield and Live Oaks are a lot more popular here, but the Russians don't like those ones. So, you know, a little bit of a comparison there. And then obviously we have the big 5 or the standard 5, which is Moro, Proc, Himmelsklif and Ensk. These are basically tournament and competitive maps since day one in this game almost. I think Moravanka was maybe introduced ever so slightly later than the rest. But
Moro was actually introduced during the VGL, as far as I remember. VGL was looking for a map,
well, that's when
what
there was
to
a
add
big
to the
change
pool,
on Moro.
and Muro came then.
Yeah, that was when they got rid of the massive. That's when they got rid of the massive forest on it, and they actually changed the whole map completely. That's when it went in, and then Proc, Himmelsklif, Ensk are like the default tournament maps, you know. So, scoreline for this one, Modo. What do you think?
How will this go?
It's a best of 9, by the way, so first to 5 wins.
Well, as I said on the start, for me, this is mostly about motivation. This is what kind of, if we would go into a normal thing, I would say Fame would win this closely in a tiebreaker. Now I'm a bit worried because I checked even Fame is not even on a score list like in skirmishes and advances. You know, usually number 1. But that means you haven't played enough games in the last 30 days. So that's what worries me, and I am not 100% what's going to go on here.
So here we are going into the second round. Tornado quite convincingly taking the first one. You can see Tornado here on the north now. The teams have swapped side on Cliff. Fame going basically everything to the upper side, just the 907 on the lower side spotting, and Tornado is doing very much the same, just with the EBR going obviously a lot quicker on the 2 line to try and get that information. Also 1 RT from each side as well, something to keep note of.
This is almost like a mirror image. We have now entire both teams going to upper side of the map. They are well aware of what's going on
I think
because
this will be a brawl.
both of the EBRs are spotting the teams. They will meet on middle, and this is going to be it. There is only one difference. There is one 907 from Fame from lower side, entire team from Tornado on upper side.
Most of Tornado getting spotted out here as well as most of Fame getting spotted, so we're seeing a massive brawl coming over here on the middle. A nice RT hit coming in from Insane there, hitting about 4 or 5 guys, but Tornado is taking none of it. They are pushing over. They focus out Shokish first of all. Papa is going to go down behind him, and Fame needs to make a bit of a reaction right now because Tornado is playing this one really aggressive, and it seems like they're coming off better.
Oh, look at this grinding house coming in. The powerhouse of Tornado are really plunging in deep into the Fame. Now they're on both defensive, like 3 tanks are already lost, 4 tanks are lost. What's going on here, Niall?
Tornado surrounding Fame right now as Fame hasn't held on to their positions well enough and they're gotten a bit of a crossfire. They've lost tanks and they've lost HP. You can see the bar at the top hasn't stopped moving for Fame. That means they haven't stopped taking damage, and the slaughter is just continuing right now. Tornado using that coordination between the players, using their more tanks in the position, using the better angle here, and actually being able to focus out the first couple of guys, push that advantage, and they haven't stopped pushing. That was a really fast round. Very similar, I think, to what we saw in the previous one, where instantly there was a bit of information. They saw Fame was coming here to the middle, and Tornado said, okay, let's go for it. And they just pushed in. They pushed with everybody. They made good focus between the players, good reaction, And yeah, just again, really nicely played by Tornado. It seems like Fame is meeting its match here.
I mean, Fame is actually meeting more than a match here. Tornado is coming here by the vengeance for the Moscow match. I guess they feel a bit sour by it. This aggression can only be explained like this. This is all in entire time, and both games are symptomatic that Tornado is refusing to split forces. They're actually playing really compact and straightforward, straight into the Fame's face.
Yeah, I don't really like the setup here from Fame. Like, they had all the tanks needed, like they had roughly equal number of tanks in the brawl, but they didn't have any hill or ramp control that you get from the north. So you always have this one or maybe two guys on the ramp that are just peeking over, shooting you in the back, forcing you to kind of come back a little bit. And as well, one or two guys maybe playing too aggressive from Fame. I think Shockers went down like instantly on the ramp, or on the lower side, sorry, when Tornado pushed around and just overpeaked, finished him off immediately, having that one tank down when Tornado was actually splitting the damage between them quite well. And then Papa as well went down very quickly after that. They weren't able to retreat in time. I feel like the information there, not all of the Tornado tanks were spotted. They spotted like 5, 6, 7, I think of them on the upper side, but then the rest all came together unspotted, while the Tornado Light actually managed to spot everything from Fame. So they had full information about where they're splitting on the upper side, and Fame didn't have that.
I mean, Tornado had quite a lot of time to see how Fame played the last tournament, to know what to expect, amount of the preparation that comes in from them. So I would say they just chose this all-in tactics like this just based on that, because everywhere where we watch them, they're few seconds in front of Fame by reactions.
Well, I think this was more information than the reaction. Well, I mean, it was the reaction,
but
obviously.
Few seconds, they're always first. They're engaging first, and they're going ahead first. This is something that when we watch matches from the last tournament, as example, this is what Fame had as a role against other teams. They were always those couple of seconds ahead, and they were taking the bite of the enemy team first. Here, we every time see aggression coming in from Tornado from these two games. We can judge, and they are making those decisive moves immediately and in a start, and Fame is on defensive role, which is not something Fame is used to, I think.
Yeah, and what Fame is going to be very used to, obviously, playing in the European tournaments, is just showing up and just playing a match and winning because you're Fame, because there's nobody to contest them on Europe. But here, when you go against a team like Tornado or Corm as well, Corm's a very strong team too. They actually beat Tornado in the recent Russian finals last weekend.
4-2.
4-2.
They
yeah.
actually had best of 7, and we played best of 9 here.
Yeah, so slightly different format, but it's only best of rounds. But yeah, like, Tornado is a team that can absolutely match the aggression. They can match, or if not best, the reaction times in some cases. And tactically, they're very strong as well. So there's no real weak point in Tornado. There is a small weak point in Fame, and just due to the lack of preparation put into this tournament, just due to the lack of motivation, I suppose. But for Tornado, it seems like they've put a lot more work into it, and when they've got roughly equal, reaction times or player skills or something like that, they're just going to come out on top, especially on a map like Cliff. Cliff is so much just based on, I don't know, like reaction, coordination between players, all that kind of stuff, and that's something you need to kind of continuously play, because people, like, it's weird, you take a few weeks off and people do kind of forget how to play the game. So when they come back together, they need a couple of warm-up matches. So maybe Fame will improve as the match goes on. We'll have to hope they do. Or we might see a bit of a quicker result than we anticipated.
I was actually listening to some of the CIS streams of their finals, and from their personal perspectives. And no matter what you people think, like maybe they are high professional, they play the league for so many years. When they play 15 on 15, they sound like a worst random team I ever heard in my life. Like, I couldn't understand even their FC, what he's talking. There was like 10 guys yelling in the same time all the time, but they were actually doing coordinated things.
Yeah, there's a method to that madness.
It's madness. It's madness.
It is madness, but it works, and you can't deny it if it works. Just having everyone kind of hyping like that and shouting the whole time is actually sort of driving for when you want to do a push, like they've done on the first two Cliff rounds. On the lower side, on the first round they pushed the lower side instantly with like 7, 8, 9 guys all together and all in one time. It's really important in World of Tanks to have that coordination where everyone is doing something at the same time, because that timing is so important. If someone is too fast, they die instantly. If someone's too slow, they're not in the fight. And stuff like that loses more inexperienced teams fights all the time. And that was the main reason a team like Fame was dominating on Europe so hard for so many years, is they just have guys doing things at the right times and really, really fast and just working really well together. And Tornado's doing exactly that right now, and it really shows.
I wanted to say, like, Fame was pushed like this, like they were in this first game. Even on one of the games on a previous tournament, I mean the European part, but
Well, one game maybe out of
yeah,
the whole match.
they were pushed, but they never lost a round because there was no decisive play like Tornado showed now. There was no decisive play like, yeah, we are going
Instant
in, we are
punishment.
biting in. Like, we are not stopping for 3 seconds to think, what are we going to do here?
Yeah.
There are no 5 tanks on this side of the map. No, this is, when you do this is all in, and you just move like some kind of, I don't know, amoeba organism, and it's like everything going that way.
Yeah, and even if it's not the best tactical play, just the fact that they do it all together and all do it instantly, that actually and sometimes makes it better than what the tactical play would actually be.
Yeah, it's completely strange. Like when you see you have double RT and you play like that,
And
like,
double light as well.
and double light, it seems like a high risk. But if you sense that the team is split, like Fame was on a cliff in that first game, that was a major mistake, because I believe Fame was there actually thinking maybe Tornado will go for upper split and they will shoot them inside from the back, but that's not normal thinking for a CIS team like that.
Well, when you see a team
It's too used to European style.
Well, when you see a team take double RT and double light, you're not anticipating that they're going to push you all in one place.
But that's mind play of its
It,
own.
it is a bit of a mind play, and you can't necessarily prepare for that because it's very unorthodox.
So they used a different kind of spotting,
It
double
c-
light
it
going.
could have
on
gone
same-
very wrong for Tornado.
It could have.
Yeah,
but
like
that,
if Fame
that would
had more
require
tanks,
tanks.
Yeah, if Fame had more tanks stacked on the bottom side, they'll win that round almost for sure.
But that's a big if. So it was a.
It's not a big if. It's a major if. Like it's, you know, like it's just as equally likely that Fame could stack everything on the lower side.
Yeah, if they did that, that would be a win. But
Like, it's
as
a
I
bit of
say,
a
it's big if,
50-50
and
throw
there
up
is
in
like
terms of that.
always those 2 lights that were sent to scout ahead, and they are so fast, insanely fast. I actually hope they
But
nerf
the
that speed.
commitment from the 907 still happens before the light gets all the info. You have to commit the 907s on the lower side.
You think the light doesn't see any of the tanks before that? Because when you watch like the stream like this, it's really hard to see. There is 3 seconds gap when
Well, it
the
depends
light
on the lineup.
actually spots
He
the
sees
things.
chieftains and stuff like that because they're slow, but Fame had a lot of 907s.
Mhm.
The 907s are too fast on the upper side, going to the mid. They actually get too far forward that the light can't spot them anymore. I'm pretty
Mhm.
sure. Like the timings on it obviously depend a little bit on spawn and stuff like that, but generally you get to the middle with your 907s out of spotting range, and the only place you can really spot then is the lower side, and it's mostly you're using the light for spotting chieftains and arties, because everything else is just a little bit too quick. But anyway, the second map we should be going into is Himmelsdorf in just a moment. Himmelsdorf, a map that obviously everyone's very, very familiar with it. Fame was winning over against Tornado last time we saw them on it. They won it in the tiebreaker, and I think they won one of the 2 rounds. So they had a
It was 1-1 in the
Yeah,
normal
they had a-
rounds, and
a
it was
2
a
to 1
tiebreaker win.
a 2-1 score on the map the last time we saw them at Wargaming Fest, and that was really, really tense. I think all of those games were quite close.
Yeah, it was a huge brawls,
Mhm.
mostly on upper side of the map.
And quick games as well. I think
But
we saw a
Fame
2-line
surprised
push.
them on the last game.
We saw a
It
hill
was a
push
captain
and
game.
we saw a middle push. I think we saw all 3 parts of the map being pushed at
Yeah.
one point. So we should be going into battle here in just a second. That's Tornado taking the first 2 rounds on Cliff. Fame not really coming together, I guess, so far on the brawls.
No, this was really pale version of what I'm used to see from Fame guys. I mean,
yeah,
Nile sounds cocky when he says there is no one to match them up, but honestly,
well, that's
guys,
true.
on the last European tournament, they won everyone in a group with a 0, and they won all the matches with maybe 1 round lost here or there. Even the finals was won like
And that was
7-1.
without any preparation, really.
Okay, that sounds even worse. But that's not enough for a team of this caliber, like Tornado is, or Corm. If they manage to pass Tornado, that's really not enough. I don't think so.
So here we can see the teams going live. That's Tornado on the south, Fame on the north, and we can see the splits right now. Tornado just sending a couple of chieftains and stuff like that to the mid, spotting the 1-2, and then the main force from them is going to the hill. But they're going to meet Fame up there as well with the usual kind of 50B chieftain batshot split. So this is looking to be a big hill brawl. Fame actually having a larger commitment on the hill than Tornado, so we're going to have to see the reaction from the guys on the lower side from Tornado. They have a lot of chieftains, and chieftains aren't the fastest tanks in the world. There's usually it will just be Alpha, I think it is, yeah, on the 268 on C3 right now. He's going to spot and control down there. Obviously, he's not there to deal so much damage. He's just there to survive and spot. But the big point I'm trying to make here is that Fame is going to have 3 or 4 extra guys on the hill right now because they only have the sole chieftain on the 8 line, and that is it. So if it comes to a big hill brawl and there's no mistakes made by Fame, this should be going their way. So we'll have to see how this one comes out. Camille here on the corner with the bat shot, as we always see him, trying to make a spot, trying to make some sort of a play. Obviously, the Tornado guy's not making any sort of a mistake. They don't have a bat shot to contest him, but they have
They're
a lot
feeling
of
it out. Look
50Bs.
at the moves. Look at the moves on the middle. They're already sending 2 path we have is through the center because there was no sixth sense trigger there. They have a feeling what's going on. They're gonna trench up most of the tanks on the upper line and hope that they can actually start the cap pressure and take down the cap of Fame from that side. Camille already is dominating this side and spotting the rotation. Now it's gonna be all about the brawl and about the numbers.
Fame is aware of this. They're going for the brawl right now. They're coming around in a bit of a pincer. Insane over-peaking a bit on the lower side, getting taken out, and Jostra following them. This is not a great push on the lower side. They haven't made the commitment right now, but right now Fame is coming in the back. They have 50B here with Tuna and as well as Camille in the Clipper, but it's not going to be enough damage output right now, and Tornado's actually making a really nice repush on the lower side. They have tanks that are out of this fight right now, but they're still winning the brawl.
There is that cohesion. Cohesion is missing here in the Fame side. They should have made a pincer in the same time, but they committed one side too early and they didn't shoot the tanks in the same moment. Now Tornado actually managed to pull themselves going through the lower ridge and make some kind of pressure. There is 20k HP on Tornado, say, compared to 11k of Fame. This is really going bad.
Yeah, complete slaughter right now, and you can see actually two of the chieftains from Tornado that were on the lower side are coming up the hill. Once they get here, I think it's even going to be too late. The game is over by that point. Fame actually having the advantage here on the hill. They had a little bit of information out. Actually, Nesqui in his chieftain, I think it was, or 277, spotted all of, well, not the entire lineup, but most of the guys from Fame. And so actually Tornado received that push really well on the lower side of the hill. And that's something that we didn't see a lot of the European teams do. They couldn't receive those pushes that well there, but Tornado showing exactly how to do it. The first guy came around was insane. He got instantly deleted. Jostra as well, then instantly deleted behind him. And then once you're two tanks down, all that advantage is just thrown away.
There are some problems here in Fame's play. I can point out, as we said, they didn't push in the same time. Also, this looks like one of the copy pastas from the games they played on a European part of the tournament, and I'm pretty sure Tornado was studying them really well. When they didn't see enough tanks, there was no mind play here. Like Fame didn't hide tanks in a base that could wait and annihilate the lower side of the map if there is a blind push coming in from Tornado, like by the guys like Valley and so on. So actually Fame just put their all cards and we're gonna do a massive push up on a hill, and it was not coordinated well enough. And this is what Niall mentioned before: if you don't play for a while together, this is what can happen actually from the well-oiled and synced machine. You drop to this, you lose two guys before actual shootout starts.
And it's too many rounds now. 3 rounds gone. Like the recovery here would have to be huge.
It's
absolutely
from
huge.
0 to hero kind of
But
things.
it could be done. It just kind of depends on Ensk. Ensk is not the best map for Fame, and that one's coming up after this Himmels. If they lose 2 rounds on Ensk, actually they won't even get
they
to that
still
point.
need to win one round on Himmels
Yes.
to talk about that.
Yeah, they need to get through Ensk. Ensk is going to be pretty brutal. Like, if they're not taking Himmels or Cliff, which would be typically very strong maps, it's just a brawl. If you're losing those brawls, you're not going to win on the tactics for sure.
Ay caramba, man. What can you say? It was a busy last year. I've been checking the tournaments, and to be honest, they were all won by Fame on European side. And only thing they lost was a show match after the arms race campaign. There was a clan scuffle, and there was like a show match with Russians there, and they lost to Korn in this very semi-final stage. And that was the only time I've seen Fame actually lose last year. Everything else after that was completely won.
Even the LAN on Wargaming Fest they won.
Yeah, so this kind of performance is for me disappointing, and I'm really sad to see it like this.
Well, you can say it's a bit of an expected result when there's no real obligation for them to play. There's not really anything here for them to win.
It should be always a matter of pride.
Yeah, but I mean, what pride is it when, like, you know that you're the best already? Like, Fame knows that they're the best on Europe, sure, and they know that when it actually mattered, for example, the LAN on Wargaming Fest, they won it. Like, what more are you proving to just reiterate the same point over and over and over again?
Still, they are fighting one of the best Russians and world teams ever here, so they should put their all hearts into it.
Well, the team that played at Wargaming Fest would be stronger than this team.
Maybe, but you play with what you have at hand. That's how it goes. But anyways, 3-0 at the moment for Tornado. We are waiting for teams to ready up for the second round. It doesn't look on these kind of games when we are watching, it doesn't matter who is actually attacking or defending, because both teams are just going for a fight. Currently, we saw what was supposedly Fame's attack, but it doesn't matter, as I said.
And just to quickly mention for all you guys watching at home, there's a little bit of a giveaway going on at the moment. You can see the link for it popping up in the chat. I think on YouTube and Twitch you should be able to get it, even on Facebook maybe. A Gleam giveaway. It's for giving away some, clothing, stuff like that. All you have to do is go in and click follow, or you click retweet or whatever it happens to be, and you get some stuff for that.
There are some hoodies and some things like that, so it should be cool.
Yeah, so just something to look out for as well if you want to maybe pick up something for yourself. I'm sure there's plenty of good stuff there. So Himmelsdorf, fourth round that we're going into, third round that we just saw there, going to Tornado. 3-0 against Fame. Like, even on bad situations, they'd normally only be 1 or 2 rounds behind, but a 3-0 is looking pretty bad going into this, especially seeing that we're going to have Ensk coming up after this, which typically wouldn't be a great map. Like, it's one of the, if they had an extra ban, they would have banned Ensk, sort of a map. So, and I think Tornado knew that as well. That's why they picked it as their second map. They picked Cliff, obviously, because they want to play Cliff. It's a great map for Tornado, a team like Tornado that just wants to play aggressive all the time. And you could see from both of the teams, actually, they're both wanting to do that aggressive gameplay, but Tornado is just better prepared for it.
Yeah, and also what you mentioned, like Tornado had more tanks on that hill, and Fame still lost that fight.
Well, Fame had more tanks on the hill, not Tornado.
I mean, Fame had more tanks, and they still lost the fight there.
Yeah, well, they threw away the 2 tanks extra they had.
Yeah, there was like a difference in a sync from, let's say, if we have the center part of the hill, from the upper and lower side of the fight, the lower side where Insane was.
The upper side,
the
guys,
fight
from
3
Fame
seconds
were
before.
so slow.
Yeah, they were late. They were late 5, 6, 7 seconds, which doesn't sound much in real life.
Yeah, their positioning was fine.
In here, it's crucial because in those seconds you can actually delete 1 or 2 tanks.
Like,
which is exactly what happened.
Yeah, the actual split in terms of how the tanks were divided up between the 2 sides was fine. And there was even an autoloader. I think the 50B should have been on the upper side. They had only 1 of them instead of 2. But you've got Camille there with the full clip. You had Tuna with the full 50B. There should have been another 50B with him. And then you have like 1 or 2 chieftains or something. And that's enough of a peaking force to actually go out, pick off 1 or 2 guys from Tornado who are essentially sitting on the open. Like, those guys are completely exposed. It's full side shots. They are going to take full damage from that, while you just need to then sort of trade with your other guys. Like, that, the guys on the upper side,
you would just
the ones
shut down
killing.
the enemy guys faster if you are doing a timely push.
And then Tornado's forced to push.
Yes, and then you would go back to your own cap. And as we saw, Alpha was still a lie down, and they would have what to come back to. They would not just come back to empty base that's being kept.
Yeah, Tornado even wasted about a minute and a half driving 2 of its chieftains that were in the middle up to the hill. That they were literally out of the fight the whole game. I doubt they even dealt damage.
It's
so
really
they won that
like
essentially with 13
when they
tanks.
played against Korn, they pretty much lost the first game because when they were defending like this, they were also pushing, and they pushed hill and 8 line, and those guys from 8 line actually turned and went up from back to attack the guys on a hill, and Korn was like, "What are you doing?" and just killed them.
Yeah,
you know?
Well, I guess they learned from that and they sent them back to their own base this time.
Yeah, so they didn't push like this.
But it'd probably even be more effective. They probably could have even won faster if they just went straight for the cap with all 5 of those guys.
Yeah, I was actually, when I saw that kind of push, I was expecting that pressure, but I guess the command from the hill came, okay, we are actually doing well, you don't have to do whatever you want, do damage, you know?
Yeah, because obviously once Fame goes into that position, if they haven't won that fight immediately, they can't go back to reset the base, because if they throw any guys back from the hill, immediately Tornado would just repush on them.
Yeah, that's what I said, like, that's why if Fame actually did what they were supposed to do on hill, they still had Alpha alive on the rail.
Yeah.
So there will be someone to shoot those guys on the cap in the back and do something about it, but never mind, things go as they go, and it's 3-0 to Tornado at the moment. Not something I would like to see or expect. I am biased, as everyone in Europe is, but this is how it is.
Yeah, obviously we're going to be rooting for the European teams here. Corm versus Trust coming up after. I feel like I'm not really sure of the result we're going to see on that one. Like, you would immediately expect Corm versus Trust to be a complete walkover, but again, we would have expected Trust to never make it at this point anyway.
Tornado based on Tornado VGL team mainly, and the Corm based mainly on Navi, or what were they even called at the end?
I can't even remember the name either.
Yeah, they were changing names when they dropped.
I always just called them Navi. So here we go into the 4th round on Himmelsdorf. The score 3-0 for Tornado at the moment. Tornado's now going to be on the north. Fame will be on the south. They swap sides each map, and we'll have to see how this one is going. Immediately on the previous round, we saw a straight, basically, brawl from both teams on the hill. Are we going to see the same again?
Well, it does look by the tank setup. I mean, tank setup is rather a standard thing here. You always now have a lot of T95s or chieftains, as we call them. You have a couple of 50Bs if you want to go to the hill. Fame is actually splitting here. They're actually sending quite a lot of people to the middle to maybe face immediate push by Tornado if it's coming there, and there is a half of the team going to the hill. Now, how will this go? Because Tornado is actually facing a lot of guys, sending them to 1-2 line. They can actually do a lot of pressure from the lower side of the cap if Fame is not reacting on time, but Fame should be able to get that info on time by Bachat and come back.
Very interesting play from Tornado here. It almost looks like a disconnect. They've got everyone waiting on the B4 position. I'm actually interested to see
They're
how
waiting
this
for
one
Fame
goes.
to climb more up.
Yeah, and then they're going to push later on. You can see Fame here splitting with most of the guys going up the hill, just 4 or 5 on the bottom side, with a bat shot spotting the 1-2. And Tornado is actually going for the push right now. They're spotted out immediately by the 260 on the corner, but it's not a spot on everything. There's about 5 guys there that got across without a spot. That's very important. Fame doesn't have full information right now, but they know it's a 2-line push, so I think we're going to see a big rotation. A lot of guys are come back off the hill from Fame, and we'll have to see how they react to this one. Tornado going for a full commitment on the 2-line.
But they know there is not going to be a way that Tornado is actually sending half of the team on a hill and half of the team here. It's gonna be here, and they know it. We already lost Camille. Camille paid for his sins on 1-2 line. He didn't run away on time. There is a huge pressure, as I said, and there will be a pressure on the cap. Now Fame has to send everything back from the hill, which takes time, and they have to pressure the pretty much trenched in positions from Tornado. Look at the positions they're taking between the houses and crossfires. This is not advanced. There is no some artillery barrage or whatever you can use to shoot these tanks behind. You actually have to come in and fight, and this is what's going on. Insane is coming in first, Yostra following, with Gastoni and Comrade are coming in next. But look at the damage they're taking in, man. It's just like ruthless.
Oh, this is basically a suicide right now. The guys from Fame have come forward, but they're going into a massive crossfire, and they've lost 2, 3, 4 tanks as they've pushed across. Camille as well dying for free basically at the beginning. Tornado in a massive advantage right now. They've baited Fame in. They have the full lineup here ready to crossfire. Now they're going for their repush. Fame dropping 5 guys immediately. Their HP is dropping even more. They're 5k behind right now, and this is looking absolutely terrible. Tornado again going for a full aggressive push, taking all the right positions, making all the right plays, and they're making it work.
It just looks like we have one team fighting here all the time. Fame is just taking an easy way and hoping something will happen. I don't see any tactical input here.
Yeah, they just went for a push. It was essentially a suicide there at the end. You could see Insane and Jostra just going out, but they were so far ahead of the other guys. The other guys were far behind. But even if these guys were all together, it would still be a complete wipeout because of the sheer amount of guys that Tornado had in that crossfire. They lost all of the HP immediately on the push, and there's no way to come back from that.
Doesn't look like Tornado is complaining. They are actually enjoying this. This is 13 tanks of Tornado alive, and we have Failure and Feely capping the Tornado base. But there is not gonna be a happy ending to this. I mean, it's 15 seconds till the end. They actually peaked out. It wouldn't actually matter because Tornado already had Valley on the other side ready to decap them. They knew it, so they didn't really try.
But yeah, that's going to be it. 4th round on Himmelsdorf here. The first 2 on Cliff, 2 on Himmelsdorf, all going to Tornado. Basically all in the same fashion. Massive big brawl, great reaction from Tornado, wipeout.
I would say like Tornado brings from time to time small tricks into this game. Like on the first game when they used the WBRs down to feel out the situation. Now actually waiting with tanks in the back.
That was really smart. I really like that.
So they were expecting some kind of automatic response by Fame that they will have enough tanks on a hill, because Fame does like to either push the middle immediately or play the hill. I've never seen Fame actually play a slow game lately on Himmelsdorf. So they were waiting with tanks on that 1-2 line to see if there is a middle push. Okay, we are gonna come from that side and we're gonna fight hard. And if we don't see them, then we know they're going hill, because we are not expecting them to camp and base, which actually is something that Korm can do, and they actually did it against Tornado, and they won that game like that.
Yeah, you can
they
see
completely camped in one corner, like in the best times of I don't know, Navi, Virtus, and so on in the whole league.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as you saw the setup there from Tornado, once they started pushing, it was quite obvious that the game was lost for Fame at that point, because they had so many guys in the hill that aren't going to be making it back in time. The only point where Tornado was fully properly spotted pushing 2-line was by the time they were halfway down it by Camille, and then he instantly got dropped. So that's immediately 1 tank down in the fight before anything begins. Like, sure, he's got a little bit of info, but the info is not worth a full tier 10 tank. And as well, like, that's just going to be 1 more 277 or 1 more Chieftain or whatever that Tornado has in the fight, aiming at that crossfire once they actually get to the position. And then once Fame has to repush, obviously there's still some guys are in different positions. Everyone's not in one place, but Tornado is in one place. And as soon as you push out, it doesn't really matter how many or how well coordinated your repush is going to be. You're just going to get slaughtered on that cross.
Yeah,
and we saw
everyone can say, like, there is a lot of questions now, like, what if Fame was actually waiting somewhere unspotted down? Yeah, there is a lot of what ifs there, but we must remember that Tornado is leading 3-0 before this game, so they can afford to lose one if they want.
But they were playing the very same way on Cliff when they had 0 rounds.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, they can afford that kind of game. And
it's a very Tornado way to play as well. They sort of always kind of played, even back in VGL days, like, they would always do something a little bit crazy
Yeah, this is not a huge tactical play. It's again more of the reactional play also.
I think
Like
it's
you
the,
do
it's the most
something.
tactical game we saw so far, and even though it was just one sort of move, because in the previous games we didn't really see any major tactics. It was kind of usual stuff, but just executed very well, which is something that you don't see from a lot of teams.
But these maps, like Cliff is always a fast map usually, unless people take multiple arties and decide to actually not brawl. There are teams who take and they want to take a prolonged game and they try to do it. It's really hard to do it against teams like this, but you can always try it. Himmelsdorf also, yes, you can play a slow game, but teams like this don't try to do it. As I said, Korm actually won this tournament by continuously in the game I watched waiting for Tornado and making traps, which is
Yeah.
even sign of weakness, because now when Tornado, if they win one more game against Fame, and I really don't see how will Fame come out to this one.
Especially on Ensk, which we're going to see next.
I really like 4-0, the style of play, everything goes against Fame. I really don't see how will they come back from this 0 to the hero part. If Tornado wins here, and if Korm wins against Trust will have to work really hard to actually beat Korm. I don't see how will Korm sell the same tricks to them. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, like when Tornado is playing against a team like Korm that is typically a lot more passive, they can't do these crazy things, and obviously they're taking the advantage of Fame right now when they can do these sort of crazy things because they're playing against a team that isn't going to play passive, and I don't think we'll play passive on Ensk either, even though they can feel obviously at this point that they're sort of getting kicked around a bit here by Tornado, but I think they're going to continue to play the same.
At least they're not getting hunted. It's just like a pure brawl.
Yeah, it's just a quick brawl, game over, go next. Seems to be the style. Yeah. But once Tornado, if they do pick up this next round, go against most likely Korm in the final, but we'll have to see for that one. Like Trust, we wouldn't have expected to come second on EU at all. I don't even think they were in the top 4 for predictions, but they did do it anyway. So maybe they can put something together against Korm, because obviously they're very kind of two similarly styled teams. Like Tornado and Fame, very similar style. Korm and Trust also very similar sort of style. Polar opposites in terms of how aggressive and how defensive they play as well. So we'll have to see how that one goes later on. But then once we come to the final, we get completely opposite styles of gameplay. So obviously Korm taking, I think it was 4-2 in the Russian final against Tornado.
Yep.
Their style winning out there, but maybe now Tornado is prepared for that. We'll have to see how that one goes later on.
Yeah, but as we said already, we underestimated Trust on this tournament a lot. Maybe because on the previous one, when they played in December, I think, they didn't pass even the group stage. Like they had a bit rough group stage because they were with Droids, aka Fame, in there, but the second team was actually second team of Fast, and they lost there. So maybe we didn't expect they will do that well, but they obviously made some changes, and surprisingly they played really well compared to the other contenders, because no matter what you say, like did someone play slower or this or that, they get to their position deserved. There is no way to cheat around this, man. You have to win your games. So they beat Throw, which is a really good clan. They beat GX. We really expected GX will outperform them by far because we watched them play day earlier, super, and then they completely played headless in my eyes, and Trust used every bit of that and used it and won.
Yeah, like really when Trust was playing against GX and against, obviously they got
and they also played some aggressive
final
games there, which is completely contra to the day before.
Yeah, but when they played against Throw and when they played against GX and Throw played terribly against Trust. I don't know, was it they just couldn't deal with the camps or something, but they were suiciding tanks and they were getting dug out of anything that they were doing. I really wasn't expecting.
Trust played a couple of really aggressive games against GX. They actually outsmarted them because GX tried to recycle some of the tactics of the days before, and it really bounced bad, similar pretty much here as Fame is recycling some of the old tactics. And I even have a feeling that someone like Nesquik, who is probably leading Tornado in the moment, has the button, oh, they're doing this.
Oh yeah, it's going to be quite obvious, yeah. Especially once you're an experienced player, like obviously Nesquik is very, very experienced in making and leading these sort of tactics. It becomes pretty quick to pick apart a team if you really want to. So obviously they have put in a little bit of preparation. I think it's quite clear that the Fame guys haven't, and I think that's quite obvious to basically anyone watching, or if it's not obvious to you, I can tell you it's true.
Well, if you ever wanted to see Fame bashed around, if you couldn't do it yourself, this is the perfect opportunity.
Well, on EU certainly no one could do it, and in campaign or in tournaments, Fame has not lost anything apart from
I'm not dissing anything. I'm saying
Russian
like Fame
match,
won everything possible except one event last year. Everything.
And I think that was a tiebreaker from what I remember. Wasn't it 7-6 or something?
No. Against Korm, no. It was not even that many games. I think 4-2 or something like that, best of 7 or whatever.
Oh, okay. Well, if it's not even, I don't even really consider anything less than a best of 9 a proper loss, because like best of 9 is sort of the minimum for games.
You saw that
in my
actually
opinion.
CIS played this tournament that in Europe was played on best of 9. They still played it best of 7 on the old rules.
Yeah, even for the final, like I really don't agree with that at all.
Yeah, usually final is played on best of 13 because you cannot really ban maps. Then you actually have to play entire map pool.
But even just for the sheer fact that if it comes down to a tiebreaker or something on a best of 9, once you get to the tiebreaker point, it's usually the takeaway you can get from that is, well, it could have gone either way. And obviously you want the best team to win, obviously. And the best team will win usually on those situations, but sometimes a team can just get a little bit unlucky or something on the last map. It happens.
Best
but
of 9 is usually okay.
it's usually okay, but best of 13 is even better. And if you win a best of 13, you can confidently say you are a better team.
Yeah.
More rounds is always better for, for spectating purposes, but in ultimate like competitive fairness and everything like that, more rounds is going to reduce the number of random elements that are affecting a match to basically 0.
What Nile means, like, more or less, best of 9 is more than enough for facing like a
It's
team on a
generally
high
enough.
level against
It's
an
generally
average team.
enough,
But if you face two really good teams, if you early lose one map on best of 13, you actually have time to come back to it,
You have
and
a lot of
maybe
time.
even come victorious in a tiebreaker or something like that, which actually happened more than once.
And
In such matches, as example, Pro League before, we had numerous occasions where teams were taking map after map from each other.
And if you remember from, I think it was 3 years at this point, a Ouija grand final, which was, I think, best of 17.
Oh, that was nonsense.
No,
They
that was a
had-
lot. But
they
that
had
was
to,
that
they had
still
to
went to a
repeat some maps
tiebreaker.
for it. They had to repeat some
Yeah.
maps for that. That was too much.
But that was still a tiebreaker, if you remember.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure it was a tiebreaker. It was the one. Was that the one where Applewell got stuck, or was that the year after?
Apple WoW got stuck later.
The year after.
With the change of physics. He got stuck with the change of physics. So maybe even before, actually.
Yeah, but that was crazy. Best of 17, and even that went to a tiebreaker. So there's only so many maps you can put in and so many rounds before you can say. But even then, it went all the way.
It's actually
so,
unbelievable how many times in finals I've seen a tiebreaker in this many years.
Yeah, no, it's always the case. Once you get to the best two teams who are well prepared and they put everything together, you do get very close rounds. But we are hopping right now into Ensk. This is our 5th round and possibly our last round. Between Fame and Tornado. Tornado taking Cliff 2-0 and taking Himmelsdorf immediately 2-0. Very, very quick games on all of them so far. And here we have Ensk as our 3rd map. Tornado just needing the 1 here to pick up a win. Remember, it's best of 5. It's a best of, or
In case you
first
want
of 5.
to know,
It's a best of 9.
in case you want to know, Fame is defending here. Not that it matters on a map like this. Both teams are playing, of course, super heavy tanks combined with some TDs. But we also have a bit faster lineup here on Tornado side, I would say.
This is actually really interesting from Tornado. With only 3 guys, 3 chieftains in the city, they went straight aggressive up until the D-line with them. They're actually maybe kind of lucky there that Fame didn't have a big commitment. They would have actually got 3 free picks right there. But Fame has a lot of tanks out here on the rails. They're met by Tornado, guys. This is just a massive big trade-off right now. Tornado seems to be winning the trade so far, but that can all change in a moment. It's very dynamic. But you can see Tornado's actually pushing right now. They've got their 1-on-3 and their chieftain pushing the 9-0. They've got a 2-6-8 and a 1-on-3 going up to the 8
She's
line.
in a problem here. He is on 1 shot now, which is pretty much the same as Random Style, who's doing the spots for Tornado side, but it's still equal HP here. And Dostoin actually died first. I think it's one of the heavies on the center still, so they still have those 3 heavies in a city, which will be pushed by 4 guys of Fame. Fame has actually a chance to flank from that side maybe and delete them, but they lost Yostra.
And something you may not have noticed so far, Mojo, there's actually 2 Jagdpanzers on the side of Fame sniping on the 5 line.
Oi, Jack
And-
Panzer on center can actually do quite a lot.
Yes,
I didn't
and-
notice it.
And there's triple E3 from Tornado as well to meet them, so a lot of TD damage right there. But we can see Fame actually repush the city. They picked up 2 of these chieftains, but one of them actually managed to get away so far. You can see the VK. This is actually a really nice tank for the city here, so it's a good pick. VK 430, T57, and second VK all pushing through the city, and as well a VK type pushing down the 5 line. They're going to be met here by some Tornado tanks, but they actually have a little bit of an advantage.
It's still not over, but I would say Fame is doing much better here than on the previous maps. They do have that advantage because now they're flanking and they're controlling more or less every side of the battlefield. It's not about now what will Tornado do, it's just about Fame. How fast and how will they flank. Camille is the perfect position here to clip out. They can delete one by one tank of the Tornado, and Tornado is actually here just now a spectator. They really can't do anything to respond to this. They cannot center tanks and group up.
Yeah, Tornado right now stuck in their base a bit. They're losing HP as well. They're sort of equal on the tanks. That's really the only advantage they have left going for them. But here Elian actually bouncing this one. He's trading a lot of HP for that. That's a really, really bad miss from him. and that's actually going to maybe turn things around a little bit for Tornado, because that's a big advantage that they had.
Ooh, Tony here taking a big shell here by Annihilator, but he's still alive and he should have the reload before and he should delete him, but Mikhailov is definitely in position to pick him off later. So that side of the battlefield is also still not deleted. Oh, yep, it's exactly trade for 1-for-1 here, so Fame will actually have to send someone back to deal with him. But Shokish in anyone else on upper side of the map does not have any kind of HP to deal with. As Nile actually said, that miss by Ilian actually almost lost them the game. One shot,
But
just one shot.
He has picked it up right now, and he did actually manage to get that Chieftain out of the window, but it was a little bit too late, and he spent all of his HP to do so. You can see basically everyone on both teams is down to a one shot or maybe 500-600 HP. Just one guy, just Welly and Kaiser, that actually have some hit points left on either team. But Tornado's running out of vehicles, and they're stuck right now. They can't do any sort of rotations here. If Kaiser actually manages to push this 1-on-3, it's going to be really, really nice for Fame. But the only problem is he's got guys aiming that cross. Actually, no, Tornado's kind of stuck behind the building right now.
They're completely stuck.
They did make the push. Mihailov goes down, and that's actually all of Tornado's map control. Fame is actually going to take their first round here. Better late than never.
Yay! It happened, so it's not with a 0, man. So let's see, can Fame do this 3 or 4 times even more? That would be quite a surprise, but I would really like to see it, man.
If they make a comeback here, that will be absolutely unreal. Just in the case that it does happen, like, it will be unreal to come back from a 4-0 against Tornado.
Well, unreal can happen in a life. Very hard against Tornado, but it's certainly possible. We will need to see the next side of the map. At least we now know that Fame is still playing. They are still in the game. Yes, they use the Jack Panzers, but I've actually seen it used on Ensk before. It's not something unheard of, especially on a center.
It is still a bit of a weird pick,
it's about a bit of a meme, I would say, but
Yes.
still, if you position at least one of them well on a center, it can delete some of the Type 5s because of that heat shells that can pen for more than 1k damage on those hulls. So if you pen with those, you really do well. And on that distance, actually, Jag, unless you see its lower plate really well, can be hard to pen.
Yeah, especially for the types, they're not typically doing a huge amount of damage unless they hit the engine deck very nicely. But the first round on Ensk actually going to Fame, which will be their worst map out of the 3 that we've seen so far. So a little bit of a weird situation. I mean, if they take they have to take the second round if they want to stay into it. But if they take 2 rounds on Ensk and they lost 4 rounds on Himmels and Cliff, like, that's the complete opposite to what you would predict. You probably predict like a 1-1 Himmels, a 1-1 Cliff or something like that, and then like maybe a 2-0 Ensk and then like a 1-1 Proc.
Yeah, you could say then, why don't you just give up and go 5-0? But no, you should not. You should fight.
Well, never give up. Never give up. I mean, it's not really. I mean, it's obviously not fair on yourself and it's not very fun, but it's not necessarily fair on the enemy team as well to just give them no battle. So at least they showed up a little bit for the last one, but it was quite apparent when I was watching that, like it was just a random game for Fame, like they just played random.
For me, it's
and they just happened to win
somehow
it.
like weird because I really played and casted a lot of matches, and sometimes you see some result which can say like 5-1, and you say, wow, that was a stomp, and you can never know how close those games can be or how far away can they be. Like, and then I don't know, 5-4 result can be one team winning 4 games super easy, another team winning super 4 easy games, and then a tiebreaker, you know.
Yeah, but
So you really, the score can't really tell the entire story.
I think there was a big actual throwaway here from Tornado that gave Fame the opportunity to come back, and it was very close, even with a Tornado throw, essentially, where they had 3 chieftains going into the town completely unsupported. Like, literally no way to support these guys whatsoever. Fame repushed them and killed 2
Do you
of them.
know that's actually their standard play?
Well, I don't like it.
I watched them.
I don't like it. And then at the same time, they pushed 4 guys over the 9-0 when Fame had 2 guys on A0 that were obviously going to do a lot more
Don't
damage.
forget that Tornado probably got a bit carried away because, you know, it's 4-0. They're probably
that's for
expecting
sure.
like Fame is not really trying to fight hard and whatever. Let's just go. And then, oops. But when the oops part happens, it's too late to do something about it.
Yeah, but I was just pointing out the fact here that Tornado did actually make quite a lot of throws in terms of HP and in terms of tanks in this one, and it was still pretty close. So no celebrations yet in the Fame camp. Like, they barely won that one.
It was very nice to see Ilian, who is usually a super cautious player. Like, he goes and
bounce a shell,
bounces a shell and picks with side armor, best armor to entire Tornado team. And he actually survived it, so that's a miracle.
Well, I mean, he has to make the peak in that fashion. There's no way to like side scrape that.
Yeah, that's why I said like maybe someone from other side would be better to take out that guy. But Tornado was pretty much stuck after they lost the city part, as we said. They were pretty much flanked from every possible side because Ensk, for me, it's really impossible to understand when people play Ensk how they forget that you can shoot them below the rails. Like these guys, of course, all know it. So that's why we said, like, when Tornado came up to a certain point, there was no way for them to push anymore, because to push more, you actually have to dominate one side of the map. You either have to win the green side or the
Yeah.
city
You
side,
need hit
so,
points.
so you can move your tanks around so you don't get shot, because other
Mhm.
guys can just shoot you below the rail and between the wagons while you're driving, and you cannot really aim them well back or at all,
Yeah, you
even
need,
at all.
if you want to move anything on Ensk, you either need to sacrifice hit points or like control so much of the map that the enemy cannot punish you for those movements.
And then you are actually bashing them from two sides.
Yeah.
And they lost the city. They didn't do any progress on the green side. They couldn't win it. They couldn't win the center. And once they lost the city part, because they had one tank less and they were out positioned, that was it. They were just like a passive
Yeah.
players that don't have tanks to rotate. They're stuck in the middle with really a lot of TDs that do high alpha, but they have slow reload, slow mobility, no armor to turn side and to, drive from A to B. They're just stuck. And
Yeah,
only thing that can win them a game is a mistake.
Yeah, I was about to say that the only thing really that would actually give them anything back is mistakes from Fame. Maybe a couple of thrown tanks would bring the HP a bit even. We saw a little bit of a throw from Elian when he didn't finish the guy, but
But that was just on camera. Like many situations
Yeah.
can happen all over the
1,000
place.
things happened that game, and 1,000 trades across that rail. Could have hit, didn't hit, might have hit, whatever. Like Jagdpanzer hitting one or two extra snipes. Like you can get just lucky pens. Like there was triple E3 on the rail from Tornado. Those E3s are
Or
notorious.
you can miss
like,
every possible and
you
you
can
can
miss
just
the
say
lower
after that,
plate,
and
yeah.
why did I take Jagdpanzer?
Yeah,
It's a
you
crap.
can miss the lower plate like 4 times in a row or something like that, or you can pen it twice and kill the tank straight away.
Yeah.
Like that's just how it goes. But yeah, what are we at now? 6th round coming up in a moment on Ensk. 2 to Cliff, or sorry, 2 to Tornado on Cliff, 2 to Himmels, 2 to Tornado on Himmels. Oh my god! And then the first round going to Fame on
The
Ensk.
defense.
A defense. But yeah, now I think I mean, this is a bit kind of personal, but I'd say actually the north is maybe slightly worse on Ensk.
Yeah, I prefer the south actually.
I prefer the south as well, so maybe we can see a second round taken here by Fame. It would be very interesting to actually see that, because then we go into Prokhorovka, and I think both of these teams are really, really skilled on Prokhorovka. You can do fast plays on it, but you can also do slow.
But if this was a normal game, I would say defender always has that little edge because they're defending. But this is not it. In every possible game we had
These
now,
teams
it was
do
just a
not
clash
care
and that's
about
it.
defense,
And it
yeah.
doesn't matter. This is 10 minutes compared to the normal clan format, 15 minutes. It really doesn't matter because these games end usually below 5
Yeah,
at max.
the attacking and defender stuff is really just in case time runs out, you have a winner. So
Yeah.
you don't have draws. That's essentially the only way you can have a draw is if I think all the tanks destroy each other at the same time. I think that's the only way you can get a draw in these rules. But even then, there was usually a rule in WGL I think for that, because it did happen once, from what I remember, in like
Yes,
two or
yeah.
3 seasons ago.
Yes,
It-
they killed each other, Artie and Light
Yeah,
Tank.
and I think it actually went to the defender. I can't remember exactly,
Yes,
but
I think it was.
I think there was a rule amendment to actually add it in that if all tanks are destroyed, the defender wins.
Yeah,
So that's
because
basically all the
they're defending.
attacking and defending stuff is for. Because both teams in this game would have a base. In those formats, you would have one team without a base.
I think
and
it was
then one team
Papa
with
actually
both
playing
bases.
Artie in that match, man.
It was on Sand River, if I'm not mistaken.
No, it was Steps.
Steps.
It was Steps.
There
And I
was one
think-
on Sand River a couple of seasons ago.
No, it wasn't. This one was on Steps, and I remember Artie was behind the rail part, and I think it was Papa, and there was like a light jumping to shoot him, and they killed each other in that moment. Like it was ridiculous. Like ridiculous.
Yeah. Oh god, the end of Steps is. I'm so glad Steps isn't in this map pool.
Yeah, I was actually worried because I saw in CAS they actually play it regularly.
Yeah, they seem to like it.
I mean, Steps is fine to play, but even in randoms lately, it's
Oh, it's
really
it's not
big
fun to
problem.
play.
It's really campy. And when you play against organized teams, when I watched as example match between Korm and Tornado, both of them won defenses.
Yeah, well, it's so difficult.
There was no way, like, even to scratch a defender properly.
Yeah, unless you pick like 15 tanks or whatever and you push them and you just get lucky.
No, but there is that luck factor, you know. They just spot the map and they have prepared crossfire, Artie's positioned, everything trenched in. Like that red line is a given for a camp from
Yeah, there's only
defender
two
side.
places you can push. You push the 0 or you push the 1-2.
Yeah.
And as long as you cover both of those with a small little crossfire with about half of your tanks on each side, GG. But I actually kind of want to see mines. So we'll have to see if... I mean, I don't think Corm and Trust are going to pick mines. It doesn't suit either of their gameplay.
You never know.
If
You
we were
never
going to
know.
see it, we were going to see it here, but Fame banned it immediately. I was kind of expecting them to ban something like Ensk first, and then Tornado would pick mines.
Actually, don't think Korm will ban mines.
You don't think they'll ban mines? But I don't think Trust will take mines at all. They
Corm plays differently against different teams. Against team, I would say like they respect and maybe even fear. They play passive like this. They play against Tornado, but against teams that they don't consider too dangerous for themselves, they actually play super aggressive. So I'm not sure which kind of edition of Corn we'll get here in the next match.
Yes. So you think there's a possibility that they'll actually play aggressive against Trust just because they feel like they can dominate them?
I think they're going to try to feel them out, and if they feel it, they're just going to go with aggressive every map.
I think it's possible. I'm not actually sure, because if they do try and do that, they're going to meet a complete camp every time. So
no, I'm just saying, like, because as example, if you play passive and you run in a passive team, you know all the games will be stalled long, and they can go both ways.
Yeah. So we're just waiting for the teams to get ready here, guys, for the 6th round. I think we're up to at the moment. The score is currently 4-2. We should be hopping into
4-1.
4-1. Yeah, sorry. I'm expecting.
We hope 4-2, but it's 4-1.
Yeah. We're hoping for that EU comeback, obviously. And we'll be going to Prokhorov. I just kind of want to see Prokhorovka next because I quite like Proc. But we can see here we are in game. Fame should be on the south now in blue. Tornado on the north. We see Corm after this.
Let's see. We can see a lot of Type 5s as expected here.
Well, it's Ensk, and it's Southside. You're going to pick Type 5s, VKs,
we have some Super
E3s,
here?
E4s. I don't know. Well, I guess you pick the Super Conch just because it has better DPM than the Chieftain. So if you want to hold the position on the D line or on the C line, you
map.
probably put a Super Conch.
That's a Russian sign for which
Karta.
means I. Karta means a map. So that's I'm a map. Okay, hello map.
Cool. So we can actually see the Jagdpanzer coming out from Fame as well to hold the rail, but they're actually going for a big city commitment, and they're going to meet Tornado here also going for a big city commitment. So this is going to be a big massive brawl, as we've seen in basically every round so far. Big brawl between these two teams, and it's just going to come down to coordination between the players. The only difference is going to be maybe Fame has a bit more of a commitment on the rail that they can bring into the fight, and Tornado has those guys on A0.
I actually like this. Fame has a good chance here because Tornado has a couple of tanks off on a 0 line, and I have a feeling that both teams guessed what the other team is actually playing, because Tornado played, this is the first game they play passive. This is the first game in this today's match they play passive.
Maybe they finally got that feeling that they're not winning this one 5-0, so maybe just try hard one round to finish it off.
Still, the trades are going on in City. Fame is controlling most of the map here, but that means at the moment nothing, because the HP is equal. There are no really big changes here. Gastoni lost some HP here. He's on 1300, but as I said, it doesn't mean anything yet. The only guy in a problem here is one of the Type 5s from the Tornado, but again, their entire team is in safe positions. There is no huge advantage. There will have to be some kind of move made by Fame here, and that's where the pretty much critical moment of the game will come. Yeah,
there's so much HP for Fame to actually get through if they want to push into Tornado. Like this Mouse and Type 5 and E3s and all this kind of stuff is so difficult to push out. But they actually have a bit of a crossfire here.
This is really good, because Tornado actually doesn't have control of 5 and 6 line. Fame can use this and make a double angle on those corner tanks here. They can shoot them from the rail through the little gaps between the wagons, which is super important, and they can do it unchallenged because there is no one shooting them. This is actually going really well for Fame, because when they shoot out these tanks, they will have the control of that center part of the city, and they will be able to pick off more of the tanks for Tornado. 2 tanks for Tornado now down, and maybe we will see that 4-2 result, man.
Yeah, maybe, but there is actually a bit of a rotation coming out from Tornado. They're finally moving their 3 guys on A0, but I think they should be going for A6 right now, and then just kill the 5-6 line guys who are actually sort of running low on HP for Fame. Oh, just in time, Tony coming in with the save, killing the Mouse, who would have probably killed Ilya.
How much HP did he take? That Mouse had almost 1k, man. What happened there?
I think he probably took 2 shots at the same time or something.
Like he just died, and like he lost entire crew or something.
But it's really important right now to notice that Fame actually doesn't have full support over their Type 5 on the 6 line. He's actually a little bit isolated. It's difficult to support across those rails. You need to support it vertically. So hopefully the Type 5 or the Jagdpanzer or something can move in behind him and support him, or else that's going to be a free pick for Corm. You can see it's Joster here in the Type 5. He's been picked off by these 2 Chieftains who are just going to try and trade. Consume has a bit of an angle here, but if the 2 Chieftains went forward, they wouldn't really have an angle. Nice trade there, getting a little bit of shot out. And it seems like Tornado is just playing a little bit too passive, I think, for my liking, where they saw there was a big commitment from Fame. They had all the information. They had these guys on A0, but they didn't really do anything with them yet.
I think actually the pick of their tanks and the positions they took were so ridiculous they actually had no choice. When you pick a Mouse and put him where they did, and the Types and you put them where they did, that's complete passive play. You depend on enemy mistake. And Fame is actually still on equal amount of HP. Yes, they are, but they are leading in number of the guns. And I would say they are leading in position. The logical thing for Fame now is to work on a green side. They will need to do a little rotation, delete those two FE heavies from the 7 and 8 lines. Once that happens, Tornado is gone. There is no way for them to survive after that.
And
but Fame has to do
the
it
rotation
soon.
here coming out from Feely and Fail, whereas they're doing just that. They're coming in for this IS-7 and they're going to be able to find him very, very much alone right now. That's a throwaway tank again for Tornado. Really, really big mistake there, and the chieftains that are in the back are not in position to support this. So Faily and Fairware getting free farm on this guy. He's not going to be able to make it away from here, and that's actually a really, really big misplay. But at the same time, Tornado's doing a push on the one line. It's going to be up to Fame now to hold on to that push, and if they can hold on in the city, they could actually take this round.
Yeah, Tornado is throwing everything in the game now. They know they cannot sustain any kind of damage if the field is lost. The info came from those guys, and they are trying to commit into the city, but Fame is ready for this. They are camping it out a bit. Now Fame has to respond because they have quite a bit of tanks on 7-8 line. Do they want to commit there or come back in the city? I think they're bringing the right choice because they're returning with tanks into the city. They know the guys on upper line can trench up behind the houses on 0 line and just wait them off until the fight in the city is done. And that's not the overrun. 15,000 HP on Fame side, 12,000 and counting down on Tornado side. That means that Fame actually managed to stabilize the fight in the city. They lost initial couple of tanks, but the rotation is coming in, the info is coming in, and they're waiting for that.
This is going to be a countdown basically on who can do the fastest rotation. We can see actually one of the chieftains got picked off from Fame that was trying to do the cross back, but the other one has made it there, but he is on low HP. No, I don't even remember which one it is.
It's still not over.
It's still not over at all because right now Fame is in not the best position. The HP is equalized a little bit here. They still have 1 or 2 tanks extra, which you can see they're using on the 8 line. And Yalator and the Super Conk going down on the 6 line there. But there's still a lot of hit points with these 2 chieftains on C6 for Tornado. I feel like they need to use those in their fight, but they're actually coming back from the city right now. They haven't made the full advantage that they needed to, and they haven't made enough kills right now.
Now the number of the guns is really showing here. You saw how Niryu died, and then he's followed here by Type 5, almost lost like 2/3 of his HP by a couple of shells from Fame, because now they're focusing more of the guns on a small narrow streets, and there is nothing Tornado can do actually to respond to that. They're taking hits from left, right and center, and there are no tanks available for any kind of rotation. They're just creating any kind of crossfire they can and hoping that mistakes will be made by Fame guys, but finally there are some decent peaks. And where were you guys in the previous 4 games?
Yeah, right now this whole game has been inch by inch. The mile will come later because Fame is right now trying to, get out position by position, moving forward a piece at a piece, and they're taking down these Tornado tanks. The HP is still so close though. There's no Fame guy with any more HP apart from Insane has it on the Type, but Type HP is always useless because it's so slow. You can't actually move it anywhere. If they had that HP on a Chieftain or something like that, that would be fantastic, but they've got to work with what they have. And right now Tornado just hanging out to their last few positions as they've got, decent crossfires or whatever, but as soon as they get out-rotated because they have less vehicles, that's going to be the end of it.
Well, 3.5 minutes going on. Here Fame has some advantage in HP, but more important, as we said, number of the guns. They don't have many guys with HP, but Insane does have some, and okay, it's a bit less, but they should respond to that, and Monty should take some damage back.
Yeah, this is aggressive from Monty. I'm not sure if I agree with this one. There's 2
But
Types
he's the guy
here.
with most HP on his team, and he's trying to hide behind the corpses here and do some damage and provoke Fame to actually turn the turrets maybe so some of his teammates can do damage while he's being targeted as the guy with most HP. So that's the logical choice, and they actually did make some good trade in that, but there is Diodor and Kaizu will be playing one-on-one, and those are like 57s, man. Kaizu can actually win that easily if he's not supported, but he actually managed to die. But the other guys from Fame responded because they had to turn turrets to deal with him, and they had to pay a price for it.
Yeah, Tornado made the right reaction there, trying to kill Kaizu instantly, or else that 57 would have clipped them all. But at the same time, the 2 Types peeking and actually being able to make the finishes. Really, really nice play there from Fame. Good coordination between those guys, and actually managing to get back a second round, it seems like, on Ensk. Something we wouldn't, this is the score we would not have predicted, particularly on the maps it went down on, to actually come out 6 rounds in, 4 of them going to Tornado on the maps that were sort of equal on both of the teams, and then the 2 maps where Tornado would be expected to have, or the 2 rounds where Tornado would be expected to have a big advantage, they've actually lost them.
And there we go, finally it's official, 4-2. Yes, what a success. It's really sad to even be responding like this, to be honest, but at least I'm happy because after the start it looked like it's gonna be a 5-0 game, which would be disastrous. Still, now Fame is kind of back a little with moral, I would say, taking entire map back. Prokhorovka is a really standard map, also a map that Tornado lost 2-0 to Korm, I think, and we will be able. No, it was actually 1-1, and we will be able to see what will maybe Fame prepare here, because they also had some chance to see what's Tornado playing. So maybe there will be some good moments here.
Before this match started, or I think it was maybe after the first round, I said if Fame comes back, it'll be pretty late in the game, but that's cutting it pretty close, letting 4 rounds. I was expecting like 2 rounds, maybe 3 max.
Cutting some slack to Tornado because they lost in Moscow,
Yeah, going all the way to 4 and then coming back in with the 2 rounds, that's pretty heavy. And going into Prokhorovka is the next map. Prokhorovka, I feel, is quite well balanced between these two, so no clear advantage in terms of the map maybe, but we'll have to see. Like, those last 2 games were just all individual brawls was what was winning Fame. The plays and the rotations, sure, but the actual plays, like when you've got so many players on the map like that, where everyone can essentially see everyone all the time. Like, you've got angles from down the 5 line, you've got massive angles the whole time through all the windows and everything. It's all the individual players and making peaks and, making trades and stuff like that that actually wins that one out. So Fame showing there that they can actually make those peaks. But at the same time, when they were doing that earlier on maps like Himmelsdorf and Cliff, they were not playing so well at all together. So
yeah, just wanted to say, like, there was, like, you can say out of those games, 2 games straight, a brawl on the middle on a cliff, completely lost to Tornado. There was no high like mathematics or anything involved there. They were just like one team on one side, other team on other. They were just facing off, and it was lost. Himmelsdorf, the hill fight, completely should have went to the Fame favor.
Yeah, that should have been there. That should have been their round.
Like the first one was like equal one, but that one should have been the Fame's one. It just didn't happen. So when you see things like that, you start to get worried.
Yeah, and if we do go all the way through these Prokhorovkas with Fame taking 2 more rounds, leaving the score at 4-4, we'll play Himmelsdorf as the tiebreaker. That's the set tiebreaker for all these maps. That's the way the Russians usually do it. They just like to set a tiebreaker map, and that's the end of it. Usually we would use something like a pick and ban or a ban system to get a tiebreaker, but they just set Himmels. Everyone likes Himmels, so fair enough.
But it's okay. Like, Himmelsdorf is 50-50 map. You can play tactical, you can play fast game.
I don't think anyone's complaining.
It gives opportunities, and it's a good balanced map for it. A lot of maps are not that balanced, and they will give a huge advantage to defender. But Himmelsdorf is not such a map.
Yeah, but if you have a ban phase where you just ban out all those maps between 2 teams, they'll always...
Usually there is one remaining for that.
And the one is usually called Himmelsdorf. Or it might be Cliff or Proc or something like that. It'll be one of those kind of base maps, like Moro, Proc, Himmelsdorf. Well, not Moro in this case, but like one of those very, very old maps. Teams are so comfortable on them, they're so familiar with them. Usually you see very, very good stuff. And both of these teams as well, just to mention that there's so many WGL players in that. Prokhorovka, I think everyone is so familiar with maps like Prokhorovka and Himmels and Cliff.
Well, that goes both ways for both teams.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is you usually see a very, very high level of not only tactical but individual play, because everyone understands all the angles on the map that they can get shot from and all the angles that they can take advantage of to actually shoot from.
What can we see as a difference on Prokhorovka compared to the old times? Like, we have, as we said, 2 tanks are introduced. So the introduction of EBR and the introduction of Chieftain, they're changing the gameplay a bit because of that.
I think the Chieftain isn't revolutionary. I think the EBR is the bigger one, just because of the speed it can get to positions from.
But Chieftain is also different because it can follow up better than Super Kong, as example. Super Kong has a better gun, more accurate, also like faster reload and everything. But Chieftain is faster. He just gets to the position faster, which is crucial in some moments.
Yeah, but you'd still typically use like 2, 3, maybe 4 heavies or something in your middle, and they're going to be IS-7s or Super Kongs. They just sit on the position, they shoot, they farm
and
damage.
Then there is a spotting by EBR done, which can be semi-suicidal depending how you do it.
It depends on who's in it as well. I mean, maybe Papa can pull one out of nowhere and do one of those crazy spotting games. Like, I think, I don't remember, was it in the previous tournament? I think it was maybe the one before, where he went down the 2 line and he literally spotted their entire team for like a solid 4 minutes.
We had a game where, as example, GX lost because too many mediums passed, and EBR, which doesn't have the greatest spotting range, it does have a huge speed, but doesn't have a great spotting range, didn't see a single medium, and he was shot to pieces, and then the other team had complete advantage.
Yeah, thinking as well back to some of the tactics that Tornado was using earlier, where they were doing sort of risky stuff, like that does play in quite well for Prokhorovka when you've got EBRs, where you can do like risky stuff like pushing down the middle or pushing down the 2 lines straight away and trying to spot out mediums, trying to spot out Arty in some cases that you can kill right at the beginning. I feel like that's going to be something that Tornado's going to do, whether they start in the north or the south. You know, they're just going to go to the middle with a bunch of 907s and Chieftains and stuff like that, spot with some EBR, spot another part of the map with their other EBR, and just try and kill someone straight away. I feel that coming.
When they play their defensive role, they lost to Korn because they actually pushed Forest same as example GX in that game, like more cohesive, faster, but Korn actually trapped them in a corner really well, and the trades were all in their favor. So Korn was playing from upper side of the Forest side, and they really trapped them well there and pretty much deleted most of their tanks in that position. The game they won because, as example, then Korn was split on other side, so they exposed that and pushed really hard. So in both games they actually played super offensive.
Yeah.
And used those EBRs to the maximum. It was just like as we saw in the start when they played against Fame here, they usually commit to one side of the map and maybe some closer part to it. So where you see them first usually is where they're striking.
Yeah, and I feel like Fame isn't really going to be having any experience in dealing with a team that does that, because on the European server, when you see a team go up against Fame on Prokhorovka, they're typically not going to be like, oh, let's just go brawl them in the mid, because you'll never win that. So Fame wouldn't really have the experience of dealing with such an aggressive opponent that just takes all these aggressive positions and just tries to push them the whole time. So like, and you know, having that experience of just knowing those basic reactions of how to play against those sort of teams is very important. And not having it against Tornado, I feel like, is a major weakness on a map like Proc.
You know what I just thought, like when I used to play a million years ago Gold League, it was like almost impossible to have trainings against good teams which were on CIS server because they were so far above us, they didn't give a damn to train with us. And Fame has a problem now because they are so far up. They don't have really big opponents to challenge them here, and they can't play on regular basis with Russian teams, obviously. It would be so cool to have some server where you can actually like click and meet teams from other servers, man. To play like skirmishes, advances, whatever, you know? Not just against your own pond.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea, I suppose, because there's a lot more competition at the top of Russia than there is at the top of EU, well, for the first place at least.
It would be beneficial for everyone because every team would progress in a different way. You will just not get that stalemate that you're used to expect. This is the meta and this team will do this. No, they can do also these 5 more things that you're not aware of. Just because you didn't think of them, it doesn't mean they're not available.
Mm-hmm. So we'll have to see. So far the score going 4 rounds to Tornado, 2 rounds to Fame. That's the first 2 on Cliff and the first 2 on Himmel's going to Tornado, and then Fame picking up the 2 on Ensk that we really didn't expect. That probably would have been one of Fame's weaker maps. So picking up 2 rounds against Tornado.
When you were talking
there,
in the start, you were like, Ensk?
Yeah, maybe. But they did actually come back. They won those 2 rounds somehow. So Prokhorovka, again, like I feel like that's a very balanced map that we would have said for Himmel's and for Cliff. Like there's 3 or 4 completely standard maps is not a big surprise when you come to these 2 teams. Obviously, they're going to pick maps they're familiar with, and being so many old school players and so many WGL players, they're obviously going to pick the old maps because they're so familiar with them. So it's not much of you don't have to be a genius to make that sort of a map prediction. But here we are going into our 7th round. I think yes,
it is
7th round. I always forget 7th round on Prokhorovka between Tornado and Fame.
It's currently 4-2 for Tornado. Fame is attacking on Prokhorovka now. Both teams, as far as I saw, have double light and an arty. We just need to see, do they have like double EBRs or they use some T100s or whatever. That's gonna be actually crucial because it will decide how will they play it. You cannot use now T100s for super aggressive spotting compared to EBRs.
So Tornado actually not going for the full aggressive in the mid. They are sending the EBR obviously from both sides, but they're not following it up with
Tornado has a T100 and EBR.
Yeah, but on the middle here, they're not following it up with snipers, which is what I was maybe kind of thinking they might do. So some just spotting going out here from these 2 guys, a couple of heavies.
Nice connection here.
Yeah, very actual even splits from both of these teams. You can see, 2 chieftains going to the mid with the 2 EBRs in front of them, 1 RT on each side, and then most of the other guys going on the 6-7 line.
Yeah, no one is risking here with double RT because it can be outspotted with light tanks super easy in the start of the game. So this is something I like actually because they are both prognosing it's going to be a heavy brawl. Also, I need to mention, look at the mediums from Tornado. They are stationed along the rail. So that's kind of a play that can be beneficial for them as a surprise counterattack on Fame. But it can also bounce badly if Fame is prepared for that.
Yeah, that's actually really interesting that Tornado has made a trap within the first minute of the game, and it shows immediately that as soon as Fame is doing anything, they just want to push the mid with all their 907. So we've got to see how Fame is going to deal with this. Remember, it's up to Fame to actually get the information here and try and dig out Tornado. They've got 8.5 minutes to do it. Tornado here on the defense, and they are just ready with all of these 907s. As soon as Fame pushes 1 line, if they push the 7 line, the 0 line, anything, they are just going to go straight to the middle with those 907s and push the Fame heavies.
They're just going to try to zerg them, delete them, and win the map like that, whilst stalling the other side. That's basically what Nile said here. Especially the dangerous part would be if Fame actually overcommits on 7 and 8 line, because that would mean losing half of the map for them.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of emphasis put here on Camille and Papa and the EBRs to actually get the information here for Fame, because they can't really do any blind pushes when you've got such a mobile and reactive team like Tornado that has a lot of 907s in their lineup that they can do quick rotations. Those 907s could be on the 1 line, they could be on the 6 line, they could be on A0. You just don't know, so you need to actually get that information.
Isne is down there on the center with his 260, and we have a couple of FV heavies also. So that's all known information for Tornado. Now we just need to see what kind of course of action will actually Fame do. They're sending one EBR toward the forest side to try to provoke and see who's gonna shoot him. Will he light anything up? But now at the moment he is only surviving based on his speed. Papa cannot really rely on his great spotting because he doesn't have the great spotting range. He needs to see who is actually spotting him, shooting him, and hope he will survive because he's just fast enough.
Did you say Isna in the 260?
I think I saw him.
No, he's not playing in the lineup. It's Tuna and Walla in the
Vale.
260s.
Whoa. I need to change glasses, man.
Maybe we need to move the screen a little bit closer to us. But yeah, we're just going to be waiting here essentially, I don't know, maybe 3 minutes, and then we should see a Fame push. Any later than that, and it's probably going to be a bit too late. And we can see actually on E1, I think it's probably Papa is doing loops in the EBR, trying to get some information.
Ouch.
HP being spent right now by Fame on the RTs. Not great. The only HP lost on Tornado is just on their light, which is fairly typical. But I don't think we'll see too many more peaks from Fame because it's just bleeding HP for no reason. All the emphasis is going to be on the EBR on the 1 line. And you can see actually there's no EBR from Tornado. They're using the STRV to spot. I'm not sure I fully agree with
they have
that.
EBR and they have...
but he's not passive on the bush is what I mean.
There you go. He's trying to clear
lines.
the 2 line now. He's trying to clear the 2 line
he's spotted, but he's only 400 HP. If someone makes a finish on that EBR, that is going to be absolutely disastrous for
Tornado.
Tornado.
It's just ridiculous how fast the thing is. Like the shot that came after him didn't hit him. It missed him for like 20 meters, man.
All you need is one connection and a high roll from one of those chieftains, though, and that EBR is going to be finished. We can see actually Consume trying to make the shot, but yeah, Alpha taking shots from the artillery here. And
it's straight 1-for-1 by
in the long run, that's more beneficial for Tornado because if they lower the HP...
There we go.
There we see the big finish there coming out from Consume, and I think someone else hit him just before. And this is the opening right now for Fame. We can see Camille going forward in the EBR. He's spotting out the 2 line, and we're going to have to see if he manages to spot the STRV. He doesn't see the STRV, but he's going all the way to the corner. He wants to find the artillery.
Wants to find the RT, not only... Oh, man, that was such a delete. He gave a lot of info, but I believe also if RT was not ready to shoot at this, there will be a problem now. Nafili died in his 907, but Alpha actually deleted the STRV, which is really important when you push this side of the map. That means that they will actually have no control. There is a grouping of Tornado tanks coming to the center. It's going to be a big brawl in the center in like next 10 seconds, maybe.
Yeah, right now everything is hinging on this Tornado push. They are spotted out though, going to the middle, so if Fame can hold on, and I think they can hold on. They have enough guys and they're all spread out. They're in good positions, and they have some guys sniping from the 0 line. They have some guys sniping from the 1 line with the STRVs. They actually have nice control, so it's really not looking fantastic for Tornado right now. They have no information anymore with their light. So this is really going to be up to Fame to win, but they're bleeding a lot of HP.
Really lost a lot of there, but there is advantage here for Fame because they have still double STRV position to support their team. So Tornado cannot really blindly push in. HP is pretty much symmetrical, but Tornado is in defensive position now. If they don't make any kind of... There we go, the light is lost also. Then another light. This is really important no matter how you look at it because it gives more rotation space to Fame now. If Tornado doesn't make a significant play soon, their HP will fall off. Now there is a push toward 1-2 line. They completely decided not to suicide on the middle. They saw what you saw. They saw they will die, and they're now trying to clear out that STRV and EBR from that side of the map.
And Papa is spotted, and he goes right down, and Huknik in the STRV is only going to be able to get a few more shots off before he is also reached as well. The 1-2 line is the absolutely crucial position right now. Tornado trying to push it out, but they only have 2 907s that are doing this. That's not a huge amount of HP, and there's 2 guys on the 2 line that they need to kill, and they're supported by just a couple of guys sniping. You can see Tuna here in a full 260. That's going to be very, very difficult to dig out because once he gets to a hold down position, he is going to be safe. Hoke going down here in the STRV, but it's not game over right now for Fame. They still have so many hit points compared to Tornado. Even though Tornado has still an equal number of tanks, they've run out of all their HP and they've used it to push, but they haven't got enough. You still have Tuna on the 2 line with a full HP 260, and that is winning the game. RT shot coming in there, taking off half the HP on the 907. And right now, I think Fame just has to hold on. They've got everything that they need to win this one.
This is going really well for Europe, man. Like, Shokish is still on full HP. His STRV, if he needs to, he can come down from the hill and actually be a close brawl tank if needed. Tornado doesn't have the manpower actually to push an HP. It's really important to have a couple of guys with high HP like Comrade or Shokish in this moment.
Yeah, really, this is a nice turnaround from Fame here. They should be picking up this third round, bringing it very, very close to a tiebreaker if they manage to pick up the next one as well. Tuna making a
nice
repush
connection
here, supported by
Insane
RT and supported by guys in the mid and just wrapping up the 2-line, and that should be the end of it right now for Tornado. All their map control is lost. You can see Failware in the 907 pushing the A6 position. He's going to have crossfire onto all these guys in the middle. He's going to be able to shoot them in the back, and there's a small repush there from Welly coming out in the 907, but he gets immediately deleted by the two chieftains just waiting for him.
Really, really close game, as we're hoping to see entire time on now. But it does look it will be a third game in a row for Fame. At the moment, they're in a closing period of the time. Negative, it died at this moment. There is only a couple of mediums remaining, and only guy that has any kind of HP is Server.
Yeah, really a big throw, I think, there from the Tornado Light player on the 2-line with the EBR, because once that was down, as soon as, like, literally within 30 seconds of him going down...
But that was the order. He got an order what to do, so there was nothing for him to do against
Yeah,
it.
but within 30 seconds of that light going down, Camille was on A2s. I mean, it wasn't the most successful spot in the world, but he was on A2 spotting the 2907s and the RT on that position. But at the same time, then Papa went forward. He spotted the STRV, which is what they were really hunting for on that line. That STRV was far, far too aggressive.
I actually think Insane didn't have a range to kill the RT. Because he
no,
was
he
on
probably didn't. Yeah.
He was on the right side of the map. When you shoot diagonal or Prokhorovka, there is no way he could actually see it. So when Kamil did spot in RT, he did see what's in the corner, and finally they managed to take that STRV, which is even more important than killing RT
it's
in
absolutely
moment.
The STRV is the complete winner there, because it just allows you to do things with the 2-line. Now, they didn't actually get to make advantage of that because Tornado actually went for a repush on the 2-line, but it was forcing Tornado to do something they didn't want to do. They were putting that STRV there with the light
that's
because they want to ignore
good thing when you force someone to do something.
Yeah, that's my point. And that was really good, because as soon as Tornado went to the middle with their 907s, they were spotted, and they realized very quickly, actually, no, there's too many guys from Fame in the middle. We can't make this repush. So their trap completely failed.
Well, from zero to hero. Will Fame be a hero today?
Not,
we need to
not
see
quite
that.
a hero yet. They're halfway
If
there,
they win one more, they will be, man. Like, in my eyes, really. Coming back from zero, it takes a lot of stamina, courage, and whatever you want.
Especially against Tornado.
But I want to point out a couple of things about this game. Like, what's the difference? Tornado had a T100 and EBR. Fame had EBRs. So when you have a combo like T100 was unrivaled spotter until EBR went out. It was fast enough, low profile enough, you could put it as a active spotter, whatever.
And the gun is decent-ish.
Yeah.
So.
But the difference here is, now when you use the T100, you don't use it anymore for active spotting. It's always a passive one, so that's a giveaway. And Fame knew that. Once they actually managed to take one EBR, as you said, they switched the roles from the EBRs. The one that was spotting until then, Papa Pavian, went to a passive role, and Kamil went to active role immediately. And because the tank is so damn fast, like 95 per hour, he can actually go from any side of the map and be there in like split second and take over the role. So that kind of ability is huge. It's just huge.
Yeah, and then as soon as they pushed over the 1-2 line,
I think he actually expected to find the T100 on the forest side, so that's why he went. And he didn't see it. He didn't see the STRV, so that's why he died like that in a corner. But I think he expected to find them much earlier.
Oh yeah, absolutely. If he would have found a light there, the light would have been deleted very, very quickly, because all of the heavies from Fame were just in the middle. They were waiting for that spot, and they would peek up and immediately delete whatever they would see there. And we saw that actually with the STRV. As soon as the STRV got spotted, he instantly died.
It was also interesting to watch because RTs were shooting very similar targets all the time. Every time you would see like Tornado RT connecting someone for 400-500, you would see Insane connecting the guy pretty much like few meters away for 400-500.
Yeah, it's just a trade. Yeah, when you've got everyone in the bushes just waiting, and you've got your heavies.
It's the middle guys that
are
taking the most.
Yeah, they're gonna get destroyed by the RT. And that's actually one more thing to just have Chieftains over the Superconk, is actually Chieftains take less damage to RTs than Super Conks, just by the fact that they can actually move slightly. Conks, once they get spotted, they get hit by RT almost every time, because they can't move at all. It's
but in
so slow.
In your experience, does RT pen Chieftains more or Conquerors?
RT doesn't pen Chieftains.
No?
It pens Conks at max distance. Chieftains, it can pen at max distance, but I think, I did play admittedly a little bit of artillery during the campaign. Might have been about 200 games.
Only,
which is basically every
He's
battle
actually
in the
blushing
campaign.
and getting some color. Almost impossible.
Yeah, but in my experience, it wasn't penning. Well, I mean, there wasn't chieftains in the campaign, but like even in times after that, like you don't really pen chieftains unless it's max distance, but you can pen gongs. The biggest thing that gets penned actually is 907s
So
because you pen them on the roof.
so overall, like we got another tank that is not a grinding tank. That's actually taking over the role of the initial one.
Yeah, but
Like we
it's-
have a VK in a German line that is replacing Panzer completely. It's far sturdier, although the gun is more trolley. It's like more stronger. Chieftain is replacing Conqueror on most of the positions. 907 is replacing T62, 140, and so on.
and then 279 is replacing all of them.
260 is like above, I don't know, I7 in some of the tanks, unless you really want to play some hard pull down.
Yeah,
It's really strange.
it's replacing 277s and Wheezies.
What's next? Premium Arty? Shoots two shells.
Hopefully not. Hopefully not.
Double
Um,
GC.
I don't. Well, I mean, with the recent RT change, actually, we'll probably see a small reduction in the amount of RTs being used. I think you'll see less triples, maybe some
dear
more
God, I
doubles,
hope.
but you'll see maybe less triples on maps like Sandaroo because it's specifically a GC nerf. There's like 1 second extra on the reload. The shell flies a little bit slower. Like it's just making the GC a little bit less competitive. Where you could have argued where you could be using 3 of them, now you'll be using 2 or whatever.
Man, I have a
but-
semi-shabby stats, but artists focus me in a game. I can even not imagine how is it to be a super unicorn with XPM going around, and then I get pounded by like 1 or 2 or 3 artists sometimes entire game. Like I literally cannot move.
It's tough, I can tell you, from some first-hand experience of that. But at the moment, the score is 4-3 to Tornado. First 4 rounds going to Tornado, but Fame actually making a bit of a comeback here.
Well, it made it a
Taking
bit
3
livelier
rounds.
here, you know.
Yeah, made it a little bit.
It
little
was
bit
becoming
livelier.
still. Oh, Fame lost again. Wow.
Yeah, so the first 2 rounds on Himmels and Cliff, each of those going to Tornado. But then Fame actually coming back in, taking 2 rounds on Ensk, which we really didn't expect, and 1 really nice round on Prokhorovka there, which is something that, like, it's a map that can kind of go either way. It's quite a balanced map in terms of that and in terms of how the teams play it. So taking the first round, really nice. We'll have to see if they take the second round, then we have a tiebreaker situation.
Did you notice something in Tornado's play in these games?
You'll
now?
have to be more specific.
Well, in the first games, they were like all out. We go, we go, we go, we go. As soon as they lost the first game, they went in kind of a campy mode. Last 2 games, they
Yeah,
were
yeah.
really passive compared to anything
I
they
wouldn't
played
say they were
before.
necessarily passive on
They were,
the-
man. They were trapping. Like on Ensk, they were waiting.
Oh, but they were
in a
trapping,
corner.
but as soon as you would move, they would instantly push. It's not necessarily a passive
Still,
game,
but this
it's
is
a
not-
reactive game.
This is not like something they would usually do. They would just go for it and make a chance for them, no matter what side they're playing. But in last 2 games, they didn't.
But I don't think you can straight push on Prokhorovka the same way you can do
They've
on
actually done it against Corp.
Himmels and Cliff. Yeah, but I don't think it's as effective.
Maybe actually they didn't do it because they lost that one.
Yeah, well, it doesn't work as well as my point. You have to get really lucky to win those. Where on Cliff it might be like a 50-50 or something like that. In a worst case scenario, in Prokhorovka, all it takes is 1 STRV on a 1 line, and you've lost that 1 line or something like that. So it's really difficult to just do no info straight pushes.
Well, the funny part is like everyone on the first day of the European part of the tournament used EBR to push the forest. Go EBR, go spot, go shoot. And actually, Trust was the first team to show people how to break it. They just pushed medium behind EBR, didn't see them, and they annihilated the entire team after that.
Mhm.
So things can work out, and you can think it's a masterful tactic, but there is always usually an answer to it. Here, it was really nice because both teams were responding well, and it was kind of a small chase on lights that decided the game. And the difference between having 2 EBRs, which are like more proactive play, and having an EBR and T100 as a combo.
Yeah, so for this next round on Prokhorovka, I feel like Fame is going to play somewhat similar actually to what Tornado did, where they're going to have a little bit of a 2-line commitment, you know, STRV, a couple of mediums or something like that, maybe an RT, a couple of heavies in the mid, and then I think they're going to have a big stack of 907s, and they're going to sit them on A6 instead of going to the 7-8 line like Tornado was doing and making the trap there. I feel like Fame is probably going to play a bit more on the eastern side of the track, which
Do you
is...
think they will risk and have 2 RTs, or they're going to stick to 1?
No, I think just probably 1. I don't know. Don't think there's a major advantage to having 2 on North
Double
Prokhorovka.
RT with EBRs is actually risk now.
Yeah, it's risky. That's why I said that there's not a big advantage to having that. Like, I don't think it's going to pay off, especially when you play against a team like Tornado, where if they see double RT, double EBR, they could literally just push the hill and push 6-line immediately.
I think that double RT actually is on Prokhorovka really good when you are playing with a Fog of 4. But when you play 10 minutes here without Fog of War, when another team, as example, can have 2 EBRs and they know you have 2 artists, they're actually forced to make a move on you, and there is a high chance they will actually catch those artists. So I also think 1 RT should be.
Yeah, a lot of people say Fog of War is preventing camping, when in reality it's actually increasing camping in my experience.
It's also giving a lot of randomness in the game, because
Yes,
you
and
never
it's
know, are you facing 15 tanks or you're
It's
facing
increasing unpredictability
Yeah.
in results, and there's less predictions you can make. So once you actually get down to, and I think it's a lot more skills to play without Fog of War, because as soon as you see a lineup, that's a skill to know how to react.
Yeah,
and
there
how
is
to
no
play against
prediction.
that lineup.
There is no prediction.
Yeah, there's no
but,
guesswork.
but it does give a chance to weaker team to beat a stronger one
Yes,
if they
so
surprise
that's-
them. I understand
maybe
your
that's why
point.
everyone likes
Why
it.
you don't like it? I understand your point.
For high level competitive, there's no argument to be made, I think.
Yes, for high level, no. But in general plays, I believe it gives a chance to like small fish to do a surprise and do something good for themselves, because otherwise it is no joy in someone being stomped all the time. I would say like that.
Well, I mean, if you deserve to be stomped, if you're a worse team, then you'll
Hey,
get stomped.
but if you surprise,
Yeah, if you do some random 15 push somewhere with 15 907s, GG.
it can happen. It can happen even to the best. But let's see, is Fame good enough actually to completely come back into this game and bring this back to Himmelsdorf, where I would like to see it, win or lose there, because they lost this map 2-0 in such a disorganized fashion. I would really like to see that third game.
Yeah, and just to remind it very quickly to you guys, keep an eye out for the link in chat that allows you to enter a small giveaway to win, I think, some World of Tanks clothing and stuff like that. So just keep an eye out for that as we go on. It should be continuously posted. You should be able to grab one of those. All you have to do is like follow some stuff and click a few buttons. It's not that hard. And as well, I think there was polls and stuff. We can actually maybe check those after the break. We might be able to come back to you with the results of a few of those polls, because people were able to vote and they were able to vote predictions. I don't think... Well, I mean, no one would have predicted the initial 4 rounds to go all to Tornado, but some people might have predicted a 4-3 or a 5-3 or a 5-4 or something like that. So it'll actually be interesting to see that people probably can predict the result right, but the method at which we get to the result, they would have been completely wrong.
Oh no, bloody way.
Yeah, like none of us would have predicted this at all. So here we are going into Prokhorovka. The team will switch sides. It's going to be Fame on the north defending and Tornado on the south attacking. And I immediately see a 2-6-8 for the Tornado. So straight away, they're going to be using something on the 2-line, potentially with a push, because that's going to be what you're going to be using on the 2-line. 2-6-8 is perfect for that sort of thing. So it's going to be down to Fame to actually spot that out and to realize that.
Well, let us see. EB are going straight for the center from the Fame, and Fame is actually using a T100 light, same as Tornado did. So we have one active and one passive spotter. The difference is the positioning of the T100 light. And as Niall said, it looks like a Fame standard, putting more tanks to that A6 position, a really light setup of I7s actually in the middle. So there are tanks that even take less damage than those FVs, and they are sturdier in that, and a bulk of tanks in the forest. So a bit passive play by Fame, but I would call it a standard play by most of the clans here.
Yeah, Tornado's actually using that 2-6-8 over the 8 line, which is really interesting. Seems like they want to do a full 907 2-6-8 push over the 7 and 8. Couple of heavies in the middle to support, and they're just leaving the single 907 on the 1 line. This is really, really aggressive. It's usually a straight push when they're doing something like this. So it's going to be up to Fame. As I said, they have the guys on A6 waiting, but they've actually got their 2 heavies back there as well. That could actually work out very well. It's going to depend very much on the reaction right now. We can see Tornado is going for that push. They're coming down the 6 line, led by the 2-6-8. He's followed by a few heavies, and all of the 907s on the 0.
Tony's desperately trying to proxy to see what's going on here. There is a lot of damage coming Tornado way, but they can balance it out later because they have huge advantage in tanks. That SRV does look like he's left around alone there. There must be a Fame reaction immediately from the forest, and they're still waiting. They should be moving right now because there is a huge advantage in tanks on this side of the Tornado.
Oh, big misplay right now from Hulk, as he's actually caught out of position with that STRV, and if he goes down, that's a huge damage potential lost on that side of the map. We've got a lot of Fame guys still on the 1-2 line that are trying to make some sort of a repush here, but they're going to need to speed it up because Tornado's coming in with all those 907s. They're going to finish off the STRV, they're going to finish off Kaizu in the IS-7, and they're going to take this side of the map.
Yeah, Hulk should fall soon, but they're actually not penning the shells. 1 HP would do it, but it's still not done, and he can pump up that damage in the side, and Fame really needs it. There is almost 5000 HP advantage here. 2 tanks down, Vale and Hulknik for Fame, and there is only one random style light tank down for Tornado. Tornado has a huge advantage now, but Fame is trying to take over the forest side.
Big repeak here coming over the A6 position. Just Tuna left here, but he is surrounded by Tornado vehicles as they're all going to quickly focus him out as fast as they can do that. And as well, at the same time, there's a 907 supporting him, but they've lost Goshtoni with the heavy in the mid, and they've got a few different positions here. The IS-7, they've cleared out the 1 line, but these guys are so far away from the fight. Tornado is not stopping. They're going to continue the push. They're 5000 HP up, and they have more tanks.
Tornado completely took over the Fame side of the map. I would say like they look like defenders now, not attackers. They have also also such a huge HP advantage. It's gonna be super hard for Fame to try to come back into this. It's almost gonna be a miracle, man.
Yeah, we're not looking great for Fame right now. They're half the HP, and I don't see any sort of a comeback unless the STRV hits like 10 shots in a row without getting any received damage back or something like that. But Tornado has so many HP, they have so many vehicles, and they're just going to keep using it, and they know they can do that. They're pushing over ridgeline after ridgeline after ridgeline, finishing off Insane in the RT as well, and that is going to be it. 5-3.
Well, it's not gonna be a hero part, but in my eyes, even taking those 3, it's gonna be really good after losing 4-0. I'm really sorry we didn't see a tiebreaker here. This is the ending phase for this game because Tornado is mopping up. There is only Failware and Papapavian doing the last ditch attempt here. A T100 Lite and a 907 compared to the 910 guys from Tornado. Mikhailov paid the price for the grid, but it's not enough. It's not even remotely enough.
To be honest, that could have actually been really close if Hulk wasn't caught out initially with the STRV.
I was about to ask on a start, why is Hulk so low with STRV all the time?
He
but
went
I
to
guess
like 500 HP for no reason.
I guess he had to stay there.
No, but no, there's a hole there that you can drop back to.
I
where
understand.
He can only really be shot by the guys who fully push the 6 line, but initially he was exposed to the guys who were sniping as well, and that was a major misplay because the guys who are pushing the 6 line are just shooting on the move. They're not going to take away all his hit points. It's the guys sitting behind that are just sniping, waiting for people to get spotted.
Mm-hmm.
They're actually what dropped his HP, because if he'd survived there and he pumps out an extra 2k damage or something like that, it's going to make it more difficult for Tornado to actually use those tanks and push over the A6 position like they did, where they were just spending HP after HP and killing guys one position after another. Like, if you can actually shut that down by taking away the advantage that they had, which was so many tanks on HP, then maybe we would have seen a bit of a different result.
I kind of have a feeling that Fame would do better off if they played more proactive on this Prokhorovka. They went in the same shoes like Tornado in the last game, trying to do that passive kind of spotting and gave all initiative to Tornado.
Yeah.
Tornado really took it hard and they didn't let go of a single second. They had only one 907 in the forest. They had a couple of heavies in the center and most of the forces over the rail. They used every weakness that Fame actually had. Their attack was pretty much the best possible against the defense that Fame had. And the problem was that Fame had a standard defense. So against standard defense, you can plan these kind of things.
I think there was a big problem as well with Fame's repush over the 1-2 line, where they used about 5 tanks to push out a single 907.
It took them quite a bit, and that 907 bought a lot of time there.
Yeah, that 907 did really, really well. He survived for a really long time and he wasted all those 5 tanks. If those 5 tanks had been aiming for A6, and Tornado had pushed over and they've got 5 guys sniping them, all of a sudden they don't just lose a few thousand HP for killing off Tuna and one other tank there on that position.
Think
they lose a lot more.
They would not push unless they saw them, and they saw them pushing the 1-2 line before because they were already
Yeah, but if they
committing.
don't push, then Fame could just do a slow repush with like an EBR and a 907 or something on the 1-2 line.
You think like a less panicky reaction could maybe turn the game around? But
yeah, it was totally like a push. We have to push 2 line right now, and not realizing that actually no, we should leave our STRV back. We should leave a Chieftain back. We should leave a 907 back. And if these guys had actually been sniping A6, it would have been far less attractive for Tornado to actually peek over. And if they would make the peek, all of a sudden they start throwing 1 or 2 of their own tanks, and they don't just have this total rollover force that they were using on the next rounds. Like, there was positions here, like they had Fame had a 907 in the middle, who was behind a ridge line. He's very difficult to actually push because you've got a lot of open space to get to him. He just got pushed out because 6 guys pushed him at once.
But still, I think that would only buy some time to Fame because initial advantage made by Tornado was significant, like loss of that STRV, loss of positions, also positioning by Tornado on a center that allows them to shoot any rotation from Fame, which is spotted, still puts Fame in really big predicament that will only give them the win if Tornado makes some major mistake. And that's how I see it. So
yeah, I feel like it was a bit of a domino effect where they've just got one mistake there with the STRV and guys getting spotted out.
It's like that when you play against a good team,
one.
when you show an opening early, it doesn't end up as an opening and ends up as a bottomless hole. Everything sinks in there.
So really not... well, I mean, you can't say not the result we were expecting. Like, a 5-3 is not out of the ordinary for Tornado versus Fame to either one of those teams.
The unexpected is how this came to this.
Yeah, how it actually happened and how we actually got here with going 4-0 and then coming back with 3 rounds and then back again with Tornado taking 1.
They gave us some hope and they took it away again.
Yeah, if only they hadn't lost 4 in a row. Like, if... You know, if
there is a lot of ifs, but
like if that was a 3-3 or so, or a 4-4 or something like that, instead we go to the tiebreaker on Himmels. That could have gone either way, really. And the early Himmels we saw was absolutely dreadful from Fame. The early Cliff was absolutely dreadful from Fame. Like, they just gave away those rounds really for free. And Tornado obviously did play it very well, That's not taking anything away from them. They did play it very well, but Fame put up no opposition whatsoever. If they'd just taken one of those rounds,
It looked
it would have been so much better.
so pale, like someone didn't wake up.
Yeah, it really, really did look bad. But so we have our first finalist there. That's going to be Tornado. Not unexpected to see them in a final by any stretch of the imagination. And then after that, we have, coming up just shortly, Trust versus Corm. Corm obviously going to be immediately, to some people in the know, a much more, not decisive, but a much more likely winner of that match. But Trust has surprised us, even as recently as the previous tournament. So we'll have to see what they actually have for us.
Well, we had in one situation before Nomi, who faced the Russian teams, didn't go that well. Now Trust has their
Did they
chance.
even win a round? I don't think they did.
I think go 0.
Yeah.
And Trust has a chance now as a German clan to maybe try to do better. We will see.
Well, it's not the winter time, so that maybe they have an opportunity.
Oh well.
But yeah, so guys, that's going to be all from us just for the moment. Corm and Trust coming up after the break, and then the winner of those will be fighting Tornado in the final. Fame has been knocked out here 5-3. Corm and Trust, maybe a bit more decisive of a result from
Maybe
Corm,
the
but
Germans had something under their belt.
maybe it's a
And
tiebreaker. I mean,
they're unknown for the Russians, for sure. Like, there is the only one chance that Russians could see them, and that's on this tournament.
yeah, we couldn't predict how this game was going to go, so we'll have to see for the next one. We'll see you guys in a little bit.
It wasn't that long ago that the Polish heavies arrived, and wheeled vehicles have just recently appeared. But we're already ready to show off something new.
Hello everyone, my name is Yuri. I'm the lead balance designer.
Hello, I'm Alexei Ilian. I'm the World of Tanks product manager.
Now let's talk about the new branch of the Swedish medium tanks.
The first Swedish tanks were released in 2016 with two interesting branches. For autoloader fans, there were the heavies with well-protected turrets and guns with good depression angles, and Swedish TDs were unlike anything in the game before.
The TD branch became the first branch with a special new game mechanic. This was the so-called siege mode. We had our share of concerns about how these innovations would be perceived by players. 2 years later, we can safely affirm that the vehicles became very popular. The Swedish tech tree is one of the best trees regarding player demand. Now it's time to expand it.
There are already Swedish medium tanks in the game, but only up to Tier 7. After that, it's a heavy tanks branch. At the time of release, there was an idea of expanding the medium tank line to Tier 10, and work was done with this in mind. But there were no archive materials and no great gameplay concepts for the top-tier tanks at the time. But now we have a solution.
Researching the new branch of the Swedish medium tanks will start at Tier 7 with the Leo. Then for Tiers 8, 9, and 10, we'll add let's just call it a sub-branch. And additionally, the main gameplay features are placed at higher tiers. As you progress, you'll be able to move along the heavy tank branch or research these new medium tanks.
Starting from Tier 8, the Swedish medium tanks will all have this gameplay feature. They will be able to adjust their clearance level and change their hull inclination angle, thus giving themselves better gun depression angles.
At the first glance, the suspension of the new Swedish medium tanks is very similar to that of the Swedish TDs, but in fact, there are more differences than similarities. Siege mode doesn't give the Swedish medium tanks any other advantages apart from additional hull inclination. However, it's turned on automatically as soon as the speed drops to a certain value.
Here's an example. You roll up to the hill and decelerate to start aiming. And when your speed is lower than 10 kilometers per hour, the vehicle switches to this mode and its suspension starts helping you.
If you start accelerating and are going faster than 20 kilometers per hour, the vehicle turns off this mode and its hull levels out, and you continue to roll out as a regular medium tank.
Keep in mind, the speed at which the Swedish medium tanks enter this mode is different from the speed needed to cancel it. So what are the advantages of the new suspension?
This mechanic will benefit these tanks in unusual situations in game. The total depression angle can reach 13 to 14 degrees.
Let's talk details now and take a closer look at these tanks. The candidates for the branch were selected from the projects of the UDIS 14 program. By early 1970s, the Swedes decided they needed a replacement for the British Centurions and homemade STRV-103 tanks. The military came up with the requirements. They wanted a combat vehicle weighing between 20 to 30 tons, with a gun caliber from 105 to 120 millimeters, the ability to ford water obstacles by swimming, and, more importantly, a rotating turret. It appeared that the STRV-103 was lacking. Two companies worked on the project, Bofors and Haglunds.
The first vehicle of the new branch is the UDIS 14 at Tier 8. This is a medium tank with quite a traditional design. It has a very good gun. The stock gun is 90 millimeters, but the top one is 105 millimeters.
Already at Tier 8, players will be able to benefit from the air suspension. The vehicle design will be very similar to the regular medium tanks. I mean, you'll have a turret, and the tank silhouette will be quite high, similar to regular medium tanks. So the only difference in gameplay will be the air suspension feature.
At Tier 9, we have a vehicle called the UDIS 16. It will only have researchable 105mm guns. Here we are on the final stretch. This vehicle is very similar to the top one. Of course, their characteristics are slightly weaker, with allowance for its tier. What's interesting, it will have a researchable turret.
Here starts the gameplay with the 105mm guns and good depression angles. Players will be able to fully feel all advantages of this vehicle design, its mechanics, and gun strengths. But enough about Tier 9. Because everyone wants a Tier 10 vehicle, let's talk more about it.
At Tier 10, we have the UDAS 15, the final vehicle in the branch. Beside all the above-mentioned features and the hydropneumatic suspension, it also has a well-protected turret, shifted further toward the hull's center. So, the vehicle design is quite convenient. Another vehicle feature is this 120mm gun.
Not many medium tanks have such a gun at Tier 10, so the damage per shot will be high. Regarding its use on the battlefield, it will have no equivalence. Because a medium tank's main task is to reach certain positions faster than heavy tanks, and do flank raids and so on and so forth. This Swedish medium tank should be played similarly, but it has excellent gun depression angles that you can use by playing from behind the terrain folds, and the turret is very well armored, so it can even repel hits from other Tier 10 vehicles.
By the way, high damage per shot should be a feature of all top-tier Swedish medium tanks. There are several more common traits. Surely, it's the suspension giving the tank additional gun depression angles, the armor with not so impressive thickness, but these vehicles are sturdier than they seem.
All tanks in the branch will have quite well-armored turrets. In general, you will be able to shrug off shells of medium tanks of the same tier, and of some heavy tanks, but hardly any from tank destroyers. The reasons for this are quite obvious.
The whole armor will have decent sloping, but you shouldn't expose it because its armor is not that good.
The medium tanks won't have such a high reverse speed as the Swedish TDs. They have the dynamics typical for their class.
In general, all these medium tanks won't be as fast as the French vehicles. They are more like Soviet medium tanks. I mean, they are quite mobile, but without any big surprises.
The top Swedish medium tanks contain another feature of the National Tank Building School. They are very compact.
I think everyone remembers the STRV-103B and its small size, both in terms of length and height. So the Tier 10 Swede will be of similar size. This will be one of the smallest Tier 10 tanks. It will be very low and stealthy and hard to hit.
Soon, the new Swedish tanks will be sent to Super Test for the first iteration of testing. First of all, we need to be sure that the new feature of the Swedish medium tanks will fit into the game well.
We plan to test the Tier 10 tank first. We'll see how its 120mm gun performs. If all goes well, we'll go down the branch. If we have any issues with the 125mm gun, we can just check how the vehicle with the 105mm gun plays. We can adjust the damage values. At the moment, damage per shot at Tier 10 is planned in the range of 440 to 460. It's quite a lot, yeah. This requires a longer gun reload time, and we have concerns it won't fit a medium tank.
Since there are no accurate historical prototypes, we will use balance settings for them, and depending on the sum of parameters, we will take decision on the final characteristics. This gives us opportunity to set up both speed and general mobility of the vehicles correctly, as well as their firepower and armor. We hope that these vehicles will be interesting and bring you enjoyable gameplay.
Keep an eye out for more details.
Share your opinions on the forum and in the comments. Stay tuned and see you on the battlefield.
Hello guys, welcome back to the stream. So we just saw there Fame losing out to Tornado with a 5-3. Not exactly what we expected to see from Fame, but Tornado showing up very strong, but not so much on the later rounds. But we have coming up right now in just a few moments for you Corm versus Trust. What do you think about this one?
Yeah, Corm versus Trust. This is something that by all definitions should go to Corm. The Trust is the only, we can say, dark horse of this tournament because they're unknown to most of the teams except Fame, of course, which will never face them as being part of Europe. So Trust, first time on a match of this scale or anything similar, came second in European part of the tournament, also for us unexpected. So they proved they're strong enough for that. We need to see, are they actually strong enough to take something away from Corm, who are based mostly on old members from Navi, whoever watched the Gold League. The leader of this team is actually Flaber, who didn't play that, but there is plenty of other people from other teams also.
Right now we can see the lights brawling each other on the 3-line. Corm on the south, trying to get to an aggressive position here, getting info off, but he's going to go down with the Trust light. That's actually a really bad suicide. He's got the information, but it's essentially a thrown tank. Shotnik actually not going down in return for that, so that's immediately a small advantage there going to Corm, who are on the south here. They're taking a bit more of a passive split as we anticipated. You know, they'd play not nearly as aggressive as Fame or Tornado were playing against each other, with a lot more standard, kind of a couple of heavies in the mid, taking a little bit of 1-2 line control with the 268, and then moving everyone else around the hill. And we see sort of the same thing here from Trust. They've moved a couple of guys in the 1-2, they've got again a couple of guys in the mid, and that's really it. And so it's going to be rotating and slow pushes maybe, with this one potentially going for 8-9 minutes.
Well, we need to emphasize here, Trust is actually attacking here. So they are on the top side of the cliff, they are attacking side, they're attacking with one RT. They lost the light already. On the other side we see Corm. Corm, we know that they can actually play slow, they actually like to play often slow and secure the first game. So I believe they were going to try to feel out Trust and then see what to do in the later stages of the game.
Well, time is definitely going to be on Corm's side here, as they've got that double GC on the south, giving them an advantage in a much longer game where they're going to be able to dig out positions as well. They have this hill control, which is really important here. Needing in the T100, he's going to be able to make peaks and make spots and actually get information on the Trust guys as they try to do any sort of rotations. So right now you can see Trust is rotating their 260s and they're going to try and push, but Needing has just spotted them all, and that's really important right now for Corm, because now they have all the information that they need to make a reaction based on that. RT trying to blind out Shotnik. I think this is wasted time essentially. One RT actually making a connection on one of the 260s. That's nice. Needing giving the full information there, and then Corm just waiting for it.
Well, we're rather similar on HP here, because there is some loss of HP on Corm side, and they're playing a bit passive there, but still all the information is already there. We can see the Trust formation is spotted out, and I mean, Tornado will know any second exactly how many tanks are coming. Needing is even cheeky to shoot them down. And there is virtually no response from Corm, because I don't think they even have to.
Yeah, Corm right now just setting up. They have a nice crossfire. They've got like 2-3 guys in the mid, and they've got all these chieftains on a hold down position here. Double chieftain and a 907, all on a hold down position that can hold on to this. And they're also supported by stuff like the STRV in the back and all these other guys sniping that can rotate back to them if they need. And Trust has realized this very quickly. They've said, okay, actually this is not going to work at all, and they're relocating all of these 260s back. They just leave one guy there for a bit of a crossfire, and it seems like they want to go for a middle push. I'm not sure exactly how well this is going to work out right now. They haven't really gotten the HP advantage. All they've killed is the light from Corm, and right now this 260 is actually probably going to go down to Needing as well. He bounces that one. He's trying to go for the finish. The 260 is in not so great shape as well, being hit by RT, the ammo rack, and the loader down, so he's not even able to reload, giving Needing plenty of time to take a few shots, but he's not going to trade any more HP for it, as he also goes down to 200 HP on the hill, and it's crucial he stays alive. And at the same time now, Trust is going for a push on the 3-line and a push on the
by
mid.
airplanes.
Supported by some airplanes, as we can see here, the aerial cam being able to spot this one out.
Investment.
The aerial cam being able to spot this one out, and they're actually going to do a little bit of a slow peak here, trying to get a little bit of control over the 3-line, a little bit of control, sniping into the mid, but they are spending a lot of HP on RTs and stuff like that. You can see they're already down to 1600 or 16k, having made these rotations. They've even lost 2 of their main guys, the EBR and one of their 260s. That's actually not a great position for Trust. I don't see them winning this at all.
I think this is a massive misplay by Trust here, because they're playing with one RT and they're playing passive from the start, compared to the double RT of Corm, who have double impact. They can separate what they will shoot or double tap on one same target. Over the time, it's like simple math. Corm will do more damage over time because they have double RT than Trust, who has to rely on shooting with tanks. So in all, you have to wonder and ask yourself, if you don't have a fog of war here. And you see the other team has 2 arties on a map like Cliff. Why do you play passive from the start?
Yeah, you've got like 5-6 guys on like 1k or less as well from Trust, just taking away all their pushing ability as they were just doing rotations around the place, losing all this HP, throwing that 260 on the 9 line as well. And really, Corm just sat there and just were like, okay,
it's simple
Trust,
math. It's a simple math.
give it a try. Trust gave it a try, and it's not working out for them. Another nice RT hit coming out there, and it's looking to be not a great start here for Trust.
Well, this game, for them to win it, and I'm going to emphasize and remind everyone, they are attacking. Trust is attacking here. So they need to kill entire Corm team. They need to cap it out, whatever. But by waiting, nothing will happen better. Their 1 RT will not work better than 2 RTs of Corm. Their lack of spotting will not work better than Corm. So what are they going to do? Are they waiting to lose all HP so they can then gather up and push? No, you can't do it, guys. Maybe you are new in this kind of tournament, but there is a certain style you have to follow. If there is an advantage you have in the start, and that is like having 1 RT less on this kind of game, you need to try to use it from the start and maybe press. Same like as example, Tornado in previous game when they faced Fame face on the middle, they actually went in and pushed them back.
Yeah, you see the big disadvantage Trust has here is they're not an aggressive team in the slightest. So when they come up against a well put together camp like Corm has done here, where they have a nice spread of their tanks, they've got the 2 RT, and they've used all their positions really well. Needing as well on the hill did a great job spotting out the full rotation from Trust. There's literally nothing they can do at this point. Following some bombers going over the map there. As we can see the Trust RT in the back, Smiley, or maybe it's not Smiley, judging by the name, but I imagine it would be Smiley. Just like there's nothing really Trust can do at this point, and there wasn't really anything they could do from the whole start. They should have played full aggressive like from the beginning, and because they haven't done, when they see that double RT and the STRV and the 268 and all this kind of stuff, and double light, I think they had Needy in the T100 and Shotnik in the EBR. Like when you see all of that stuff, Trust actually had a much heavier lineup. Like they have double bats as well that they can use aggressive. They've got all these 907s, 260s. They've only got the 1 RT, and they didn't use any of that to their advantage.
And there is rotation from Trust coming in on 1-2 line. They're pushing on object 268 from Corm that is holding out the corner. Wilf is here gathering up. He is hugging the rock, so he doesn't take much damage, and there is a crossfire from a couple of tanks coming in from the Corm side. So this is pretty much a suicidal push because they have no choice what to do. Yakefa fell on upper side of the map because they're trying to put all the cards on this 1-2 line push and maybe isolate these couple of guys here, and then maybe make a pressure from the lower side, but it's just too little too late. If they did this maybe 5 minutes ago, that would make any kind of sense, but there is too many tanks here on lower amount of HP, and this is just like a mop-up operation now for Corm. It's not even a challenge.
Yeah, really, that's they're just ending the game here with a little suicidal push. Just ended a little bit quicker, so you don't have to wait the full 2.5 minutes. And now Corm can actually do some sort of a repush here, as they have such a ridiculous advantage in this one. 16k over 5k HP is absolutely massive. It's certainly a lot more than we saw with any of the Fame versus Tornado games, I'm pretty sure. And sort of sets the tone for this first match of how
I don't know,
Trust
one of those Cliff games was pretty much similar. Straight face on.
Well, but it was like 10k to 0. This is 15 to 0. Like that's pretty heavy.
Potatoes.
Well, anyway, that is going to be the first round going to Corm here on Cliff. After this, we should be seeing Live Oaks, Prokhorovka, and Siegfried Line. Siegfried Line, very interesting. If we do manage to get to it, we may not. We don't really see that one much on EU. It's not in the advanced map pool. I think it's... I'm not sure if it's in the Clan Wars anymore. I don't think it is. But Live Oaks and Proc actually really nice maps to see. Cliff, we'd expect fast games on Cliff, but when you have 2 fairly passive teams like Corm and Trust, then not really.
Well, Siegfried Line, to be honest, with the introduction of EBR, can bring a completely new change in how you play the field. So that's going to be interesting to see if it comes to that. But we need to focus on what's now. This is 1-0 for Corm. They're winning their defense on Cliff. Now they will be attacking, and I'm hoping to see maybe more proactive approach with them. Because at the moment, they saw the lineup on the start of the game, and they chose a bit, I would say, campy lineup themselves. They had a lot of heavies there.
The Trust lineup wasn't too bad.
No, Corm.
Oh yeah, oh no, they were
double RT
to
and like 5-6
yeah.
heavies, so it looked to me like they studied the team of Trust, watching some of the matches they played, and they decided to play slow against them, at least in a start. That's actually, I would say, even often sometimes the CIS tactics. 1 or 2 games they play cautious, they try to make advantage, and then they play whatever till the end.
Yeah, it's sort of...
Tornado is the only section. They always play aggressive. Like 90% of the games that you will see them, they always play aggressive.
And yeah, well, they know they can win by doing that. I guess Corm is like not really caring so much about Trust. They're just like, oh, whatever, let's just camp. They're not going to be able to break any of our camps. For their attacks, we'll have to see what Corm is doing, so we'll see that in the next round. But for the first one anyway, for their defense, I think they're sort of setting a tone where we're just going to sit here and wait, because whatever Trust is going to do, they're going to do it poorly, or they're not going to be prepared, or they're not going to execute it right, or whatever.
Why would be so certain? Come on, man. Like, they're a European team here. They had some knowledge they're going to play this. Like, why would Corm be so secure? If Trust brought 2 artists here, they would actually have a chance to dig them out.
No, they wouldn't.
With 2 artists?
I really don't think they would. Because at the same time, then, what if Corm didn't? Like, it's the first game. Like, what if Corm just took an aggressive lineup and just pushed them?
But that's one same. It's a risk. It's a risk by both teams.
Well, if they have to play on risks to win, then I think that is sort of backing up what I'm saying. Is it's not looking great for Trust right now. If they're not going to be able to break defenses like that wasn't even close to a breaking of a defense.
No,
they
literally, this was like one-sided game.
Anything. They didn't push anything, and there was no opportunity. If they did push anything, they would have lost immediately. So like that push on the 9-0, that was just a total throwaway. They left a 260 there. He died before they'd even finished rotating back.
You
can't
can't push it when you're not holding a hill. Like, that would emphasize that you have some kind of spotting, which you can't. That means you're pushing blind.
They didn't even have a contestant on the hill.
Yeah. There was nothing going on. There was nothing parallel. If you do that, you should at least try to commit to hill, maybe to climb something up, but you can't, because Corm in this situation was holding the middle all the time, was holding the hill, and had no intention whatsoever to go past that point, because they have double RT compared to 1 RT of Trust. So why would they go behind and fight in inferior position when they could just shell them all the time everywhere they go?
I think Trust should have literally just gone for a mid push, or just gone for like a 3-line push, and just do one of those straight away from the beginning. Because if you see a double RT lineup like that, it's obvious they're going to camp. Like, it's literally obvious, unless it's Tornado, which I realized earlier did not camp with double RT and double light. But that's Tornado. That's like a different beast. They're going to push in almost all situations. But against someone like Corm, who you see this sort of a passive lineup, and they had a lot of heavies, they had a lot of chieftains and stuff like that. Like, there's always a chance that they'll push, but the smartest play would be to just assume that they will camp, and then just do an instant push through the mid with everything, like literally 14 tanks going mid, like 1 on the 2 line or something like that. Or just do a split where you're going like 4 or 5 guys on the 2 line, going to the corner, checking to see what they have, and then straight pushing it, and at the same time pushing the mid, so that you can do a cleanup. Yeah, so you can kill the RT with the lower side guys, so they're out of the game straight away. That's 2 tanks. You're going to kill the guy on the low side, which would be their 268, maybe it's a 907 or something like that. That's again 2 free kills. And then your guys in the middle are also cleaning up, because they have so many guys that are in the back sniping, that if you push in straight, sure, you'll take a lot of damage. It might not be intuitive. You'll take that damage, but you'll actually finish 3 or 4 tanks very, very quickly, or 2 or 3 tanks, or whatever they happen to have in the middle. You're going to finish it off immediately, and then you can actually go behind buildings there where the STRV can't shoot you. The chieftains that might be in the back, we saw them on the, I think it's like J8 or something like that. We can see them there. They're not going to be able to shoot anything. You're going to get the hill control, and you're going to have just like opportunities to win. There was not a single opportunity for Trust to win that previous game.
After the losing the light, it looks like they had played a bit headless, that's for sure. But as I said, they're a new team in competitions like this. It does require you to get some kind of experience, so you can actually know how to react calmly when you are playing on tournament, on camera, or whatever. It's another beast than just playing advances. It's completely different story. I'm sure when they rewatch this video, they will come to same conclusions. And
Well,
they'll
I
say,
hope so.
why we didn't do this?
I hope so.
But as you said, it's now water under the bridge, and they're playing their next game. They will be on attack side. I mean, Corm will be on attack side, and Trust is going to be on defense side, so on the lower side. And already we have 2 lights coming in, T100 going for upper middle, and EBR spotting 1-2 line, so aggressive spotting from Trust coming in. Majority of the force is playing 1-2 line, similar like we saw Tornado did in that game. On the other hand, Corm playing from upper side, sending only 50B down, so that's a fast enough tank to see if there is rotation and he can do those 4 shells.
EBR actually spotting out the 50B on the 1 line. That's really nice, giving this team a lot of info, and actually managing to spot out a bit of the push. And you have the T100 here as well from Trust, spotting out most of the forces. So Trust is very aware of where Corm is right now. Corm is still a little bit unsure. They didn't get a real spot off with that 50B, who looks like he's going to go down. I think he should get pushed by a bunch of 907s. And right now, Trust, all they have to do is hold onto their 3 line. If they can do that, they should have this one. But Corm is not going to give it away for free. They're going to push in with all of their 907s, and they are taking no prisoners right now. They are going all all in.
I think actually Korm is in much better position because they are focusing their fight from the upper ground on there. Yes, the 50B is down, but the 907s there are out of the game also. Also, there is a FV heavy on a center from Korm playing a cooldown for there, so he's pretty much locking off any kind of rotation which would come to help these guys from the side. 19k HP from Korm, 20 from Trust, but this HP is melting because they said they're on inferior position. There is one RT on each side, so that's not gonna be an advantage. But Korm lost so many tanks in this moment. This actually might go well for Trust if they manage to hold on and focus fire.
And we can see the HP is very even at the top there, but it's dropping very, very rapidly for both sides as Trust is now finally grouped up enough that they are recommitting. They're killing all these guys on the low side, and this is looking very good for Trust right now. They can focus out these few guys on the low side, but they need to do it faster. Their focus is not great. Trust is still losing a lot of HP. They only have a small advantage right now, and they need to make it work. They have a lot of crossfire positions, and this push in is actually maybe not looking as good for them because it wasn't efficient.
The advantage at the end was always holding the upper ground here for Korm. It looked really close in one moment, but I think the separation is starting to grow as we speak. Also, there is that STRV from Trust that is now running out of the targets. Everyone being already pushed back. There is only really Koma behind the rock, and he is alone. There is one guy behind the rock, also a corner, holding off, but Shotnik is having enough HP. He has enough HP so he can take shots from both Koma and other FV, and they can push and finish off this side of the map, and that will be pretty much GG in that moment.
Yeah, I think the big mistake here is actually having that STRV. It seems to be letting them down because all the HP is left on the STRV at the end of the game, and they didn't have enough on the 1-2 line. If they'd had that extra 907 or an extra Chieftain in the brawl, I think they probably would have actually won this, because having that STRV there, he doesn't really shoot anything. All he's protecting is a single Chieftain in the middle. But if you're going for this big 2-line commitment, you don't really need that protection because it's only one tank. What are you losing? If they come to brawl you on the 3-line like Korm did straight away, and it was the correct play from Korm, then you're completely just left with one guy out of the battle, and you already have an RT as well that's one guy out of the battle, so you really got to be careful about choosing that, because I believe Trust actually played this one pretty well. They sent one guy too many to go deal with the 50B. They sent like 3 or 4 tanks to go shoot that 50B. It's completely unnecessary. Even one would be enough because the 50B will clip, sure, and then you finish them off. That there's only one way that's going to happen, so maybe send 2 just to be sure, and then the rest of the guys should have all been waiting for Korm on the ramp ready to receive that push, because for Korm pushing in on that ramp it's actually really difficult. But Trust dropped off the ramp immediately, and they went straight back down into the position where they just allowed Korm to get all the control around the ramp and then just create a big crossfire. If they'd actually held the ramp there, and because Korm can only push in from one of the sides, which is the north side, they can't get around to the south side yet, so you only have to actually aim one side. But as soon as they drop down, then all of a sudden they've got to aim 3, 4, 5 sides of different positions that guys are peeking on from the top, and then there's just no opportunity, because there was a saving grace in that Korm actually decided to push in, and they dropped a lot of their tanks into a bit of a kill zone created by Trust. But I think it must be player skill or something, because the Korm guys did not lose a lot of HP when they did that. They should have been deleted once they went in, and Trust actually did a repush. Trust had more tanks in that fight and more HP and more firepower.
The crucial tanks were always the guys on upper side of the map, because those were the last staying alive, and there was only RT who could shoot them. Also, STRV, I think it's a decent position because it does deny Korm some kind of mobility over the map. Even knowing that you have an STRV in that position makes Korm think how will they rotate their tanks. It doesn't give them a free reign of the upper side. They need to go.
They don't need to think about how they're going to rotate your tanks when they're all on the 3-line. They just brawl them.
I said but they cannot easily play from both sides of that rock. They can play only for one because STRV can shoot them from this side in a side.
Well, yeah, that would be true if Trust actually held the ramp, but they gave it up. So,
yes, I think Trust actually didn't expect a couple of things here, which is what I said before, is a curse when you are relying on a meta you are only aware of. When you play against a lot of similar opponents, like you play in Europe as example, there is only so many certain things that you will face. So Trust did not expect to see a 50B down, especially not a lone one, especially not supported from anywhere, which was just thrown as a tank to see if something's coming, do a couple of shots and die in case of push. There is nothing else for this 50B to do. He cannot run away, he cannot do anything except spot, shoot few shells, die. That's it. So Trust didn't expect this. They sent more than one tank to deal with it. In reality, they should have sent max 2, but they don't have the eagle eye like we, so they can't really see how many tanks is awaiting behind the corner. And when you make a split second decision, especially playing against someone as Korm, it can just bite you back heavily. It's just that little lack of experience, and even like this came really close, only 3000 HP in advantage for Korm, which is nothing in tier 10 game. It's
Yeah,
really nothing.
It really demonstrated their inexperience when they left the ramp. As soon as you go down from that ramp, you lose. Because
a ramp is really needed, because if tanks are all on the lower side, as Niall already mentioned, tanks from upper side will always get a better angle how to shoot you and deal with you at the end of the game, and you cannot achieve any objective.
Yeah.
Like
And
you
they
cannot move
can-
away from there. You cannot move
they
away.
can move around. You are stuck in that one position, and you just have to hope they suicide into you or something like that, because there's no way you can push back up, and there's no way you can run away. So you're just stuck in that position, just trading. They have better angles. They can choose where to peek from. They can shuffle back and forth a little bit easier. And if they have good gun depression, like a chieftain just sits there with its completely impenetrable turret and would just farm like as many guys as you want to put there for as long as it takes. And when you actually hold the ramp, you hold them on flat ground. You're hull down with your 907s. It's an even trade, and those guys, the Corm guys who will be pushing in, have zero cover.
The trade
completely
looked
flat.
really even in some moments, but eventually you could see the signs that there will be a huge gap gained in one moment in Corm's favor, because you constantly saw they are holding up to that high ground. That was their like alpha, beta, and omega of this game. We hold to the high ground and we sacrifice what's needed to be sacrificed, but we are holding it and we are making sure the trust is on lower side. On other hand, as you said, like shot calls in these kind of situations are crucial, because once you make one and you commit your tanks, you cannot change in 10 seconds later. It's too late already. You already committed. Also, inexperience of maybe one or two guys not playing tournaments like this often.
One or two guys.
It doesn't matter. 1, 2, 3, 5. It doesn't matter. They can start a wave of reaction unconsciously, like pulling back from some position to preserve their HP, while they should sacrifice it no matter what just to stay there. So that can also start, like I would say, like a domino effect maybe in some moments, and even FC can't do anything about it then.
Yeah.
So we need to see. We'll just be able to raise more on next map. Live Oaks is not a map that CIS region plays often, and Trust does. So maybe they can do it better here, like on Cliff, which is a highly hard map to play against a team who knows to react well. Trust came to a moment where they had like only 3k advantage between themselves and Corm. Maybe now on Live Oaks, maybe they will be able to snatch around, maybe even both if
Yeah.
they are smart enough.
I think the overall Trust tactic on that second round was actually decent. As all things considered. I like personally, I wouldn't have put the STRV there if you want to do a play like that. But it's one tank at the end of the day. It's usually not completely winning or losing the game, but it would have been one maybe efficiency that they could have changed. But overall,
It's such a standard European thing. STRV there and FV on the corner in front of him. It's such a standard thing in most of the games, like you can see in advances this exam.
I don't know, but like if you see a lineup like that, like Corm had so many 907s, like they had a huge amount of 907s. You have to expect that they're going to push. Like that's what they picked them for, and I don't think they had an RT as well. I'm not sure on that one.
They had one.
They had one, okay. But like they had so many 907s that there's two things you're doing with that. You're pushing all in the mid, you're pushing all on the downside, or you're pushing 50-50. That's the only three scenarios that you're going to use all those 907s for. If you're camping, you take different tanks. So like there's only so many things they're going to do, and if you don't commit anything to the mid, that chieftain who's in the mid supporting, I think he was supporting a light tank or something. If he gets pushed, he can drop down and he won't
There was
die.
a line, like a light tank on the middle, T100,
Yeah.
chieftain behind him, and STRV behind, like a third layer.
But there's no need to do that. You either need to put a couple of guys there that can actually make some sort of a repush on the 3 line, or they can overtake the middle and actually control that position, or you just put one or two guys like they had, except they had the STRV, and you put that one extra chieftain to like drop down or something. But overall their tactic would have been fine. They probably would have won the game as well if they just held onto the ramp. They gave it up so easily, and they just saw this big Corm force pushing in, and they thought, oh no, we have to go back. And they actually dropped back with
The difference is actually Corm pushed the chieftain to the ramp and kept the chieftain there and had nothing behind him to cover him.
Yeah. But like they immediately dropped down, and if they'd held on to that a little bit longer, we might have seen a different result there. So the first 2 rounds going to Corm on Cliff. Here we are on Live Oaks round number 3, and we'll have to see, is Trust a bit more favoured maybe on this slightly more European map? This is not a map that the Russians are used to playing. It's not really in their map pool, but Europe has had it in a couple of tournaments now, and it seems to be working out pretty well.
It looks like they're all going back to the garage.
Ah, yeah, that means garage on the map.
Yes.
Angar.
It's Vangar. Angar is like a garage.
Ah, but it's the short version, yeah.
No, Angar is a garage, and V means in. So go to garage.
Yeah, that's what
Basically.
I said, Angar.
Anyways, Live Oaks, as we said, it's going to be a lot about the spotting. We need to see how will the BRs be used. They're still fresh thing in a game, although they came a bit ago. It's still, I think, the complete use, how will EBRs be used to the fullest, is not out there yet. I think there is still
there's
a lot
of
to be
bushes
said
in
there.
the middle that are. I mean, it's not like they're undiscovered or anything, but they're not sort of worked into tactics fully, I suppose. We do see a lot of EBRs dying very early on this map, so there's a lot of work to be done there with the spots.
Yeah, what will you do? Do you use a double light? Do you use a one light? Do you use one light for aggressive spotting, other for passing? Do you have a combination between T100 and EBR? Like, there is so many versions, and then so many bushes you can take, and depending on that, how you follow up with your team, that's actually the real skill. Can you shoot off the enemy? Can you do a rotation unspotted? So that's Live Oaks, more or less. Like, the opening part is the most important part of this game. Like, later rotations are dictated on what happens in that first 60 seconds. So it's highly tactical map, but with a big brawl potential also in the same time.
Yeah, you definitely need the double lights, but then a lot of the time you see a lot of, I mean, typically it'd be like 260s, WZs, 277s, very fast heavies, and 907s, and then like maybe 1, 2, 3 chieftains or something like that. And just what that lineup tells you, and that'd be a fairly standard one, is that the map is relying a lot on rotations, it's relying a lot on coordinated pushes, because the positions are very changing during a Live Oaks game. They're not sort of like, we hold this area and we're just going to hold it for the whole game. It's like we're holding this flank and then we're moving away from it and then we retake it back and forth. And that's why I actually really like Live Oaks, because there's so much you can do on it in terms of, you know, you never really see the same game twice, 3, 4 times in a row like you might see on more campy or more passive maps, or less well suited for tournament maps. But in this situation, you actually see a lot of rotations back and forth, and that's why I really like Live Oaks being added in here. And on a map like, for example, Siegfried Line, if we do get to it as the 4th map in this pool, that's a map I don't think has any of those qualities and features. So actually, kind of hopefully we don't get there. Siegfried Line just tends to be 10-minute camps, and in my experience,
I was just
anyway.
watching. I was interested to see the bans, and Corm actually banned Westfield and Murovanka. So they banned the 2 maps with the most bushes out of all these maps, I would say.
Yep.
And these kind of games. And on the other hand, Trust banned both city maps. They banned Himmelsdorf and Ensk.
And I think that's a really good. Like, last time I criticized their bans a lot because I don't think they banned Himmels against Fame or something
they played
stupid
Fame.
like that. But now they actually did ban Himmels against Corm, which is a really, really good ban. And as well, banning Ensk as well, I think is a good idea. Playing Cliff, obviously, I mean, you can't ban everything. Playing Cliff is maybe not the most ideal one, but it's not bad, that's fine. Playing Live Oaks is really good. Proc is just normal map as well. Siegfried Line, unfortunately, as well, have to play that one. That wouldn't be my first pick for sure as Trust, but they actually picked it, I think. Yeah, it's on their side. They actually picked Siegfried Line for some reason. I don't know why they did that. Like, it was a Russian map that was added to the pool.
It was the last map picked. So if they didn't pick it,
oh, I suppose, yeah.
there is nothing else anyways. You can call it a pick.
Yeah. But
It's a leftover.
Yeah, so the 2 maps added to the pool by the Russians were Mines and Siegfried Line. We haven't actually seen Mines yet. I don't think it was in the Tornado game. It was banned by Fame, so we might see it in the final. We have to wait for that one. And Live Oaks and Westfield being picked by the Europeans.
Well, Live Oaks we're awaiting now. This is the map we can call a chance for Trust, because it's not an often map, we said, on CS server.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm hoping they can actually do something to come back in a game now. Maybe not both games, but at least one, so you can know they're still there.
Yeah, if Trust is going to pick up 1 or 2 rounds, it's got to be on Live Oaks for sure. Like, Cliff is certainly in Corm's favour. Live Oaks is in their favour, however. The only difference is going to be, obviously, that the skill in the teams is maybe not so well balanced. Prokhorovka coming up as well. That's actually a decent as well map for Trust. They could actually take up a round or 2 there. So as long as they, kind of equalize themselves here on Live Oaks, they could actually be set up to take this one all the way.
Okay, double RT both sides, double GC on Trust 92 and GC on Corm side, so they have a full range with the T92. Double EBR as far as I see on Corm side, and they're not going for the center, which is not a bad idea because I don't think it's really viable one. They're going on the edges and they will get more info like this T100 coming in from Trust to the center side, and I believe they have an EBR on the side, same as Nidin. So Nidin and the light from the Trust actually exchange the shot each. That thing is actually insane how accurate is it in full speed.
I think from the Trust side, I think it was actually one of the chieftains in the back, but Needing actually we could see directly had a really, really nice shell. And Corm here on the north just going into the city and then sort of rotating back once they realised they're not being contested there, moving a couple of their chieftains back to hold the 0. You can see they actually left it totally open with just Needing taking the aggressive spot. It's a little bit risky, but he'll get away with the light, and they're quite aware of that. And in the meantime, Trust is just kind of going sort of passive on the south, but you can see they're moving forward now once they've realised that, okay, actually Corm has overtaken the city side, we need to overtake the south, and we need to do it fairly quickly, needing getting the information out here that they are actually pushing that, so he's probably going to run back, and Trust should be overtaking this south side of the map.
Well, with EBRs, it's enough info and fast enough info, I guess, so you can push the city full speed and still come back with a couple of tanks in the cooldown all the way back in the bushes in the base. But Trust is holding off this side of the map. They chose to play it really passive, I would say. I mean, after all, they are playing defense, so it's fine for them. They have STRV that in the middle that's covering left and right. I think that's the problematic spot, because if they get too pushed, like if that T95 Chieftain upper in the city, that's the weak spot of Trust defense. If he gets annihilated by Arty, I believe the STRV will be the next.
I'm not sure why the Corm Arty is shooting the south side here. He should be
I
focusing
would
on
be
E2.
focusing up.
Yeah, he's got to be focusing E2. That sole chieftain there, Benso in the chieftain, like he can go down so easily to artillery, and it's just basically a trade. But if they do actually manage to get that
He's
position
targeted
out,
now. We invoked it.
yeah. But if they do actually manage to break out that position, it gives Corm a lot of control, because as soon as they have someone on D2, if anyone gets spotted in the base area, they've got a full shot on them. They can spot all the different tanks there. They can use lights on the one line, stuff like that.
They can delete STRV, they can delete T100, EBR will have to run away. Trust will pretty much get locked in a corner, so that's the chance that Corm will have to break them. But that tank, where Benso has to die first.
Oh, that was an unlucky shell from both of the artilleries there. They could have actually done a lot of damage. But Corm is actually making a bit of a repush here. They're coming down with a lot of guys in the 0 line. But it's not really enough to do a full repush. I feel like it's just a trade. So I think we'll see a couple more minutes before these teams actually make any full commitments right now. You can see two of the Corm guys going straight down onto the 0, crossing over to the next side. If Trust plays this one actually quite nice, they have an advantage. And you can see they're actually going for it. They're pushing on these two guys that have gone forward. I think it's a bit of a mistake here coming from Corm, and Trust has realised it.
Corm is now committing there, but I think they will hold because they have two arties and they can play the cooldowns. They deleted the light in the middle, so that gives them a lot of options. They will now charge one EBR along the center to try to fan out the T100 light. On the other side, they will pretty much play as individuals on this side and just play cooldowns defending against Trust tanks.
Yeah, right now Trust here making the over push onto these two guys, actually finishing off one of them, but the other one got away on some low HP. But now they can't continue their push. Corm is dug in here on this ridge line, and they're actually going to hold on to this one right now. But at the same time, Corm is gone. They've overtaken the middle, they've overtaken the north, they've gotten rid of the STRV and gotten rid of the chieftain in the north. Shotnik goes down to the EBR, but it's not really a good trade right now for Trust. They need to overtake this position.
STRV actually ran away on time, so he's still alive. But
he is still alive, yeah, my bad.
They lost both lights and they lost chieftain on upper side of the map, but that STRV is not a salvation by itself. He's now in a back position. The entire map control is completely on Corm's side. That means that their arty can shell wherever they want, and Corm can just pull in tanks that have HP in front and play with them as they wish, because Trust is really in a hard problem to actually commit to a push now.
Yeah, Trust right now is trying to encircle one of the chieftains from Corm that is caught in. They've pushed into him and they're going to finish off Anatolic, but they still have to keep pushing on this position here from Corm that is very, very well defended. They've got the double RT raining down on them, and it is not an easy push right now. There's still a lot of HP on some of these chieftains holding this here, and they're really nice position, but they have equal chieftains of their own, and this is going to go down to just trades and plays by the players individually on how they're actually hitting cupolas and stuff like this. This is a really, really close fight, and at the same time, Trust is sort of losing their base. Corm is pushing on it. They've lost one of their artilleries. STRV is holding it with the 260, but I feel like they're not going to win that one in the long run. It's all going to center on this fight.
It's a super close game, and Trust actually has slight HP advantage, but they're losing the other side of the map also. If they get cut away from their own cap, that means that Corm can essentially cap with one or two guys and just finish off the game like that without any worry. Also, let's not forget, Corm still has double RT, while Trust has one RT alive at the moment.
Yeah, right now the HP still very even, very much centering here, but Trust seems to have actually won this brawl on the 0 line. That's going to give them a big advantage now because they still have a lot of guys left alive
but
after
still Series
this.
has a lot of HP in his FV there, and they are really pretty much, most of them are on one shot on that side, which with double RT plus that is a huge advantage for Korm.
Yeah, the base falling right now for Trust. It's only the STRV hanging on here. The RT's going to go down in just a second, and there's only one 260 back to support that STRV. They've got, 3k HP, but 2,000 of it sitting on one tank is not a great situation to be in right now.
Well, this is what we said in the start. The problem with this kind of a game is they actually held off the fighting part really well. Trust actually brawled on equal par with Korm, but the initial setup, how they opened the game was wrong, and that costed them the game. Because more or less they put that FV tank Benso in position that he has to be sacrificed for something to happen, and it's not really like they can make any big profit on it, because he can be farmed easily by RT and there can be huge gains done by Korm in that moment. HP again around 3000 compared to 2 from Trust, but the advantage in reality is much bigger.
Yeah, the HP, a bit of a lie at the moment, because those two RTs are going to be aiming at that 260. As soon as he peeks out here, he's going to get double hit and he's going to get stunned. The first one coming in for 294. The second one will be very close behind that, just maybe waiting for him to get respotted.
It looks like such a close game, but you are still playing against a light, no matter he has 100 HP, medium who can sit in the middle, and one heavy, plus double RT that can actually hold you. Nice connection here by Hate. Nice connection here. 907 is dead, but there is a big pay for it. 500 HP down to this T260.
Yeah, 900 left on Steel Series is too much to take off that Chieftain when you've only got a low HP STRV and on a one shot, in fact. And
they're going to wait for RT reloads all the time.
260. Yeah, they're just going to play for the RT. The Chieftain will just peek every now and again. All he has to do is spot one of these guys once. Oh, and RT actually missing.
It's a bad angle down there, so this is a smart position by
he hasn't
260.
got the gun depression with the 260 though, over the Chieftain, and he can't pen the Chieftain in the turret. That's a major problem. We can see the spot here will come out in just a second. Once
this is a good connection here coming in. Like Korm is actually making a big mistakes in these last moments. The brave play by 260 pays off because he puts him on lower HP, but there is a problem because there is no follow-up by STRV. STRV cannot be anywhere to help him out, and then again those double RTs that ran away from their own base are being a crucial element. How will you now win a game with one STRV on 400 HP against double RT and the light?
Yeah, it's theoretically winnable, but I think unlikely. Jokefa getting spotted out
he
here.
would have to kill a light.
By needing... Oh, he would have had to kill him right there. Like, that's the only opportunity. As soon as they know, right, okay, he's running away. RTs are coming in, leaving him on 55 HP, and the second one is going to follow up in 3 seconds when Levshot is reloaded.
Jokefa is even still spotted.
Levshot fired.
Let's see.
Oh, he actually completely missed that one. Yeah, he didn't account for the STRV moving. If he gets a nice bush here and Nidin is overconfident and gets spotted and killed, it's possible that he could win this one.
But breaking houses like this, plus Nidin is not really a forgiving person. Nidin was actually one of the youngest players ever playing at the Grand Finals. I remember that a long time ago. I think he was playing for Nashorn or something like that. But never mind that. Still, these guys are taking the round at the end. Even closer one than the previous one.
Yeah, that was much better from Trust.
Yeah, but again, as I said, initial flaw in a plan. That's such a shame to see. Like initial flaw that allowed Korm to take over the advantage over the map and then exploit it till the end.
They actually played quite well over the 0 line and the 9 line. They took that flank quite confident, or not confidently, but they took it fairly well. I feel like
they took it against double RT and trashed up enemy, so that was really good.
I feel like they could have won it a lot faster though. Like, I think there was inefficiency in the way they were using their HP. Like, they had two of these heavies that had a lot of hit points sitting at the top, not really making constant connections.
I was not sure can they make it, but they won it.
No, but I think they could have done it a little bit faster. And if they had done it faster, maybe they would have made it back in time that Korm wouldn't have been able to slow take their base. Because really, they could slow take their base. Like, they had heavies and stuff. They were going position to position,
it's double
up
RT.
to the house, slow peeking them, coming in from both sides. Like, that there's a lot of opportunities here given to Korm to allow them to take that round, where I feel like if they didn't give them those opportunities, they could have actually taken that one off them.
Yeah, I believe the main cause is like what happened actually on the field. Give me a sec. Whoa. We're not going to do that.
Resting on the keyboard. We're actually going to go over to the map tactics screen here in just a second, where we can show you maybe a little bit more accurately what's going on. So Mojo, what are you talking about?
So the crucial moment for me is how they lost the light. There was like EBR here from Trust, if you remember, and he was doing the spots on this part here. Like in that moment, he had only few people covering him. He had one heavy here, he had an STRV here, and another passive light here. That's all the cover plus RT he had. That's practically nothing. Like Korm realized it really fast, and they actually chose to engage this because they had a couple of guys shooting from here, from this part of the map. They were connecting whenever he would move badly, and they had a light provoking him entire time. And that light EBR, other EBR, could not be actually challenged except one-on-one, and he's a really good player, as we saw. So once he fell, he had to run away. He was chased down immediately. That means that entire part of the map like this was completely under Korm's side. The push that actually Trust did on side that we saw, which came here, was a good one. But what after that? They could not go to the base.
Yeah, but I feel like they left this guy here. Sorry, that's the wrong tool. They left this guy over here completely unsupported because they actually moved this STRV back over to this position, and their light got pushed out in the mid as well, not supported by this STRV properly.
The STRV would die also if he stayed there.
I know he would die, but I mean, like, if they just had one extra guy and they left, let's say, 2 chieftains here, where they could peek on this position, they could use their RT to actually peek over the chieftains that's left here. They actually allowed Korm to just leave 1 or 2 guys here. They can do slow peeks on this guy, leave a little bit of crossfire with some lights in the middle or whatever, doing some spots, and they actually allowed them to do a full rotate like this, get all their guys, and they were only spotted once they got to here, to do a full rotate with all those guys. And actually, there was a big mistake here made by Korm when they actually came forward with 2 of their guys and went over to this position, and Trust realized that. They did instantly push it, but again, I feel like they were inefficient when they actually pushed that. There was some guys sort of doing one shot and then going back and like doing slow peeks and stuff. You need to just go in. They had like 8 or 9 907s that can just completely encircle those guys and kill them instantly, because one of them actually managed to go like this and get away on like 500 HP. That should never happen. That should have been 2 full kills, because one less guy in this position makes it a hell of a lot easier to take that one on later. Because when they came forward, then they actually tried to push in. They spent like 2 minutes killing this guy. That was unacceptable. And then when they actually came to the ridge line here as well, they spent so long making peaks when they had a big advantage that they could actually just make an over peak. They have a better angle. Like it's better to peak on this side than it is to peak on this side, and you can actually, you know, take them down so much quicker and maybe give them an opportunity to head back and to support these guys who are stuck in here for like 2 minutes, getting slow peaked the whole time, losing all their HP. I feel like there was a big, like, just inefficiency in the whole game from Trust. Like they had all the opportunities.
The opening left couple of tanks alone, like a light and an FE heavy, and they gave a lot of room for Korm to move around, and everything else just stacked up after it. I would say, compared to how the end result was, it should have been much worse actually. Like it came to a close game at the end, but in my eyes, tactically, this should have been much worse, because when you give such an opening to lose this amount of spotting on live oaks by losing first one light, then another one, and all upper positions, I think Korm was actually surprised how fast they lost their tanks on that 0 line. So that was actually the good part of the play of the Trust, but just not good enough because you lost so much of the map already.
Yeah. So we'll have the second round for Live Oaks coming up in just a moment. The teams are obviously going to swap sides. The first 2 rounds, they're on Cliff going to Korm, but not, well, I mean, the first one was very confident. The second one, not so confident.
The second one was like 3000 HP, and this one was even closer.
This one was even closer again. So, I mean, Trust, you're almost there. You just got to keep going, and you just got to keep pushing through, because, you know, there's only so many opportunities you're going to get to play against Russians. It doesn't come up very often. So being able to prove yourself and take a couple of rounds here and maybe even win the match would actually be really, really nice for them. And they get to play Tornado after this, if they would.
We saw Fame was like giving a chance to Russians and losing 4-0. They won 3 in a row. Let's see, maybe Trust is a part of the same tree. Maybe they will kind of do similar and start winning now. This is getting tighter and tighter. 3-0 at the moment for Korm, but there is still a chance if Trust takes actually this game, they might do something on the next map then.
Yeah, so we're seeing a lot more of a northern gameplay from Korm as compared to Trust on the previous round. They're going to the city with an awful lot of their tanks, just leaving the EBR to spot the south, supported by a single chieftain, making a few blind shots there to try and connect on something, or maybe hit the EBRs. The EBRs trade on each other.
Needing is losing a lot.
Needing goes down to 300 HP. This could actually be a nice pickup for Trust if they can make that finish. It's really important to kill EBRs at the start of the game. It gives you a huge advantage on a map like this. RT coming in, just knocking out a few wheels on the EBRs. Hammers goes down to just 100 HP.
That was really actually close there, but he is deleted
and he's
by
finished.
The other RT. Was he still spotted? I think he
drove
actually was.
He drove into the poster and couldn't get through it. Oh my god, that was such a bad death. He shouldn't have died there. He really shouldn't have. So Trust now is in a little bit of a bad position because Corm is just overtaking the city. They have to move on to the lower side, and they need to support that lower side properly because there's a 907 from Corm at the building who's going to be sniping those guys on the side. They need to overtake the south as quickly as they can. Corm is sensing blood though. They're continuing their push. They feel that there's a lot of guys on the south. RTs are coming in, hitting on the 260s, and these guys are in a bit of a crossfire right now. Corm is sensing blood.
Corm is actually sensing correctly. They need to delete these guys who are proxying them, so they're focusing all the crossfire they have and Art is there. Once that happens, they can actually collide on Trust on either side. They can just choose, shall they push the cap or will they just defend against the lower side. But they chose because they don't have to cover their RT. Their RT is in a hole. They're committing toward the cap of Trust. This game actually can end even by capping because once they delete these couple of tanks, there will be nowhere to decap.
Yeah, I think it's not really possible for Trust to do anything on the base, so they've got to push immediately with everything on south, and I don't see this one going very well for them right now. They're 4 tanks down, and they're down on the HP. Like, there's only 2,000 or 3,000 difference on the HP, but in reality, it's a lot more than that if you take into account the positions. The 2 RTs from Corm are safe in the dip, and they're supported by a bit of a crossfire here. Trust is using a lot of HP to knock out Beowulf and the Chieftain, but they're spending so much HP as they try to push over this massive open field, and at the same time, Corm is overtaking the 9-0. They're finishing off the RT, they're finishing off the STRV, and these guys are going to die very, very soon.
Yeah, Trust is completely losing their base here. This is really sad moment because will be 4-0 for sure. And on other side, we can just admire how Corm is fast reacting because while they're losing one tank, they're already replacing it with another on a different spot to spot the same thing. There is another crossfire already prepared. Artis will die, but who cares? As I said, there is no one left to decap the own cap of Trust. There is no one left to spot it. There is no one left to shoot it.
Yeah, down to just 6,000 HP now, but Corm's still sitting very pretty on 16k. They've only lost 2 of their tanks. This is a very, very convincing win for them here on Live Oak. So really nice reaction at the start, being able to pick off that EBR. Even though Needing went down to just 300 at the beginning, that was actually a situation. He's still live now. That was a situation where Trust actually really needed to make that finish, but they didn't. And then a big mistake from their EBR, driving into the big poster and not being able to break through it and getting stopped, and then RT finishing him off.
I think it's really hard to drive it, actually, once you get half of your wheels broken. Like, he can barely turn then.
Yeah, that is true. But he could have stopped and, I don't know, gone backwards or something. Whatever. He went down is the only thing that matters. And actually getting capped out there, I think, at the end.
Well, there was no reason to prolong the game, and they won the upper side of the battlefield, as we said. So that was a logical consequence. Well, this was the Live Oaks, which we consider the high hope for Trust here, but it's lost again 2-0. Couple of games really close here, but this one not so much because, again, tactically Corm was on upper level here as long as they deleted
the reaction.
And I believe they played it smarter. This is what I wanted to say on a previous game. It's much smarter when you want to dominate the middle and such things to play the upper side of the map than the lower, like Trust did on the last game. Because if you just leave a couple of tanks like Trust did on the first game, they will get shot off, and it's just a matter of time how you die. Corm refused to play like a game like that. They knew their RTs are safe. They didn't have practically anyone on lower side of the map. They didn't care about it, and they just shot off the light, and after that pincered everywhere where they wanted Trust. Trust was simply not strong enough on any part of the map that they can make a difference.
So when Corm was actually pushing over to pincer these heavies that had correctly moved down to that position, what should have happened from the Trust guys is they were too slow on the south. They should have been up on the ridgeline sniping, because they can actually make full connections on everyone that peeks onto those heavies. So for when they traded those heavies, and it may not have actually changed the result of the game, but it would have brought it a lot closer, is when Corm is committing, they should be losing HP, a lot of HP. And in reality, they lost almost nothing. They just made free peaks.
When those 2 chieftains dies, they were like, we can call them an anchor for Trust. There was nothing to bind the forces of Trust together. They were split basically in half. Upper part with few, like a light double RT and 1 or 2 tanks surviving, STRV, and the rest of the forces pushing toward the Corm base. The push force toward the Corm base, they were not fast enough to either finish the push or to come back to defend, and the upper part cannot defend themselves at all. So when you face it like that, you're just pretty much cracked, and it's over, no matter what you do.
Yeah, so 4-0, I mean, we saw this score a little bit earlier, and we actually saw a bit of a comeback from FaZe as they took 3 rounds after going down 4-0 against Tornado, but then Tornado knocking in the last round there before the tiebreaker. Are we going to see something from Trust? We'll be on Prokhorovka next. What do you think?
Let me see. Trust actually here managed to...
Well, I think out of the maps there, I think Prokhorovka is probably their best bet.
I need to see actually one thing, like what side are they playing? They're actually attacking. I think attack side actually gives them better option than defense on Prokhorovka. So if
I think Corm would pick apart their defense, to be honest.
So if they are going to do something well, and they actually managed to surprise GX, I remember when they were attacking here. So if they manage to do something well, it's gonna be here on attack. But I've watched Corm. They actually have really sturdy play here. They were surprised last time by a Tornado, because Tornado just pushed Forest with EBR almost blindly and deleted half of their tanks, which was a big misplay by Corm. But usually they don't do such mistakes, and I don't think it's gonna happen twice.
Yeah, I think if Trust is going to do anything, I think attack on Prokhorovka is probably their best bet out of all the maps here. So it'd be very nice to not go home with the 0 on the scoreboard. That's always pretty tough for a team. And as well, obviously, we're supporting the European teams over the Russian ones, the EU versus RU show match. We really want Trust to take at least a couple of rounds here just to show a bit of face, because they did play very well compared to what people would have expected in the EU final. So hats off to them for that result. Coming second there was no small feat. But going away with the 0, that's tough. That's always tough. So hopefully they can take away Prokhorovka, because if they do manage to pick up a round or two on Proc, 2 specifically, then we go into Siegfried Line. Siegfried Line is a bit more of an unknown territory. I don't really see Trust having much experience on that map, where Corm is going to be a hell of a lot more familiar on it. So opportunities there are going to be a lot slimmer than Prokhorovka.
Well, there is no many ways to play Siegfried Line, to be honest, and then it really depends who is attacking first and who is defending. By far it's better to defend, of course, on Siegfried. But as I said, like EBR and Chieftains can bring some change there. They can really bring a change, how you rotate your tanks and how you open your game. So if we survive these 2 games on Prokhorovka, and if Trust actually manages to take them to their belt, then we will see something about it, which I'm hoping. Proko, on the other hand, since they're attacking first, we said they have the better chance, but we need to see how will the spotting be. At the moment, I would say the lights from Corm are doing a better job. They're surviving, they're supported by their team better, which is even more crucial. The arties are more on point, and the rest of the tanks that are shooting toward the enemy lights are usually more on point than the Trust tanks are with their positioning.
Yeah, when you've got guys like Nidin and Shotnik on your lights, that's almost like having, Camille and Papa for a Fame equivalent or something like that. Really, really experienced players who've spent so much time playing on the lights. So it's going to be absolutely crucial for Corm to make use of those on Prokhorovka of all maps, especially as we saw earlier on, lights being crucial in the Fame versus Tornado map match on this map in particular. So we'll have to see how that one is going. Trust here looking for a round. They're 4 down at the moment. They really need to bring it back. It's first to 5, remember, so this is their last chance, last opportunity to actually make something happen here. So 2 lights immediately going straight to the mid from Corm. They are taking no prisoners right now. They are going full aggressive. These 2 lights, are they going to go fully over the ridgeline? They're going to do just a spot. It seems like just a regular spot here, just to get all the information. They're going to know that there's not too much in the middle from Trust's side. They're taking a bit more of a conservative route on the 1-2.
This is a big tell here, because Trust is trying to hide those couple of mediums, like last time they played on Prokhorovka, as you can see, maybe shoot off something, but I believe there is a completely different approach. This is not a GX light going to do a 1-2 line push. He actually might catch this 260 and a couple of the guys, and the shells are starting to coming in. The STRV is connected by a couple of guys, and this light is not even challenged yet.
Yeah, the STRV taking a lot of damage as he gets spotted out there. Shotnik actually still not going down. He's down to a 1-shot. He needs to be finished immediately, because he's providing all of the information that Corm needs to make snipes right now, and they are doing just that. They knock out the STRV on the 1 line. That is huge. That tank is absolutely crucial to holding it. Not looking very good for Trust. They're 5k HP down. They've traded 2 tanks, and they've traded half their HP, almost all of their HP on Old Kings as well. This is not looking great for Trust.
This is already 3 guys down, and Trust is also playing with double RT. As we said, the danger of playing with double RT is when other team just commits is exactly what Corm did. They didn't blind push, they sent their lights forward. Everyone went to the middle for the sniping fest, and now they're in a closing part of the game, because let's face it, Trust actually has nothing to do against this.
I guess Nidin hit a rock or something. He just exploded.
Seriously?
But we can see Corm going for exactly the push they should be doing right now, and that's the 1-2 line with all of their 907s. They're just going to go straight down. There's only 1 or 2 guys there that could even potentially contest them from Trust, and obviously they're going to go down as quickly as they got there. So Corm taking over that 1-2 line control. They're still holding their mid fairly decently. We can see a bit of a push here from Trust, and they're actually bringing the HP back into it, which is really nice to see. But obviously, as Corm is pushing, they will be losing a lot more hit points. So So we should see that equalize in a little bit. Trust attempting a repush on the middle, but they don't seem to have enough guys grouped up to be able to do it successfully.
They can't do anything here because, let's face it, they have double RT and double lights alive, plus some tanks, while Korm, on the other hand, lost maybe one light and one tank, and everything else is a fighting force. Also, they're dominating the most important parts of the map, so Trust is slowly getting pushed behind the rail. Once that happens, actually, that's it. That's the end of the game. There is nowhere back anymore.
Yeah, this was a pretty brutal round coming out here from Korm, full aggressive the whole time, and you can see they're continuing that trend as they've finished their 1-2 line push. They're now pushing over the center, no holds barred, coming over, finishing Koma and the Chieftain. They're going to finish the light on the north, and then it's just up to a couple of guys with a lot of HP on Trust, but not a lot of tanks.
Oh boy, this is not the ending that Trust or us were looking for. At the start of the game, I kind of sensed there was a copy-paste tactics by Trust that was used on European part of the game. This is something very similar to what they played there, and it really didn't pay off because Korm did a completely different spot. They saw there is no one challenging the EBR, and that EBR spotted during the 3 and 2 line, not through the forest as Trust maybe expected. What is this going on? Are they gonna shoot each other?
It's a kiss
3
of
to
death,
1.
but they won't
No,
reload in time.
not happening.
Korm is
Sorry,
too
bro.
hungry for the damage. You never let RT damage go to waste. And
Not
that's
happening.
it. That is it for Trust here on their little Russian adventure as they tried to take a few rounds off Korm, but they're not successful. Most of the rounds going very heavily towards Korm. I mean, they had 1 or 2 opportunities on the Live Oaks maybe, and I think one of the rounds on, one round on Live Oaks, one round on Cliff were kind of close, but everything else basically a whitewash.
Well, unfortunately, that is it for Europe on this part of the show match.
The first 2 games, that's pretty rough. It's pretty rough.
The finalists will be from Korm and Tornado, something that we could watch like a weekend ago, which was won by Korm by really slower playing tactics and letting Tornado suicide. So as I said, I don't think it's going to work twice like that. It might be different this time, so we're going to see. But unfortunately, it leaves a lot to be desired here. Fame woke up too late, in my eyes. They lost 4 games like in ridiculous fashion. They didn't even play recognizable, and it was just too late after that. Too many chances thrown away, and Trust simply has still a lot to learn. They just need to, if they're smart enough, keep the team and keep going, and in a couple of months try again, because this is how you form teams.
Yeah, I mean, if they improved that much from the previous EU tournaments to the current one that we just played, and they didn't show the worst game here. Obviously, they're playing.
They didn't even pass the group stage then.
Yeah, they're obviously playing out of their league when they're playing against a team like Korm. But if they were to play a weaker team, I think they'd look a lot more promising. So if they keep that trend upwards, we can certainly see a competitive team coming out from them in a very short period of time, which is nice to see. Fame obviously not preparing at all for playing against Tornado.
It was less than a half a year ago.
Yeah, you can tell by the way Fame were playing against Tornado. They were not prepared at all. Just suicide. Like literally the first 4 games, there was like 3 of them were just thrown to suicides. Like just driving into massive crossfires, bad peaks, people not playing together at all. Like it's just obvious to play, and Tornado is going to punish those mistakes every single day of the week and every tournament they go to. So we will have in the final in just a short moment Tornado versus Korm. A big bad matchup between 2 of the best teams.
It's still really good to watch because both
it is
are
going to be
excellent.
good to watch. Yeah, absolutely. Like the level of gameplay there is going to be very high. It's going to be maybe not quite as high as the Fame versus Tornado if Fame would try, but it's going to be higher than the Fame we saw today. So it'll actually probably be the best match of the 3.
Well, the only problem is maybe it's not going to be as pretty because of different mentalities. Korm tends to play a bit slower and Tornado faster, while both Fame and Tornado play fast. So it's better to watch. But this will be more tactical, that's for sure.
Yeah, so we'll have to see that result coming up just after the break, guys. We will see you in just a bit.
To progress faster, just fight in random battles in vehicles of Tier 5 or higher. The more you play, the higher your chance to get a reward for merit. It's a random reward, so it's unpredictable. However, Lady Luck favors persistent tankers. If you don't get a reward in a battle, the drop chance increases for the next battle. A special indicator shows how close you are. A reward for merit contains equipment, personal reserves, credits, and other items. In every 5th reward for merit, you'll find even more inside. And, more importantly, each reward for merit contains blueprint fragments that will help you research vehicles, as well as save you time and experience. Each blueprint fragment corresponds to a researchable vehicle. The higher the tier of a researchable vehicle, the more blueprint fragments the vehicle is made up of. Blueprint fragments decrease the amount of experience required to research a vehicle. For example, each blueprint fragment for the mouse decreases its research cost by 7%, which is more than 15,000 XP per fragment. Once all blueprint fragments for a vehicle are gathered, you won't need to spend any free or base XP to research it. Instead, you'll be gifted a 100% discount on the vehicle. If the previous vehicle in the branch is already researched together with all the required modules, you can research the required vehicle right away. Blueprint fragments do not change the vehicle purchase cost though. A blueprint fragment of a particular vehicle is applied automatically. Once applied, it decreases the amount of experience required to research the vehicle. If you get a blueprint fragment of a vehicle you've researched already, it doesn't just disappear. Instead, it's automatically converted into a national or universal blueprint fragment. National and universal blueprint fragments provide no discounts on their own. However, they can be converted into blueprint fragments for your choice of vehicle. To do this, you'll need a particular number of both national and universal blueprint fragments. The number and proportion of required national to universal blueprint fragments depend on vehicle tiers. For example, to create a blueprint fragment for a Tier 4 vehicle, you'll need 4 universal fragments and 1 national fragment. To create a Tier 10 blueprint fragment, you'll need 12 universal and 4 national. Use the special tab in the tech tree to track the progress of researching vehicles with blueprints. Also, we've introduced a corresponding section in the depot. Blueprints and rewards for merit. These new elements will make the game more interesting and diverse. We'll continue to improve both features over time. Play, collect blueprint fragments, research vehicles, and progress even faster. Several new features await you in Update 1.4.1. Rewards for merit, vehicle blueprints, and rare crew skins. Let's get into the details. The main changes are aimed at accelerating vehicle research. After every battle, there's a chance you'll get a reward for merit. It contains several rewards, consumables, credits, personal reserves, and other in-game goodies. To receive a reward for merit, you need to play random battles in a vehicle of Tier 5 and higher and don't violate the game rules. The chance of getting a reward for merit is displayed by a special indicator. Before battle, the indicator is displayed in the player's notification center. After battle, you can find it in the Personal Score tab. There are 2 types of reward for merit, standard and large. After collecting 4 standard ones, you'll get a large reward. Then the counter is reset, and the cycle restarts. Each received reward for merit contains a blueprint fragment, a new game feature that grants discounts on vehicle research. The more vehicle blueprint fragments collected, the higher the vehicle research discount will be. You can find out more about the feature in a dedicated video on our channel. Update 1.4.1 will also affect crew members. Previously, crew personal data changes cost gold. Now it can be done for free. Also, rare crew skins are coming. Standard crew members can be replaced with popular heroes, historical figures, and even fantastical creatures for free. All unused skins will be stored in your personal file. The first 3 skins will be credited with the update release. Other skins will drop in rewards for merits. Update 1.4.1 will make the game even more interesting. Share your opinion in the comments to this video. Good luck on the battlefield.
welcome back, guys, to the final of the EU versus RU show match. It's looking a little bit more Russian than EU versus RU at the moment, though. We have in the final Tornado versus Corm. Fame losing out to Tornado and Trust losing out to Corm. So these are the two teams left fighting for first place.
Yeah, unfortunately, Europe is completely deleted and discarded at the moment. It even looked quite bad at the start. It looked like maybe both matches will end up in 0, like Fame losing 4-0, but coming back 3-5. But unfortunately, Trust had no experience enough or strength to take those runs that were close between themselves and Corm, so it ended up 5-0. Finally, we have the two best teams, like the two biggest arch nemesis in a Russian server, Tornado and Corm, facing each other on I don't know which time again in a row, because I even can't remember was there anyone else facing each other in a final beside these two on a CS server.
Especially with so many former WGL players in both of these teams that are obviously very, very familiar with each other. It's just the factor of the Russian servers just got so many more players. You've actually got more competitive teams at the top as comparison to EU, where you've basically only really got one competitive team. Everyone else is sort of struggling for second place. But yeah, on Russian server you actually have a lot of competition. So in the finals just a week ago, Corm actually beat out Tornado 4-2. Which was, I mean, typically you'd probably say Tornado's a little bit of a better team, but they have gone back and forth over the last couple of years whenever they've met in 15v15 formats. So certainly a match that can go either way so far. I mean, there's no way to say that this team will win very confidently over one another that we may have been able to say, for example, for the Corm and Trust match. Obviously, Corm is going to be far superior to Trust in that regard. And the Fame versus Tornado was a little bit more of a sort of a weird result, where we had the first 4 rounds going completely to Tornado and then 3 rounds going back to Fame and then 1 more for Tornado. So that was a little bit of back and forth. But again, Tornado just coming out victorious with the 5-3 on that one. Trust not doing anything against Corm, unfortunately, 0-5. And for this one, I feel like, to me, this feels like a tiebreaker, or it feels like a 5-3.
I believe like maybe a 5-3, but I would go for Tornado this time. They played best of 7 against Corm a week ago. And I kind of have a feeling they played a couple of games too rush, if you understand me. Like, it was like without thinking, some kind of pushes in a couple of moments, maybe trying to exploit the speed they usually have and knowledge that Corm usually plays slower. But most of the cases, those kind of games just bounced badly on them. But Tornado is not the kind of team that will make those mistakes time and time over. They're going to improve, they're going to think what to do, and next time the same trap will not work out. They're going to actually expect it. There will of course be a chance for Corm to use it maybe as a special kind of mind game, because they know each other really well, but that remains to be seen. On the other hand, as we said, like Fame is at the moment the most dominant team in Europe, but it was not enough here. Trust, same as Nomi last time, didn't do that well. Which leaves us with a big gap. Like I had a really big hope and expectation before that maybe CSA will be a team who will be a next giant next to the Fame, because they were the most constant one. They have a good, I would say, mechanics of the team. They have a good vibes when they play and everything, but somehow they're not constant always when it's needed. So it left us like with them playing couple of finals with Fame, but on the events that would end up to these show matches with Russia, somehow they would always lose on the way, like because there was a qualifier pretty much the tournament before. They even didn't pass the group stage, and before they lost earlier to Fame itself. So I don't know. It really remains to be seen what will European server do to respond to this, because this is now again kind of domination from CIS side. And I don't think it should be like that, because we were both in Moscow when Fame won, and it was a magnificent feeling to see a team from Europe finally triumphant, and in Moscow no less. But we are back to square one now at the moment, so it's gonna have to be some thinking done about that.
We're getting a message right now. Apparently there's going to be a small little bit of a delay on this first one. So just to mention very quickly as well, because a lot of people are obviously going to be a little bit surprised that, you know, Fame is only coming out with 3 rounds against Tornado, especially with the first 4 going down. Just to explain that as well briefly, because a lot of guys were talking about it, let's say, in the chat and stuff. for an important match, like for example at Wargaming Fest, where we were in December, and I imagine a lot of people saw, where we saw actually a tiebreaker all the way going eventually in Fame's favor, 5-4, like neck and neck the whole time. That was a major match. It was a LAN. It was the first 15v15 LAN. Absolutely huge event. Big stage, big stadium, big crowd, all that kind of stuff. And a lot was on stake as well, because that was the first major win that Europe had over Russia. They'd beaten them online before. I think we were positive on the online score before that, like 3-2 or something. 3 wins to 2 wins, or 3, maybe it was 3-3. I'm not exactly sure. There's been a couple of matches over the years.
This was a stage fight.
But this was the first LAN, and the importance on that was huge, and Fame showed that they're better on that event. But then when it comes to something like this, where there's not nearly as much pressure or as much at stake, they didn't really put the effort in that Tornado put in, and that very was quite apparent.
It's not excuse. It cannot be such excuse.
No, but my point is that it's quite clear that the same level of preparation was not done by each of these teams, and that is the reason for why Tornado walked over them so clearly on the first couple of rounds. And that Fame was literally...
That was really ugly to even watch.
Yeah, Tornado was playing well, there's no doubt about it, but Fame was literally suiciding multiple rounds in a row.
Yeah,
and
that was really ugly to watch.
You're not going to win a match doing that. But the funny thing was, they even came back and almost did win the match, because the last round that they lost, I think, was fairly close, and that would have put it on a tiebreaker.
Yes.
And going all the way to tiebreaker, we're going down on 4-0, complete wipeout for the first 4 rounds. That was an incredible comeback.
Yeah, that would be from 0 to hero, kind of a comeback that we like to see in the games the most. But unfortunately, alas, it didn't happen. It was too late. Too late, Niall. On other hand, we had really a couple of close games that were played by Trust, but
it's not on the scoreboard though.
It's not on a scoreboard. As I said before, it doesn't matter how well you play in some moments. When people look from distance, they will say, "Oh, it's a 5-0, man. It's a clear win." It was not a clear win, but at the end of the day, it's over. It's 5-0, and they will have to think about their tactics and approach to the game, because in every of those games that came close, they gave some kind of openings that were not needed.
Yeah,
there were some gaps in tactics, initial tactics, like not the plays later. Actually, their plays later were well done, but the initial openings were problematic.
Yes and no. Like their initial tactics on some of the rounds were okay. Some of them they were a little bit sketchy, but their mid-game plays I think were actually better overall than their tactics. I thought their mid-game plays were decent on most. They were. It was their brawls. I feel like what really let them down is their individual brawls and in small situations, not the bigger picture, the small stuff of just a bunch of guys sitting on a corner holding a position, trading or whatever, doing something like that. I feel like they were so inefficient on that. They actually lost. I feel like one of those live oaks just on trades. They lost one of the cliffs just on trades, and like that would have been 2 rounds for them on the board if they'd maybe improved their tactics or something. That would have been 1 or 2 more rounds, and then you actually get something that's quite competitive, which is a 5-3 loss or whatever against Corm, which is obviously a much superior team. That would be absolutely fine. I feel like Trust was just a few instances short on each of those things, and if they can improve those for the next time, be that in some months or in whenever it happens to be, I think they can actually be a much bigger competitor for Europe. Because from what we saw from some of the other European teams was very lackluster on the previous tournament. Like we saw teams like CSA not make it out of the group stage.
Yeah, that was a shocker.
Throw played terribly in the quarterfinals. GX played not great at all in the semifinals, and then Trust, once obviously they met their match with Fame, they played terribly against Fame. So like really there was a lot to be improved on the European server.
A lot to be desired for.
Certainly a lot to be desired in the way that they're playing, but just the overall level of gameplay on all the teams except Fame from Europe was pretty bad when you compare it to the top 2 from Russia. There's no second place to back up Fame, so if Fame loses, for example, there's no real hope for Trust to actually bring anything back for Europe. So that's why we have this RU versus RU final at the moment. And just to mention as well for you guys in chat, there's a giveaway as well. If you keep an eye out, there'll be links thrown in there where you can win some hoodies and jackets and stuff like that. So yeah, keep an eye out for that one. Any thoughts, Mojo, about what's going to come on score-wise? I mean, we both kind of said like 5-3, 5-4, but like, why is that? Why is that going to be so close?
The close game will be because, as we said multiple times, like Tornado is based mainly on a former VGL team called Tornado, while Corm is mainly formed after the former VGL team called Navi. Those guys were pretty much the rulers of the CIS and global scene for many, many years, like the 2 best teams for so many tournaments in a row, and they know each other for so well. Even transfer to 15 versus 15 tournament where they added up a couple of more guys from VGL and couple of guys each from, I don't know, like just a normal server. Good players that usually play 15 on 15 didn't change that much. The understanding of the game is still there, the knowledge of each other and their habits, how you play a game, is still there. So there can never be a stomp. I can't imagine a stomp in this kind of a game. But the result, I kind of feel inclined and I'm wishing for Tornado to win. Not only because they beat Fame, so I would like them to take a tournament when they already did it, but because I like their playstyle better. Like it's more fluent and aggressive, and Corm is more calculative, and I think they fear engagement more than Tornado. They just do it when they feel absolutely secure it's gonna line up like that. So when you have that kind of perspective in the game, I prefer a team like Tornado because they seem kind of braver to me, you know. But that's just my personal perspective. Maybe there is completely some other philosophy behind both of those, which I cannot know.
Yeah, I really enjoy the way Tornado plays the game, and it's very much the same as how they played WGL, and they were always a team to be feared, even when there was so many different teams to compete with them, and they did compete with them in a lot of cases. Tornado would always still kind of one-up everyone on the player skill, the fast coordinations, the really great pushes, and that's what you see in their
some
15.
Silly things you think they're not humanly possible, but they would just
like,
pull it off.
They'd just pull it out of the hat on the most crazy situations. They'd always be full control of the situation, you know, and always coming out with the wins. And as well, like, you know, a lot of people said, you know, a year and a half ago or whenever, when VGL ended, that, oh, these 7v7 teams, once they go to 15v15 or whatever, you know, they've no knowledge about this game mode. It's going to be a completely new
that's
arena.
not actually true, because a lot of guys from VGL played Clan Wars Parallel, like Insane, who is leading here. He was also leading Clan Wars for years in different clans. Yes, he was.
Well, he was, you know, likely. It's not the same. It's really not the same as sort of just kind of casually leading some Clan Wars compared to what leading WGL is like.
You cannot compare it like that, but preparing tactics, and it's not like you don't know anything about the game.
No,
like,
but that's the point I was leading on to, is that, like, people said that, oh, once you add these guys into the teams, oh, they're not going to be great, whatever. But then what we see is on these top three teams, which would be Corm, Tornado, and Fame is full. It's literally full of WGL players. Tornado is literally full of WGL players. All of the same guys, even though they mightn't be the most active.
Well, even
anymore.
in Corm, out of 15, I think 10 of them.
Yeah, huge amount of VGL guys in there as well. But like, even when they're not the most active, like the Fame guys haven't played. They're not even in the leaderboard for advances.
Yeah, I said
anymore.
it on the start
and they haven't been for about 2 months. Like I think they've played, I don't know, 6-7 advances in the last 6 or 7 weeks.
That's what for you to know.
Yeah, well, I think it's like 20 advances or something in the last 28 days is what it says on the stat thing in Fame. Like,
you need 50 guys to be able to be on a scoreboard.
Yeah.
You need to have 50 games in a month, and I think
they're not even halfway there.
Yeah.
Barely. But my point is, like, even when they're not active or whatever, they show up and they just have that inbuilt skill into you from all of the years in many cases spent doing WGL training, spent in, you know, training rooms, testing all the positions, working together, that sort of team environment. And there's nothing really available like that at the moment to create new players that can contest the old ones. And the old ones just have this ability. They keep reusing it. It doesn't go away, really. It might get a little bit soft, as we saw. It might get a little bit soft over time.
You need some time with age, you know, to crank the gears up and start playing.
And to go hard again. And these guys are just reusing these skills, and they're basically unbeatable in terms of what Fame is to EU, because there's no other team that has that many VGL players. I don't think there's any other team that has like more than 2, maybe.
Yeah, but
they would have been
honestly,
from the lower teams.
If it keeps up like this, it's gonna be quite beatable, because by not playing the game, you will lower your skill eventually.
But they haven't played the game for months and months and months.
And
it hasn't gone anywhere. They literally won the entire previous EU tournament, and they lost.
I know,
2
but
rounds.
other people will progress. It's eventually, it goes like that. Evolution works like that.
Well, they'd want to speed it up then, because they've had plenty of time, and the scores haven't gone anywhere near what you would expect them to. Then they're still pretty much 5-0s all the time. Like the tournament before that, I think they won the final and the semi-final 5-0.
Well, unfortunately, the Russian server CS server is really similar, because most of the games on the tournament are won 5-0, 4-0, 4-1.
Yeah, they
because
did
they played best of sevens. They were winning those games like this also. And then there will be another final between 2 of them, because you come from the campaign, like first 2 teams, and they are not even prone. They can't meet each other until the finals. So it's again the same finals over and over again in CIS. That's what I'm saying. Like, I really hope some teams will kind of step up from that and start learning. Unfortunately,
What platform is there for them to actually start that learning? Like in WGL, you had Silver Series, you had Bronze Series beneath that, you had Go for Watts, you had trainings that you'd be conducting all the time with other teams. What support is there then for a 15v15 team? So like there is 15v15 teams that are on the lower levels of EU from places 2 down as far as 16, 32 that want to get better. How do they do it?
yeah, that's the problem, because the only way you can do it is either Clan War or Advance. Advance is completely random in my eyes, because you actually don't know which maps are you playing, so you can't really plan them. That results in many teams just playing standards, some kind of standards that they make, or something they think they will be a counter against another clan. So it's not like a planned tactics you want to test out, because you can't. You have like 2-3 minutes between the game, right? And Clan War is a different story, but again, in most of the cases in Clan War, you don't fight your worst enemy on the global map anymore.
War.
And you fight with Fog of War, which is completely different thing, which gives you much more options, but you also have to be so much more cautious. You cannot make assumptions like you do in the 30 seconds of the loadout now. So yeah, in that regard, you're completely right. There is nothing to progress from there.
So then that would lead on to my point is you were saying that eventually teams will come up and, you know, beat a team like Fame. But if there's no platform for them to actually progress and to actually do that, I think we're going to be a long time waiting before we'll see anyone actually compete.
Well, my point was actually that if Fame keeps not playing, they're going to lower their skill, man. It's going to happen.
I think they've got a pretty big window that they can lower it through.
Yeah, there is.
Before they actually hit any areas where
and
they
it's
might
really
actually
easy
get
to
contested.
recover from it, but not playing is not good. That's about it. I'm just hoping, like, I like the times when teams play to their fullest and play the tournaments, but I hope all the circumstances will improve and we will see those times again.
Yeah, so I think we have the maps as well. We'll just talk about them quickly between Corm and Tornado. Ensk, Cliff, Westfield and Siegfried Line. We haven't seen two of those so far. We've seen obviously Ensk and Cliff in the Corm Trust and the Fame versus Tornado match. We saw the Ensk in there one at least. But Westfield and Siegfried Line, we haven't seen these two so far.
Yeah, just try to play like Westfield, I remember, on last tournament. It didn't go that well. But Corm and Tornado, they definitely had no chance to play it because it was added by European team. It was not a part of their normal pool. Siegfried was also not played before. It's a new addition. So this is actually quite interesting. You have two maps you can call standard, Cliff and Ensk, and then you have two maps that these teams actually barely ever played against each other.
Yeah.
So considering Cliff and Ensk are gonna be really hard to make like a decisive winner here, this can actually be a really prolonged game.
I know, like Cliff could go 2-0 for Tornado kind of easily. But by the way they played very, very well against Fame on Cliff.
It could go 2-0 for them, but I don't see them winning Ensk 2-0.
Yeah,
and,
they were a bit shakier on Ensk for sure.
So I don't see them winning Ensk 2-0. So that means that we will see minimum Westfield, and I think probably Siegfried also.
Yeah, I think it'll go there too. And of course the tiebreaker will be Himmelsdorf. It's the same in this tournament. It's the same tiebreaker all the time, Himmelsdorf, which is usually the tiebreaker anyway if you go through bans. So that's fine as well. And I think we might actually get there. I mean, the closest we got was 5-3. Obviously 5-0 is not even remotely close, but 5-3 we were kind of thinking we might actually get to Himmelsdorf and we would have the same situation with the Himmelsdorf tiebreaker between Fame and Tornado. It would have been a little bit poetic in a way, but we might actually see it this time between Corm and Tornado.
It's a possibility, but I kind of am inclined to think the Tornado will win. But seeing Siegfried as a last map, I'm not actually sure. It might be a tiebreaker.
Yeah,
I didn't know the map pool before I said like I'm expecting like a win for Tornado like 5-3 and hoping for it.
Yeah, I'd definitely say a 5-4.
But Siegfried being the last map and Corm likes to play slower, let's call it like that.
Yeah.
They might actually camp it out, and there is a possibility that Tornado will not even know how to dig it out.
Yeah, I can barely even remember how Siegfried Line is playing. I played it a few times. I think it was just removed from the map pool as the EBRs came in. We might have played it a little bit in the advances, and then it was removed. I can't even remember how it's
mainly
playing.
Control of the open side, and then rotations and pinning the enemy base.
I think it was only in for a few weeks or something before it was taken out with the EBR. So there wasn't a huge meta developed on it on EU that I was familiar with anyway. But we'll have to see how that one goes. I mean, with the chieftains as well, it's never seen chieftains.
No.
Well, unless obviously the Russians have a different idea than we do, but we've never seen chieftains on it at least. As well with 279s, I don't think they have them on the accounts.
Yeah, but 279s they don't have. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say in one moment. these are not their own accounts. These are the game accounts that we're giving to them with all player skills and all tanks, except 279s.
Yeah, and
That's
279s are
that's a
actually
part I
important.
don't actually understand here, because you have a 260 as example and every other possible price tank, but you don't have a 279.
Yeah.
It makes no sense, to be honest, but whatever. It's just like if one team doesn't have it, other can't have it, so it's pretty much the same anyways.
Well, as long as both teams have the same stuff, then it's fine. But like 279s were used quite a lot on Himmelsdorf. They're used on Ensk. I'm trying to think of where else you can use them. It's mostly the city maps, but I suppose you could use them on Siegfried Line as well. It's great for like holding positions. It's got a lot of DPM. It's got a lot of armor. It's actually really good for pushing as well.
But you said also, like in one moment we talked before the tournament even started, we actually do not know the full potential of 279s because scarcely anyone has them. Like
Yeah,
most of the
that's the
people,
main
when they have a
restriction.
team, they have 1, 2, maybe 3 players with them, so you can't actually imagine all the possible roles of the tank because you don't have enough of them.
Yeah, I think you might see maybe a 50 or 60% increase of the amount of 279s if everyone had them. But in the case that it is, usually you can max select 3. If you have 3, you're doing pretty well. Usually it's 1 or 2 guys that are going to have them in any top 15v15 team, because who has the time to grind out like a million missions all day in randoms? It's not
I can name a couple of guys.
There's a couple of guys, but it's not the most fun thing in the world for most people, so they don't bother. I mean, they have like 3 years to get the 260. I still don't have the 260 after all these years, out of my own laziness, I suppose.
Even I have it, man.
Well,
That's really bad, yeah.
it's not skill based, so that's why that is.
Oh my heart, I'm gonna die.
Okay, so we should be getting going here in just a couple of minutes, guys. We've talked a lot about like.
And we are talking about CIS time here, man. So you
Yeah.
know, 2 minutes can stretch.
Yeah, 2 minutes is what they said, but I mean, we'll see how that goes. Obviously, when it's a European organized tournament, it's very smooth, as you're all very familiar with. It's like 2 minutes between the rounds. We all get going here really quick, and then we get short break, and then we're back into it again. But obviously, the Russians like to take their time doing stuff, as we may see with Korm doing in their battles. They like to take their time as well. They don't like to do anything too crazy. But Tornado's the complete polar opposite to that. So it's going to be interesting to watch those two kind of different playstyles clash, because in the previous 2 matches with Fame and Tornado, that's very aggressive playstyles. We saw those clash at each other pretty hard, and then we saw the more passive ones, which would be Trust and Korm, where we saw a lot more like kind of 8, 7, 7, 8, 9 minute battles. But I can't even remember like a battle going longer than about 6 minutes in the Fame and Tornado.
No, I
Like,
think
all
even
of them were
even
like
the
3,
game where
4,
Tornado
5
was
minutes.
camping on Ensk was done
That was like 7 minutes.
like 6-7 minutes max.
Yeah. Yeah, so like it's just so funny watching how two teams can play the game so differently, but at such a high level at the same time. And
But at that game, I was actually surprised when I saw Tornado camp like that. I was like, what are they doing?
yeah, then they're sort of feeling something. They're feeling like they're under a little bit of pressure when they actually go from their crazy aggressive stuff that they were doing that was working for them. All of a sudden they lose a round and they're like, maybe we gotta play it safe one game, try and hold back a little bit, because Tornado is quite the force to be reckoned with when they play super aggressive. Just pushing all the time with really skilled players. Good communication. I mean, the communication is crazy, but it is good. At the end of the day, they win with it. So you got to say that to them. It does work. But if you do listen to their TS, it's pretty hectic. And I'm sure listening to the TS at the Wargaming Fest final, that was probably even more hectic. If you,
Korm TS is even worse.
yeah, even crazier. And like when you compare like a LAN TS, it's multiplied by like 50-60%. It's crazy. That must have been absolutely deafening. I mean, we could barely hear ourselves, so I can only imagine what they felt like.
They yell a lot. I can tell you that.
Yeah, I yelled a lot at the end of that at the end of that match. I can remember my voice was gone for about 2 days afterwards.
I'm just hoping, like, when the cliff comes and I see both Korm and Tornado, I'm not gonna see a double RT and I'm gonna see a brawl.
Yeah, well, the thing is, if Korm, I think, and Korm probably understands that, if they take a double RT and lights and stuff like this and tries to camp like they did against Trust, Tornado's going to break it. They're going to push straight on top of them, and they're not going to allow Korm to get into any positions that they actually need to make that camp work. And that's something that Trust really didn't do when we saw them on the first round. They just allowed Korm to take all these defensive positions. They waited around for a few minutes, and then once Korm was fully set up, they actually tried to push on them. It was really badly played on that first round. Luckily, Trust kind of brought it back a little bit, but we can now hop in game as we go on to our first map. This is Tornado versus Korm in the final of the EU RU show match. A bit more of an RU show match at this point. Cliff, Ensk, Siegfried Line, and Westfield will be our maps.
Yeah, this is definitely a CIS show match now. At the moment, we can see Korm on attacking northern side and Tornado on southern defense side. we will see the difference. So their approach now, EBR sent in a lower 1-2 line by Tornado, and everyone else is going for the middle. On other hand, Korm is actually playing a bit more passive, sending 2 907s the lower side of the map, and I don't see a single ultimate.
Yeah, the no RT is important. Korm is realizing that they can't exactly camp or do anything slow against Tornado. They need to take it for the fight. We see a massive spot there from Needy, and he takes a remote shell back, but he manages to spot out essentially all of the vehicles from Tornado apart from their RT. That's a really, really nice spot by him, and it gives Korm a lot of information.
He humped the truck, but he actually survived it. We have a huge commitment coming in. An RT shell from Tornado lands on a couple of tanks, slows them down a bit, so that is significant because Tornado now can actually pressure into the tanks. The 2 907s from the sides are coming, but it's slow. FC Dynamo in his 277 is already deleted. This is something like a push that came on Fame's face, pretty much recycled.
This is exactly what we saw Tornado do before, and they are going forward with it. They are taking no prisoners and they're pushing in, and Spire is probably going to be the next to go down, and there's two split right now. Korm has all their tanks in the fight, but Tornado is using them better, and you can see the HP is flying from both of the teams right now. Dropping, still 2k in the difference, but it's in favor of Tornado, and that's really important. They're pushing in, but they still have that HP advantage. Half of the team from Korm is dead right now. They weren't able to hold on to that corner. Tornado has come together so well. Their focus is so good on that corner, and they just pushed through the defense of Korm.
This is a brutal schooling and lesson how to play Cliff one-on-one, man. When you push like the tanks that are targeted, you can see their die within 1 or 2 seconds. I don't think I can even pronounce the name of those guys, how fast they fell. This is a really great display in the middle. We were hoping for Evil Grannies trying to run away and make some kind of crossfire his teammates. But look at HP difference. It's like 9k to 3k, man. And the number of the guns in the game, it's not even comparable anymore.
Yeah, that's a complete, I'd say stomp, even though it doesn't necessarily look like that hard of a stomp, but I'd say it's a complete stomp in terms of
It is a stomp,
Tornadoes.
man. There is no other way to say it. Like, you go in with a lesser number of tanks, you push in, and you still kill them.
Yeah, complete control there from Tornado. Shotnik burning for the last of his HP, and that is going to be it. Just Needian left in his EBR.
The first guy spotted, the last guy surviving.
And he did a really nice spot. He gave Tornado all the information, like he gave Korm all the information. And they had their opportunity there. They had the full spot, and literally all 14 tanks, main battle tanks from Tornado were spotted out, and Korm still met them on the corner. I really don't understand that. Did they feel like they could win that fight?
Well, Korm did have 15 tanks and no RT, so I believe they were feeling confident that they can win the fight.
But they were spread out, that's the problem.
But they had 2 907s out of the game for a bit, but they still came into the game, but too late. I don't think they ever imagined that it's possible for a lesser number of tanks to push into them and just beat the hell out of them like that.
Yeah, I think it would be fair enough to say that Tornado is probably the best Cliff team at the moment.
At the moment, like, there is no even comparison.
Even well, I mean, you can't say for sure exactly when teams are like fully proper try-harding and preparing, but at the moment, in the current state of things, even if Fame would prepare a bit more, I think they're still probably better than Fame on Cliff, just down to that pushing ability. Like, when you have a team that can just push into you, it doesn't really matter how well you set up unless you hard crossfire them. That's really, really impressive. And it was something they did in WGL a lot as well. Even when they'd be at a slight disadvantage, they'd just push in so well that they'd actually break defensive positions that they should never break, and that the defending team should actually win. Like, Korm had decent positions there to receive that push, but they had so many guys down on the corner to meet Tornado. I don't feel like they had a full spot in the middle. I don't know why they went to that corner. Like, you have to be expecting that a team like Tornado, of all teams, a team like Tornado is just going to push you. Why would you not leave like maybe max one guy at the corner and everyone else back?
The funny thing is, but you have 15 tanks and no RT, you need to commit. The funny thing is, like, that one RT...
But if Tornado would go to the middle and not push, they would lose. So
of course.
They have to push, so why not let them push?
But once they push and there is no Korm there, then they can just shoot them off with RT later.
No, but they only had one RT. Like, it's not like they can go there and then go back again. Korm will have all the map control. They'll be doing shots. Like, they had the 3-line control. Tornado had all 14 tanks in one position. You cannot rotate out from that. You push in or you lose.
Yeah, but also Tornado sent the light from the lower side to spot what's going on there. So he got some info what's going on that side of the map. They didn't just push in blindly.
No. Well, imagine they had that extra light in the fight as well. It would have been even worse. But I mean, having no control over the 3-line, the light can't fight anyone. And they had 2 907s from Korm there that would just go up. They take the 3-line, they take the control. The only thing that Tornado would be able to do is push the 3-line, in which case they'd take a huge amount of damage crossing. That's probably going to lose them the game unless Korm makes some major mistake. If they go back around the hill, they lose. If they go back to try and retake positions, they lose so much HP. I feel like there's no win apart from pushing. and Corm should expect that. Like, they have the knowledge and they have the experience that they could expect a push like that and to receive it properly. Like, they received it not the worst in the world, but they didn't receive it the best. They lost one of their 277s who was still trying to drive to the position when it was so clear that they were going to overpush. If that 277 waited at the corner, that's one tank that doesn't die, and it's creating another
But
line of crossfire.
that's what I tried to say in one moment. That one arty actually connected a shell on 4 or 5 tanks, cluster tanks of Navi, of Corm, coming to the center. Yeah, Navi.
Almost Navi.
Almost Navi. Like, and it didn't do that humongous damage, but he did track them and stop them, and they had to like repair and continue. And in those few seconds, actually all of the tanks of Tornado just went straight all in and started shooting. And I think that 277 you mentioned was the first one to die because he was one of the guys tracked, so that's why he died.
But it doesn't
A bit
matter.
in the
No,
back.
no, no. When they are spotted, he still drove from his position into the open. That was a total misplay. It's not like he was tracked or something that was halfway and he was caught out. It was a total misplay because he was fully safe. He's so slow there. He's fully safe behind a rock at the point at which they're spotted. And that's when he needs to make the decision. Okay, they're going to push the middle. I need to wait here and just create a crossfire on my team. And it's the same to be said for the 907s. They all went to the middle to meet Tornado. You're spotting their entire team pushing one position. Why do you meet them? There's rocks there that are on the northern side. You can just go to those rocks, side scrape, wait about 20 seconds for Tornado to try their push. It will fail. And then you go and repush them.
I agree, but I'm going to remind you in one moment which you probably remember. Do you remember Grand Finals when Kazna was playing against Chinese team?
And they won with like 2,000 HP against like 6,000 or something? Is that the one you're talking about?
No, they were playing Cliff. They knew that Chinese YOLO all the time. They knew Chinese will come. They chose to face them there, and they died, and they lost their qualifying game for like semifinals because of that. I think Corm now wanted to go on the middle, face off Tornado, and win them on the middle without any tricks, and it bounced back badly.
Why would you do that against Tornado? Like,
It's
there's
a- it's
no
a-
logic
it's
to
a-
that.
it's a- it's a-
I don't think they're.
I was talking to guys who played that match after, and they wanted to face off that very Chinese team because they thought they are so much better that they must do it as a matter of almost a pride. But there is then a difference between wanting to win a tournament and a pride. In this moment, I believe that Corm just wanted to show domination over Tornado to beat them in their own game, and that's why they chose 15 tanks without any RT and wanted to face them off. That means no tricks, no tanks left behind. Everyone goes to fight. But Tornado just stomped them. So I'm really looking forward to see at the moment, will they actually start camping again or something like that.
It's so funny that even though Tornado sees that they have the full 50 lineup, they just go for the brawl. And they don't even worry. We have an RT, whatever, he'll sit in the back. He'll do a shot or something. Like, he max does 2 shots in that
It's like a
engagement.
backup
800,000 damage.
RT is not a priority plan for them. It's like a backup plan.
Yeah.
That's how I see it.
And even with the light on the 2 line, they had one guy out of the fight compared to Corm's like 3, maybe, because they had the light on the hill, doesn't really do anything, and they had the 2 guys on the 2 line. They don't really do anything as well. So there was they actually had one more tank than Corm in the actual engagement, but on just the smaller positioning, the amount of guys from Tornado on one position, which was just that corner, they instantly deleted like 4 guys from Corm within 15-20 seconds of just rapidly
As I
pushing
said,
them.
like pride can get you on many places, man. Sometimes not on all the ones you want to be. But this is just the first game. Corm lost their attack on Cliff. Now they will be defending, and in next seconds we're gonna see what they have cooked up for us.
So here we're going into the second round of our final between Corm and Tornado. Tornado very confidently taking out that first round, so they'll swap side, and we'll have to see how the second one goes.
I wish they were swapping sides faster than they're playing, to be honest, because sometimes we watch a match of 2 minutes and then we wait for 10 for them to come back ready. But here we go. Corm is now sending again 2 tanks from the lower side, 1 to side, 1 to line Budget and 907 Tornado. How did I see this tactic ever before? EBR on lower side of the map, everyone else to the middle plus 1 RT.
Yeah, somewhat familiar to us here on Cliff, as we can see Corm going middle, and they're going to meet Tornado in the middle again. Spotting coming out from the EBR there. He should actually spot out the whole Corm lineup, and he does do that. That's a nice spot from him. He's trying to now get away from the bat chat, and he should do so successfully. He's taking 1 shell there, but he makes it around the corner. That was good EBR play. It's what we didn't see from Trust. That's a really nice RT shell as well coming in from Corm.
Good boy EBR staying alive there. There is a massive rotation for Tornado and commitment there. Budget and 907 on lower side of the map by Corm are out of the game. There is entire team 14 guys are actually committing to the middle now. There is, I think, only Near You holding off the back guys. There is a full push in, and Insight is the first one to be focused, I think, or Shotnik.
This is a massive brawl right now, and it's exactly what we want to see on Cliff. As you can see, the two teams just mashing into each other. The only key difference here being that Corm has 2 tanks as we load. Being stuck on the outside, which is the Batchat and the 907 in the rear, who are doing a bit of side shots, but it's not enough. And we want to see this game. It's
Well, that was even a team kill. We just saw a team kill now.
But this is going to be going slightly in Corm's favor at the moment. Even though they have the 1-2 guys out of the fight, it seems like they held onto the push. Tornado may be playing this one a little bit too aggressive, but they've still got plenty of guys in the fight here. Teams have actually swapped sides. It's now Corm on the north, Tornado is on the south.
Yeah, they completely swapped out the sides. Now the HP is favorable to Corm, and they have actually the same amount of guns. So it does look like Corm found the medicine for a team called Tornado. They are having the upper hand. Still, both arties are alive, one for each team respectively, and that means that Tornado pretty much doesn't have a way out of this one.
Yeah, but Evo Granny with the E6 there on the ramp is basically winning this one for Corm right now. He has so much DPM and he had such a great position here, and he's still full HP even. That's going to be absolutely crucial because that T95 E6, it's a bit of a weird pick, but it does have a huge damage output, which is obviously why it was there. And this was actually really, really interesting to see. We saw a great spot coming out from the Tornado EBR, doing a great spot on Corm, and he made it back. He took only 1 shell. That was really nice EBR play.
He seriously played that tank.
Yeah, it's a great tank actually. When you send it to the ramp and you just sit it there to deal damage, it has such a high DPM because it has like a 6-second reload with 400 alpha. It's actually really, really good.
I actually hate the living guts of that tank, but whatever, man.
Oh no, it sucks on everything except shooting. It just deals damage. In all of the situations, it's better to have a Chieftain, but this one has like 400 or 500 extra DPM, I think. So that's basically all it's there for, and he made use of it, obviously. And it has 10 degrees of gun depression, obviously.
It's a shame we can't actually see the damage after the game, but we can't influence it because, hey, observers are not here, so we can't tell them, hey, boys, check this out and see this or see that. But this is how the cookie crumbles. It's 1-1 at the moment, the equal score. Corm did not camp it out. They were not flustered by the first game they lost to Tornado in such fashion.
This is good by Corm.
And this is good. This is good. That means like they are saying, yeah, we are in a game. We are not afraid. We are not going to change our playstyle or whatever. So this is something I wanted to say also in a Russian finals. Often whatever they do before, in finals they know to play intentionally aggressive against each other.
Yeah, you can see
for
the
the
E6,
sake of the game.
3.6k damage. I told you.
Oh,
Top
we can
damage.
actually see it. We can actually see it. Die.
One thing that's interesting actually is the usage of 277s by Corm, and the same by Tornado. Why wouldn't they use 260? I wonder. The speed is quite similar. Gun is better on the 260.
Yeah, we've seen people use it on Prohorovka. I think while I was when I replaced him with Disney.
Well, I mean, personally, anyway, I prefer the 260 over the 277 for these kind of engagements. But I mean, 277 is pretty good as well when you need something that's really, really fast.
I really don't like 277 lately. When you compare it to those tanks, whenever it gets to some drone kind of the game, the tank simply has no armor, and then it starts just dying all over the place.
Yeah, as well as it's got the 490 alpha compared to the 440, and for that extra bit of alpha, it trades a lot for DPM.
Yeah, but you get damaged much easier than other tanks.
Yeah,
you receive damage much
260
easier.
upper plate is much more consistent.
Yeah, so that's the problem, because survivability is not the best. Like, yeah, you have more alpha, and you are fast, but you get killed super easy.
Yeah, but the key thing as well is the gun handling, and for a brawl like that, having DPM and gun handling is so important. That's why I feel like a 260 would be better. I think there's 50 HP difference as well. I mean, it's not a lot, but even still. So that's the first 2 rounds on Cliff. Very exciting rounds, very quick as well from what we saw. 1 round going to each side, and we'll be moving on to Ensk next, where we saw Tornado play against Fame not so fantastically earlier.
Yeah, we're gonna watch now endless preparations for the next map. Oh my dear God. So that takes a while, but Ensk didn't look well for Tornado when we were watching the last match. In first game against Fame, they were outplayed by far because they didn't split well, and they got pushed eventually by the Fame from several sides. In the next game, they played even worse. They decided to turtle, which is the dumbest thing I think you can do on Ensk. If you don't play proactive, you will get cornered and you will get killed eventually. So just waiting for enemy in a corner doesn't work on that map. So I really hope they actually saved up something completely different for this game. Otherwise, like Corm is experienced team on city maps, they're not gonna let it slide.
Yeah, both of these teams are obviously very experienced playing Ensk. It's in their map pool. It's not Nars anymore. It used to be. It were replaced by maps like Live Oaks and Westfield, which, in my opinion, are a little bit more fun to watch. But, I mean, getting an Ensk game every now and again is not too bad. If there was one more map in our pool, I'd say Ensk would be a good addition.
Ensk was really a big problem in all times when it was like in original old VGL, like 7-on-7, you know. And because with 7 guys, you simply cannot dominate the map properly. And it's easy to camp.
And with 15, you can dominate too much of the map.
Yeah, but with 7 guys, you can't really push everywhere. So people like one team goes to, as example, green side, one team goes to city side, and then what? You can't cross the rail anymore. And you had so many draws because of that. With 15 guys, you can actually disperse some tanks, and then either a huge engagement on the middle wins the game, or some small engagement like we had with Fame and Tornado. When Fame had like one more tank in a city, they used it to extreme. They killed all 3 tanks from Tornado and pretty much pushed the side of it and won the game. So then the smaller engagement and guessing work where the enemy is and surviving on the other parts will win you the game. So in 15 on 15, Ensk is, to be honest, more playable than on 7 on 7.
Which is not the case for most of the maps, to be honest.
It's not the case for the most maps.
It's just because Ensk is so small. And you can't do anything without the other team knowing exactly what you're doing as soon as you're doing it, and that just shuts you down on so many cases. But with 15, you've got so much HP, you can move around the place.
I would say that the worst map in all 7 on 7, like long ago, when it was 742 and so on, was Abbey. That was the by far worst map. Like, it was easily drawn so many times, and then I will put Ensk right behind it because, again, of the draws. But
what about Lakeville?
But those were never in the pool.
But it wasn't in the old pool, I'm pretty sure.
No, never.
Maybe it was tested.
It
then.
was it was in a later format when all the tanks were like tier 8 and stuff. Where there were no tier 1s.
No, it was when there was tier 6 and tier 8s. It was 754.
Yeah, 754. Yes.
Pool, yeah.
This was like the original pool, and guess why they were tossed out because of those
thankfully
endless draws. But on contra, when you watch like those same maps, when you play 15 on 15, are playable. You can actually do there something.
Yeah, one map I wish was back was Ghost Town. I think that was my favorite WGL map, just because how well it was designed.
Not this new revision, man.
The newer I was about to say that the new revision is probably one of the worst maps in the game. Just
I don't understand how that map was mutilated compared to what it was, man.
Well, it looks nothing like the old one. The old one was designed purely for esports, and that's why I liked it so much.
It was balanced.
Because it was so well balanced. And you could play as attacker or defender. I feel like there was so much you could do from both of those sides with 7 tanks. And obviously it was a small map, but the way the angles worked on it were really nice. And you don't see that on a map like Ensk, which is also small, because you can see straight line from one side to the other. That's the main issue.
You know, in VGL we had like statistics about the balance of the maps, and the most balanced map of all times was Himmelsdorf. It was pretty much 50-50 win rate from both sides, and the second after it was Ghost Town. It was like maybe 1 or 2% in advantage of defense, as far as I remember, something like that.
So which was the most imbalanced?
Which was the most imbalanced map?
Probably Runeberg, right? Runeberg would be in like 55-60 to defender.
I think it was like Mines or something like that.
Oh, Mines was a big advantage for defender, I think. Yeah. Once it just came out, no one knew how to break all the defense camps.
Yeah, it was really a big problem for a long time. And
I think eventually teams figured it out.
Yeah,
but it
eventually
took a while.
teams figured out because you could climb back then, and
the climbs kept changing as well during the season. It was crazy.
But even with climbing and team skill, it was really tricky. So it was like water pushes, this pushes, and then if you do a little slight mistake, you lose the game instantly.
Yeah, so we're just waiting for the guys to get ready in the next training room. Obviously, it's 2 Russian teams run by the Russian administration, so they take their time when they're picking tanks and everything like that. Here on EU, we did a little bit quicker, just a little bit. But that is all we're waiting for.
You pick everything in advance before the match.
No, you don't.
You don't?
No, you blind pick. You just ready up and pick. So for the rules on our usual EU tournaments is an admin will count down from 60 or 30 seconds. As soon as he hits 0, the battle starts.
Okay.
And you ready up in the few seconds before you hit 0. It's a great system.
If you go with 14,
if you go with 14, tough. I mean, like, don't be an idiot and ready up at 1 second. Like, ready up at 5.
Yeah.
Because everyone readies up at 5 seconds. No one's left out. You don't have 2 years to look at your enemy's lineup. So it's essentially a blind pick, and you don't waste 10 minutes waiting for the next round to start. But they do. They PM each tank individually to an admin of what they want to play.
I guess he checks the lineup after that.
And then he checks the lineup to make
it's the old school system.
It's the old school system. I remember you had to do it in VGL for one season where you had to send your entire match's worth of picks before the match.
Yeah, it was filled up online. It was like really awkward.
It was so frustrating. But here we are in game finally, guys, with Ensk. So the first 2 rounds we saw were on Cliff with a 1-1 going to each Tornado and Korm. And here we have Ensk with the 3rd round.
Well, as expected, there are a lot of TIE 5s and TDs. Hey, who would guess that on Ensk, man? But let's see how will they actually be used. We can see that on I think upper side of the map is Tornado. So defense is Tornado and attack is Corm, as we are watching it now.
And we're seeing something a little bit different here from Corm that we didn't see from either Fame or from Tornado earlier, and they're actually doing a big city push, but they're doing a lot more guys than Tornado used. They're just using the 430 on the 8 line, supported by the Types and the TDs, and they're going to go forward with this city control, but Tornado is not there at all. They've moved everything over their rail, and they're actually pushing down the 0 line. This is a complete sort of counter from each other, where they're pushing each side of the map and then controlling the rail at the same time.
This is really interesting because we need to see is actually Tornado able to crack one part of Corm on time, because if they don't, they're really weak from the city side. They will be in a crossfire of huge proportions. There is already a couple of guys taking quite a bit of damage here. Although they look similar, you can see this cluster of tanks, 3 or 4 of guys here, and in a big problem here.
Yeah, it's basically a bit of a mirror on the match right now, so it's just going to go down to the player trades and how people are moving and individual small decisions. There's not really a tactic. The E3 here, Dustin getting caught out, he's going to go down shortly. And that's actually
is already down.
Yeah, it's opening up a bit of an opportunity here for Corm, as I think they're holding on to their south a lot better than Tornado is holding on to their north.
No, but Nidin is going to fall. He's on like one shot on that lower side of the map. Also, they already lost Crespix there. And Tornado is still holding all of their tanks alive. Although Doston and Niryu are on lower HP, it's just a matter like who will crack faster. At the moment, there is a big push on the lower side of the map here, and then if Tornado actually managed to do it, they're going to delete all the tanks in the center, man. They're going to make a huge pressure there.
Yeah, Tornado running out of HP in the north, though, and you got to be conscious of that. HP is very important on ends.
Look at this, all of these tanks
at
are
the
in
moment,
crossfire.
but it turned around a little bit as they've pushed in. They've taken a huge amount of damage, but they are actually going to try and push through. The only thing Corm has to do, though, is snipe down the rail, and they can support their guys. As soon as Tornado is trying to push over this position, and they are capping, and Corm has to be very careful of this. The guys in the north can't really reset this cap. It's up to the guys in the south to survive as long as they can.
What a bloody game, man. Like, you don't know who's shooting who. I can believe that their team speaks are in complete havoc here. Alstal is really slow. He cannot go around the corner that fast to shoot the guys from Corm, but he must. Everything that Tornado does is risky, and the high risk, high reward kind of system, that's what they're trying to invoke.
Oh, that's so lucky. One of the chieftains getting left on a very small amount of HP on the cap from the type shot, but Tornado is running short on HP there. Guys from the north from Corm are coming into this fight. They have more
4 seconds.
Tanks, they have more HP. There's a few seconds left in the cap. Resets are coming out, though. It's got up to 14 seconds now, but their last resetting opportunity is gone down. They need to push in, and they need to finish these guys.
9 seconds, and there is one guy down from the cap. I believe the Mikhailov was the carrier of the cap, and he was resetted also. 14 seconds to go, but seconds are not important. It's about the brawl. Tornado 2.6 HP, 3.9 for Corm, but there is a lot of guys from Corm far away side of the map. Will they be actually able to come back here and save the camp? Wilf is using cooldown behind the corpse here. He can finish off maybe, but he cannot because he's shot from the side. Again, still, Shotnik is coming in, but he doesn't have to shoot because there is a one T-15.
Oh, that's a nice finish there from Shotnik, killing one of the last guys from Tornado on the cap, who had most of the cap points as well. It was down to about 12 seconds when he made that finish. That was absolutely crucial right now, but they still have to make peaks, and this is not exactly one right now for Corm. And Shotnik is going down to Brainbreaker, finished him off in the Type 5. He gets left on 29 HP. That's really unlucky for SteelSeries, and they still have a minute to push this one. They've got 2 guys in the north, but they're going to win on the cap. It's down to Brainbreaker right now. Unless he pens SteelSeries or something like that, I don't think Tornado can make it back.
No, I don't think they can, man. Like, SteelSeries has all this HP to play around with, and he just showed that Type 5. There is 2 cappers from Corm on upper side of the map compared to the 1 from Tornado. Such a close game at the end. If you watch this, 1000 HP compared to the 200, there was kind of a blind reset.
Yeah, that was absolutely down to the wire.
He's
He's not going to win it, though. He's not going to win on cap.
He's still alive. Yeah, because he's going to get capped. Such a bummer at the end, you can say. 678 HP compared to the 200 HP of Mikhailov. And he will lose the game.
That was unbelievably close between these two teams. Literally going down to the last couple of seconds on the cap, and then down to the last couple of tanks alive at the end on their last little bit of HP. Like, everything was right down as far as it can go, even down to the
Corm even had
hundreds.
an advantage in one moment of like 3000 HP, maybe even 4. I'm not 100% sure.
But they had to keep spending it.
They had to keep spending it and attacking their own cap. That was like desperate choices. The shootout was such a great, and maybe even some RNG by Type 5s could influence it. Like, will you pen a shot or not?
The 268 from Corm as well got set on fire. That was really unlucky. He had like 1300 HP. Type hit him and set him on fire.
I think like he was shot with the last shell. He was shot by 2 guys from 2 sides actually. One from the cap and Type 5 frontally. So quite a lot of little situations that you cannot influence. When this kind of havoc starts happening, it's all about the player skill, because you cannot be, there is no a guy like a great god of FCing or whatever who can actually tell you what to do. If you're not on right position and you don't know to protect yourself and what to do, that's it. This is like a million mini brawls, and this is usually why European teams in past were losing city maps to CIS teams, because of situations like this. Because when the battle breaks out, if you're not a self-confident person knowing on your own what to do, you will always lose.
Yeah, and that comes with experience as well. And the RU teams always had that huge experience, particularly on maps like Ensk and Himmels and, you know, Prokhorovka and stuff like this, that they've played so much. And that is the third map in a row, or third match round in a row, that we have seen just a full brawl start to finish between these two teams, which we wouldn't necessarily have expected. We were expecting maybe Cormo play it a little bit slower, but they're going all in.
Yeah, they chose to play aggressive and not in that passive way. They played the CS part of tournament. So I guess after all, this is a show match and they're taking it so they're trying to show some kind of pretty things to play on a stream, which is fine with me, because this is kind of games I like to see the most.
Oh yeah, it's absolutely more exciting. And being able to witness two very highly skilled teams go very aggressively against each other, I think is the best sort of World of Tanks that you can watch. Watching skilled teams play tactically against each other is cool, but watching skilled teams play aggressively against each other, that is the absolute kind of pinnacle, because you just see full brawls the whole time. You see really nice coordination between the players, even back in the day in 7v7.
I'm just watching the map pool and I'm thinking like, how on earth they're going to do that on Siegfried line?
Siegfried line, yeah, well, that's if it gets that far.
Everyone goes to City, no field.
That's if it gets all the way. Like, Corm is now leading 2-1. Not something we would have said, like, Corm, we would have probably felt would be trailing in this match behind Tornado a little bit. But that's not exactly fair to say, because they have actually even beaten them just last weekend when they played against them in the Russian finals to qualify for this tournament. They beat them 4-2, which is no small feat, obviously. Corm, very, very confident, very, very strong team, very equally matched. And I'd say probably the best matchup we could have gotten out of this show match would have been Corm and Tornado, and here we are.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just watching what maps they used to play in that match. It was Himmelsdorf, Steps, and Prokhorovka. And out of these maps, we will see none of them in this map.
Totally different maps. That's funny. It's funny actually as well. Just look at the bans as well. Corm banning out Mines, great choice. It's just a full brawl map in the middle that Tornado obviously wanted in there, so they said, okay, we want to play Mines to force everyone to ban it. Tornado banning out Live Oaks, obviously they don't feel so confident on. It's one of the EU maps. Corm as well as the second one, banning out Himmels. I don't know why Tornado didn't pick, well, I suppose they picked
You know what's the odd
Cliff.
thing? You remember I told you they actually won Himmels 2-0. That's how they won the match. It was the first map of the pool they played, and they won it 2-0. And in one game, Tornado played really reckless. In another game, actually, Corm camped super hard, and Tornado didn't know how to break them.
Wow. And Tornado as well, banning out Moro as well, one of the maps they probably don't want to play there at all. But it's just interesting to see more like experienced teams and how they do their picks and bans. There's so much tactics that goes into it. Like the Corm one, I think the Corm bans are perfect. Himmels and Mines. I think that's probably, like, if I was in their shoes, I'd probably pick those as well. Although ideally I'd go for Mines and Cliff, but Tornado is obviously going to pick either Mines or Cliff first, so you can't ban them both. So with that assumption, Himmels is probably the next best ban. I like those. Tornado just getting rid of maps they don't want to play, because they feel like, I suppose, they're more confident on all of the maps than Corm is, so they're just getting rid of things that they're maybe a little bit unsure of, that they're not really interested in playing, and maps that they can't just do big brawls on. Like Live Oaks is not a big brawl map, Moravanka is not a big brawl map, they just want fights.
Well, we're gonna see in the next game. I hope they're gonna get ready soon, because then Corm will be playing defense on the Ensk. As we said, on Ensk, really there is no point in sitting in some corner and waiting for the enemy. If you do that, you already lost the game. We saw how Tornado went against Fame when they did it, so that's just not gonna work out. The play that was done now was really interesting, actually. Both teams going for the center, and one team going for the green side, one team for the city side.
Yeah, just 50-50 chance.
It was really, really interesting to see how you break it, and probably a couple of shots in the game, like someone not panning a shell somewhere and things like that. Actually,
yeah, someone making some peak somewhere, they lose some HP. You think, 800 HP, that's not going to be that important. And then it comes down to it, that's all that's left.
Yeah, at the end of the game, it can be a really crucial moment, and you never know actually which moment, because there is so many of those.
Yeah, especially when
it
you've got
happens.
30 tanks in one game. The amount of like trades going on between players, and obviously all the players here are very skilled.
It's
amount of
impossible to
that-
follow with camera.
You cannot follow it. You could have 100 different cameras, you couldn't catch it all.
Yeah, you can't follow it. Like the players can be aware where can get a shot from and try to avoid it, but even that can be up to a certain point. After that, you gotta trust your instinct, and what happens happens.
So the score at the moment is 2-1 in favor of Korm, 1-1 on the first map, and Korm taking up the first round on Ensk. We should now be hopping in game in just a moment for the second round of Ensk, and then after that, and they're gone back to garage because there was an issue, I suppose, probably a disconnect from one of the players. So
Давай в
unfortunately,
Гангар.
we gotta go again. And then after the so we saw Cliff. We're looking at Ensk now. After this, we're going to see Siegfried Line, I think is the third map. Or is that the third map or the fourth map?
It's Westfield third, and then
Well,
Siegfried.
Westfield is third. Okay, so we're going to see Westfield and then probably Siegfried Line for the first time in this tournament. And actually, for the first time in a long time for me. Like I haven't seen Siegfried Line in 6 months, I think.
I don't think I even played it in 6 months.
Oh, I played it in randoms.
Yeah,
Does that
doesn't
count?
Yeah.
But yeah, we don't really see it much on EU. It's not in our map pool at all. But I guess it's in the Russian one. They want to play it, and 2 Russian teams are playing on it. So hopefully we should see some good stuff there.
Presentation. EBR on Siegfried Line.
Yeah, it'll be interesting actually to see how that's working. Westfield's a lot more of a European map though. The Russians aren't so familiar with that, but we are. So
I'm actually
maybe we
really
can
interested to
they do
see
that.
how are they aware of the timings, because I've never seen them play Westfield.
Yeah,
I've never
and
seen them play
the
Westfield.
timings are absolutely crucial on Westfield. You know, just picking faster tanks allows you to get to positions a little bit faster or slower. It gives you information that, oh, they're so fast that they went there and we couldn't spot them, or they're so slow that they're not there yet, so we couldn't spot them, and stuff like that is really important on Westfield as well for doing your rotations. Like once you push one side, you have to do your rotation at the same time, and it all has to be coordinated together, or else one of your sides
it's like
just
a
gets
big
slaughtered.
map. It's, I think in my eyes, it's the biggest map that's decided by seconds.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. Maybe Malnovka on the hill. It would be the only one that I can think of that's like a competitive-ish map that.
Yeah, but Westfield had much more rotations than Malinovka in that way. And you are late couple of seconds somewhere and it's already over. You can't do anything anymore.
Malnovka is usually won by literally either individual tanks or individual players going a little bit slower or a little bit faster to the hill, and either being there too quick or being there too late. Like the timing is so important on that, and as well as with the chieftains, actually I think it's been negated a bit, because before you had 907s and like 277s and stuff like that, where everyone kind of gets there at the same time. Now people use chieftains. Chieftains are a lot slower than a 277 or a 260 or something like that, and it's something I feel like a lot of teams forget about. They send their mediums somewhere backed up by the heavies, but the heavies are 100, 200 meters behind the mediums, and then they try and engage and stuff like that. I feel
It's
like
not a fight then.
yeah, it's not a fight. Like if the enemy just has more 907s and they got there first, they completely destroy you. And I feel like a lot of inexperienced teams fall into traps like that, where they don't understand the importance of timing on matches, and
Well-
it is game winning.
Well, internets actually now offer quite a lot of things, among others watching streams of other clans.
Yeah, it's almost like you've got a live feed to watch the best players.
So that's an advantage that all the new guys have now compared to some older times where you can only if you are lucky to be given a demo by a better team, you could see what they're doing. Like that's the height
Yeah.
you could have. Now you have it on platter. You have a bunch of guys like, I don't know, Papa streaming, Insane streaming, you streaming, Kamil streaming, blah 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 blah, half of the clan streaming. So you can see from multiple perspectives what's done. And more importantly, like if you hear a TeamSpeak, that's even the biggest giveaway, because to see on a map what's going on, you have to actually be a decent tactician yourself. You
Yeah.
need to understand how
And
the
use your
minimap
experience.
works and use the experience. But when you hear a TeamSpeak, it's a given, because then you understand the flow of the orders. From international clan.
Yeah.
If you're watching a Polish clan, well, you better be Polish then, or something like that. Or Trust is like a German clan, so you better be German when they're talking.
Yeah, exactly. Or maybe just try and sneak a few international guys into the team so they all switch language.
Maybe.
But yeah, so we're looking at the moment, we're waiting for our 4th round here on Ensk. We saw 3 rounds played so far, 2 on Cliff going 1-1 each to Korm and Tornado, and then Korm edging out just barely on the first Ensk round. So we'll have to see how they do on the second one here in just a moment.
Here we go. Yeah.
We should be starting up here in just a second, finally going into the 4th round. Thank God.
Oh.
What do you think, Mojo?
I'm just watching
Aggressive?
the lineup, and as I was watching
Defensive?
the lineup, it disappeared.
Aggressive or defensive? Like, say it before you see the lineup.
I
Tornado.
must be aggressive.
I think full aggressive. I think they're literally just going to mash into each other like they have the past 3 games in a row.
Well, I can't see the lineup. I just can see the tanks on the screen. You know, the beauty screen. So it does look fast.
So here we have the teams. 4th round eventually gotten underway. We would have finished the match on EU by now. That's how fast we are. But here we go. So immediately we can see just the usual stuff. Both of the teams going protecting the rail with types, you know, E3, C4s, 268s, 430s, all that kind of good stuff. And then not a major, not a major commitment from either side on the city or on the 9-0 line. This seems like a lot more of a static
There is a big
game.
commitment on a middle by Tornado, but they lost so much HP in a start. Because I think they lost like 2-3k in one salvo.
Yeah, it's not so much of a commitment there from Corm going to the window. They were pretty safe behind there, and now they're just moving into the town. So they're doing a little bit of a late commitment, and they're actually going to overtake the city.
Wow, Random Style in his 430U tried to like peek and spot along the rail. But TIE 5s are not really forgiving, so they don't have to shoot the tank, they shot next to it. But still, that had a price because they didn't spot the parallel lines with the tank. So Anatolic here is in a really dire spot. He's pressed from 2 sides. I don't think he's gonna survive for long, but in the end of the line, like 268 from Tornado also died first. Anatolic should be following very shortly, but is that gonna be enough to press Corm in some kind of a stalemate? That's a question. I think there is a really good response by Tornado taking over the lower K line and J line. I think they will be able actually to stop those tanks from Corm there. If they manage to do that, they will be able to apply some pressure.
Yeah, right now Corm winning out slightly on the trades there, being a few thousand HP forward as well. They have pretty good control over the city, and they're still holding onto their base quite efficiently. These types here are going to be able to trade with the 277s and the turret. Not too bad. They'll do 300, 400, 500 with each shell. That's not the worst situation in the world to be in, and still having that control of the city allows them to do some
taking
rotations.
such a pounding, man. Did you see the pen? 568, 498, like those 277s in this kind of situation pay off, although they are easier to pen. And as we said always, Tornado plays their stuff risky and bloody. All of their games are bloody. If you actually face them, it has to be a huge brawl. You can never take a whitewash over them easily.
Yeah, this is actually probably the slowest game we've seen so far.
It started from the first second, no matter what.
No, it started from the first second, but it's even just the slowest in terms of how fast HP is dropping off, as both of the teams have reached a bit of an impasse where there's no one able to take any major advantage over each other. They're just sitting on their positions, they're trading their HP, trying to get an edge forward with their team.
Well, it takes a bit to melt off like 35k HP each team has. They're on half of it, man. You have to forgive them. It's been like entire 2.5 minutes of the game.
But when you compare it to the first rounds we had, you know, you get used to that snappiness, like 2-minute cliff games. Come on.
Oh, that's very, very hard to compare. But the HP line of Corm looks a bit more stable to me. But they do have 1 tank less. But if you look their HP, it looks like far more compressed at the moment. So it's all about the positioning now. Like I would say Corm has advantage in the green line because they cannot be pushed by Tornado there. But in the city side, maybe that's the only position where Tornado actually could make a play.
Yeah, I think it might actually depend. Probably the green side is going to be the winner here. I don't really see anything coming.
But there are 2 tanks of Corm there, and they're keeping the crossfire, so I don't see Tornado actually pushing them easy.
Yeah, I don't really see anyone pushing anyone really easily. I think we're just going to continue with HP trades until we get to about maybe 6, 7, 8,000 HP at the most, and then we're going to see a push. I don't see anything happening.
There is a
soon.
lot of connections on the wagons and on the corpses. I can see that because everyone is using every possible little detail of the map in their own advantage. So Tornado actually is now slowly increasing their lead in HP, as you can see. At the moment, they were like on 18k each, but now Corm lost like 4k, while Tornado lost only 500 HP. That's what I'm saying. Like, I really think they're gonna slowly press the city side and try to press them from there, because I don't see them doing that from the green side. It's gonna be too hard there.
Yeah, I think the way this is probably going to go, I mean, Tornado's winning the HP trades at the moment, and they really shouldn't be. But that's just down to the player skills. I feel like Corm should have pushed the city by now. Like, they're trading a lot of HP on the rail here, and they're probably losing it slowly because they don't have the types to back up their E3 right now, while Tornado actually does have those types, so they can just keep hitting the E3 in the track or something and keep dealing 300-400 damage. He's going to go down eventually.
See, a Tornado tried to push 2 heavies from the field, but they lost 1 because of that. That was one of the
E3 down.
Yeah, but still, there is progress in this middle. and they are rotating everyone from the green to 7-7 is abandoning. Will he be able to do actually something? Will Nidin be able to do something about Niryu? Niryu is on such a low HP, but he has such a big backup behind him.
Yeah, right now Tornado has all the rail control, and that's actually really, really important on a map like Ensk, and it can win and lose you games because Corm can't contest it anymore. They've lost their types, they've lost their E3s, and they don't actually have any way to retake that, so they only need to do a push in the city with their chieftains, or they need to do a rotate, which isn't an option.
If you're wondering how, below the rail, guys. That's what we've been saying a long time. From this situation, as example, Nidin could shoot him, and he cannot be shot by Niryu back, because Nidin can go far away from the rail and see below, while Niryu, when he turns his turret, he sees only wagons. He cannot see anything below.
Yeah, well, definitely the slowest game so far as we go into the 6-minute area. Can you believe
Horrendous.
it? Absolutely
How dare
unacceptable that it's taking this long.
How dare you, people.
We actually do see the repush eventually coming out from Tornado here onto the city. It's only onto the first road, and you can see Corm is actually quite split trying to cover themselves, but they're leaving one of their chieftains a little bit exposed. And he's gone down for it.
Slowly, no matter how we look at it, Tornado is slowly chipping HP of Corm away. 5,000 HP advantage now. Although they are not that super aggressive in the middle now, I believe Nesquik, their team leader, progressed with E3. He's gonna cut away middle because no one can shoot him really from the right side. That's why he can actually allow himself to stand like this and turn his 90-degree toward the top side of the base and aim for the city. And when that's done, they're pushing now. The 430U will be the next obvious target they're gonna take. They're gonna take out Inspire, who's been sitting there from the start of the game, and then they're gonna press the rest of the guys. I mean, it's like a domino effect now, and it's gonna be slow. It's gonna last for like 1 or 2 more minutes, but for Corm to survive this defense is gonna require a miracle.
Yeah, I feel like Corm waiting in the city there with their chieftains and stuff like this was not a good idea, because eventually they just sort of ran out of HP on the rails, and then that allowed Tornado to take some rail control. It allowed them to repush in the city and just gave them all the options right now. We can see they're only 3,000 HP ahead, but they've got almost twice as many tanks, and that's going to win it for them here on Ensk.
It must have been a call by Flabber that he decided that they're actually doing decent HP-wise and whatever-wise, and that they should not rotate somewhere. At the end of the day, we can see that a lot of mini transactions in HP were better for Tornado. But as I say, it's like still one of the close games that we've seen so far. It's gonna be very shortly 2-2 in the final score. We've seen Cliff 1-1. We've seen Ensk, which will end 1-1 very soon. And all of the games so far were close.
Yeah, even just looking at all the HPs on Tornado, like they have 5k combined, but a lot of that is going to be on Diodor and guys like Welly. The rest of them are all almost on one-shots. So yeah, another really, really close Ensk game. The last one was way closer than that, and both of the Cliffs were just as close as well. Like, having 4 games like that in a row go right down. Well, I mean, the Cliff games were kind of stomps, but from opposite sides, so let's say they cancel each other out. The Ensk games were both down to the wire for both of these teams, so very much on par from what we've seen so far. So we'll have to see how they do on Westfield, a map that they're not so familiar with. Obviously, they're very familiar with Ensk and Cliff. They can play it quite confidently, and they're matching up very equally to each other. But when we go into somewhere where it's a bit more of an uneven, or not an uneven, but an unknown playing field on Westfield, I wonder, is Tornado maybe going to snake through just on the player ability?
I'm really actually looking forward to this maps, as I said, because they are not their normal custom maps. They will have to think what to do. They will not be just using some habits or whatever. And I'm just hoping that will not provoke even longer break between the games, because they're like writing what they're gonna pick from the tanks now. The admin is checking everything, and it takes quite a while.
Yeah, so I wonder, are we going to see any sort of passive play on Westfield with that unknown added into the fact that they're not so confident on this map? Is Corm actually
It would be a big mistake.
Yeah, I think it would be a big mistake, but Corm might feel that we're not so sure on this map. We don't want to do a blind push. It's just going to be a completely random situation. How about we just go for something more passive and let them push into us?
Yeah, but that passive play usually bounces badly, because you tend to lose your spotters easily like that, and when you get pincered in one part of the map, it's just a matter of time when will you get shot off. Like, the only way for you to lose when you're playing passive is if attacking team is reacting too harsh. Like, they're trying to overpush some position and you crossfire them and then say, yay, this worked out. But if the team just sees you're camping and doesn't take the bite and then just takes their time to shoot off all the possible positions. You realize, like, from the vast map you had on a start, you're suddenly cornered in one like little speck.
Like from what I remember from the European finals a couple of weeks ago, is I don't think any of the camping teams on Westfield, and Trust tried, I don't think any of them...
No camping team won.
I don't think any of them won that round.
No.
Because I remember GX playing against Trust, right?
Mm-hmm.
And GX just pushed on the 1 line, I think, and pushed over the 0 at the same time. And I think they won it in like 3 minutes against the camp. It was crazy. But I really don't see camping as a viable option here. I hope the teams don't do it, but they might. Who knows? But if we again see 2 more rounds going like right down to the wire, really aggressive, really big pushes, that's going to be 6 in a round, 6 in a row between these 2 teams, which is actually something really impressive to see.
Westfield in the past was really kind of a single-minded map. Teams were either pushing only the hillside or only the upper other side, like where the forest is. But I believe the meta changed now, and it's really a lot about the domination in the middle of the map. Like, you keep your flanks light, but if you dominate the middle with the lights and some heavies in a city, you usually can get an overwhelming advantage and play it like that. Because if one team just YOLOs one side, it's really easily prone to losing everything else on the map and getting stopped.
Yeah, and I think that's been actually heavily influenced by the introduction of the EBR onto this map. I'd say it's one of the heaviest influenced maps after something like Prokhorovka maybe, and to a lesser extent maybe Cliff, where there's so much of an importance put upon your early information, because you have to make that really, really fast rotation, that the EBR being able to achieve that so quickly over something like a T100, it does an extra 20-25 kilometers an hour over
the
them.
difference is like when you spot the timing with the T100, when you send it for as example a middle spot below the aqueduct and Contra from the other side, when mediums from a defender side line up, they can actually kill off the T100 from other side.
With
it's
the EBR,
really
not
hard.
so easy.
It's really hard even to connect it, and to kill it, it's like it needs perfect shooting, and it's even questionable when will you spot him. Like, will you spot him on time? And more importantly, if you're not sending an EBR counter to it, but T100, is very highly possible that EBR will chase it away and you will get not spot.
Yeah. It's just so difficult to kill those EBRs, especially when it's at a high distance like it would be on Westfield, where you're typically shooting 300-400 meters away and you're shooting into a line, like literally a forest full of trees. Mm-hmm. How are you going to, like, when you're leading a shell, you need to be able to see what he's going to drive over so you can try and predict, because when he's going at that speed, you need to lead like 50 meters almost. So if he's going rapidly up and down all the time, and he's going over hills and bumps and stuff, and you can't actually see any of those hills and bumps, it's so difficult to shoot the EBR over something like a T100 where you need less lead, where it's actually possible to even hit him. Like, never mind kill him, to even hit him is so difficult on this map. But particularly going to the K0 position on Westfield, which is the corner everyone should be very familiar with, just being able to send an EBR there to the bushes, he makes it across and he can start spotting before the 907s have started their cross. Mm-hmm. Usually your T100 would make it there like a second or two. He wouldn't make it to the other side, but he'd make it to your side and be able to spot 907s crossing.
I really need to try to make this work so we can actually see something about the evaluating.
But for the EBR, he can actually get the full way across to K0, not just spotting it on the cross, but spotting it from the cross, and actually be able to get there. So we can take a look at the map tactic here in just a second when we go over to it.
Haha! Finally,
we
success.
can see here.
Success.
The position I'm talking about is this one down here. When you've got the EBR, he can actually make it here before 907s do. Obviously, he's going to be contested by the enemy EBR in most situations, but the T100 used to only be able to spot from, like, as he was crossing, maybe he'd do it here and he'd spot 907s. But being able to do it from here is so aggressive, because it just allows you to make a decision. Once you've got your guys here, once you've got your guys here, or wherever they happen to be, you can almost spot the enemies back here. And that just gives you so much time to say, okay, we commit, or okay, actually we're not going to commit, and we're going to go back and do some sort of a rotation over the other side of the map. That's the power of the EBR on this map.
It's not only that, like, usually if you remember, the usual spotting from one side would be you send like T100 like somewhere here, you send another T100 like to counter it here, and it's of course their gameplay, how they drive and what they do when they turn and everything else. But the fact was always that if you line up your 907s from this angle here, you can actually connect and even delete the T100 that's coming from other side. Shooting and doing that to EBR is next to impossible. Like it's really
Yeah,
hard.
as I mentioned, all of these trees around this area are so tall that you can't actually really see anything beneath them. So when his silhouette is just rocketing through there, going up, down, left, right, it's almost impossible to lead a shell. You can't tell if he's going to go up, if he's going to go down, the elevation changing, and you tend to be sniping from quite far away. Like if you're over here, you know, it's a few hundred meters, 300-400 meters away usually most of the time. And even if you shoot him, the chances of you hitting him are so low, you might as well just shoot on the move and keep going, because it's about the same chance of hitting.
So it's like what we were saying before, it's a lot about timing. So what will you do now? Like, will you commit to spotting and shooting, or you will go for your action immediately without spotting? Because even getting blindly to some positions can actually win your game sometimes on Westfield, because you just get overwhelming advantage. Will you focus and control maybe this part of the city here, which is a huge importance, because from there you can shoot both up and down. Will you get a passive control here, or you're gonna try to get an active control here? Those little shades of details, or will you actually press from this side also? Like those shades of details really are reflected in a starter tactics in a couple of seconds that you have when light is spotting, and it's hugely now changed and influenced by EBR. And we didn't have a chance to watch this map often, so that's why I want to actually see what these guys have to say about it, because what I saw so far was always from Europe. I've never seen from other region. Like, what's their perspective? What's their view on such things?
Yeah,
do they want to play with one RT? Do they play with no RT? Do they want to play with two RTs? Like, how what they want to do?
Yeah, I think most of the time when there's no fog of war, you kind of have to play with one RT on this map just to be sure about it. Because if you pick 0, it's quite obvious you want to do a full push somewhere. So if the enemy is prepared for that and they don't allow you to do that full push, it's kind of difficult to rotate.
If you stop,
on this
you're
map.
in a problem. When you
Yeah,
don't have an
exactly.
RT.
So if you don't have an RT and then they're just raining down on you for the whole game with their RT or something like that, then you're in a pretty bad position. So I think we'll definitely see one. If we don't see one, it's probably a bit of a mispick, but we'll have to see how that one works out. As regards to the map coming up next, though, if we get to it, we can expect we get to it. I think it's guaranteed. Yeah, it's guaranteed at this point that we'll see at least one round on Siegfried Line, which is going to be interesting. We haven't seen that one on the European server. It hasn't been in our map pool for quite a while at this point, and it certainly hasn't been in with, you know, chieftains and stuff like that, and not much with the EBRs. So it's going to be very interesting actually to see how they play that one, because they're a lot more familiar with it, obviously, and as well with two of the best teams in the world. Obviously, you're going to get the best example of how to play that map that you can.
Well, if there is a chance for a team to break off here 2-0, it's here, actually. Like, because this map can be won by aggressive play, where you will give an advantage maybe to Tornado, but also this can be played by better timing and tactics, and maybe you can give an advantage here by Corm. So there is a chance for either of them to actually take both rounds.
Yeah, which is probably what we could have said for the previous two maps as well. I mean, you may have said that, okay, Tornado is probably going to take 2 rounds on Cliff, but
I would give them advantage on Cliff. I would give them
yeah,
advantage
but
on
I'd
Cliff.
still say 1-1 over 2-0.
It's still 1-1, but I would give them advantage there. On Ensk, when I see the map, it kind of always tells you more or less 1-1, although it's a brawl map, but they're really similar teams in skill, so it's hard to take both.
Yeah. Well, I mean, for Ensk and Cliff, I would have certainly said 1-1, and that's what we saw, because, like, on Cliff, even though Tornado is probably the better Cliff team, I'll give them that. I don't think they'll, in more situations, I don't think they'll take that second round, just because Corm will get, I don't know, like, it's a bit too difficult to be so dominating on Cliff when a lot of it comes down to just a simple brawl, and it's very easy to be in the bad situation for that brawl, and it's very easy to be in a good situation for that brawl.
Well, I checked while we were watching before. Fame did take 1 round in Moscow to Tornado and Cliff. So
There you go.
There
There
you
you go. 1-1.
feel nice.
Yeah. Yeah, but even then, from what I remember, I think they were actually walkovers for those 2 rounds on Cliff. That's just going from my memory, though.
Yeah, it was 1-1, yeah.
But yeah, I think each of those rounds was fairly decisive, because I remember we saw like decisive game, back and forth the whole time. It wasn't like, I mean, they were down to the wire on some of them, but some of them were fairly decisive as well. And the tiebreaker, of course, which we may go to, this will be certainly the first one where we could expect to actually go to a tiebreaker, will be Himmelsdorf. Standard map, everyone knows it. These teams haven't actually picked it out there because Corm banned it. They don't want to play it against Tornado, but they might have to if they go all the way to a tiebreaker.
Well, to be honest, Corm are old foxes from
Oh,
Navi.
yeah. I think they have no problem with Himmels.
So I think they are maybe saving something for Himmels, counting that if the tiebreaker comes, they want to keep their card there, because on the last tournament, last week, they already spent some tactics there. They definitely surprised
Well,
Tornado.
that's probably the case for both of the teams, though. spending their tactics.
Yeah, but definitely surprised them there. So they're probably saving something because Tornado was playing more lax in that match. When they lost that first map, they were playing more lax, more offensive. And as I said, I don't expect them to lose on the same way on some similar fashion there. So I don't think Korm will play in a similar fashion, and that's why probably they banned Himmel to leave it. If it happens, they know it's going to be on a last map.
Yeah. So the score here, guys, between Korm and Tornado for the EU-RU final show match, no EU left in it though, is 2-2. Each of the teams taking one round on Cliff and Ensk, and here we are in Westfield.
This is quite a heavy setup, even when I'm watching like this from the screen. Yes, we see the EBRs, but quite a bit of heavies, even STRV. I need to see how many mediums actually they have. But if they're playing this, it's mainly upper side of the map. Yeah. Two arties.
Actually, so many guys from, apart from the arties, spawning north, and two lights and two 907s
Actually,
down.
I really don't like teams who play two arties from the defensive side as Korm is now. It's really highly susceptible to counter pushes, and their positions are rather weak. If Tornado pushes the lower side fast enough, there is nothing Korm can do to defend themselves. They can easily cut them off from their own base, man.
Yeah, the EBR there from Korm actually needing spotting out this entire force going. So Korm has to have the very, very quick reaction because Tornado is going to take over the middle side of the map and they're going to take the southern side as well. And Korm has to be very, very careful about this because this can go downhill for them very quickly if they do get all that map control for free.
Seriously, they need to turn their tanks right now and go full speed down because they're going to lose their base in a heartbeat. You cannot stop the push of enemy team with like 3 tanks in a base. You need like a crossfire from 5 or 6 tanks minimum. But it does look like Tornado is playing slow. I must say, this is like the worst map I've seen by both of these teams so far, man.
Tornado actually did something kind of weird. They went straight with 2 of their 907s into the dip, but then they just kind of stopped with them, and the other 2 guys stayed back and snipe. I think they were a bit unsure on this map.
They're playing with 1 arty against 2 arties, and they're not playing fast enough. That's how I see it. They had a good opening. They should have used it. They should have made a really fast setup going from the lower side and dual pincering and killing those 2 arties in initial push. Like you save EBR and in one moment you just push him and you shoot off the arty from the upper side of the map, and after that you work with your 1 arty and you work with your cooldown tanks and crossfire it from the K line, shooting, supporting with mediums. But they're gonna try a rotation with all these heavies, but that doesn't bloody work. They're gonna get massacred.
Yeah, I really don't like this rotation coming out here from Tornado when they actually had, I wouldn't say an advantage, but they had a decent position on the south as long as they kept pushing it. Like, they didn't take the K0 position at all. You can see they actually abandoned it. That's where they should leave a 907, or they should leave something over there, because right now they actually have a 907 stuck in G5. He is a free kill as soon as Tornado figures that out. Nesqui here is just going to go down.
But he's left there for that purpose, because they know they need a spot of rotation and things like that. But they're going to mass up their tanks on A line. But it's not going to be a big follow-up from the middle of the village part. That's also a big mistake, because these tanks can get shot heavily.
Needing there, attempting to spot out Tornado. He sees a couple of them, but he doesn't see the rest of the chieftains, which is, I guess, pretty good for Tornado. They've got to keep those guys hidden as much as they can. Arty here raining down, obviously, on the chieftains that are peeking on the ridge lines.
The crucial part.
I think Korm should have a pretty decent idea of what's coming up north.
Yeah, the crucial part is like when you are playing that side of the map where Korm is, you need to actually keep an active spot for the case of this rotation. You must be aware if there is a rotation of this sort. If you don't see it on time, that's the only way to lose this. So actually, if Korm doesn't see enough of these tanks on time, it doesn't matter if they have a crossfire here, they will be simply overwhelmed by number of tanks. And those double arties they have will actually in that situation work against them.
Yeah, I don't know how effective this Tornado push is going to be here. They're going to try and come over the red line, I guess kill the guy on A3, and then try and keep going to the ridge lines, but they're going to spend so much HP doing so. You can see they're going forward now. The spots are coming out. Welly taking 800, 900 damage initially, and there's a lot of guys here ready from Korm to snipe. They've also got the 2 arties in support. This is a big crossfire that Tornado's going to drive into. Let's see how they handle it.
Oh, let's see. Tornado's HP is dropping by, but Korm is also losing its all merit. There is entire team from Tornado on that side of the map beside the arty and that one 907, and there is a couple of guys from Korm that are completely not in the fight. That's the chance that actually Tornado has. They need to start deleting their ranks, but Korm is actually doing really well on trenching up and focusing their fire here, because let's face it, they do have double arty and Tornado has only 1.
Yeah, so far the HP advantage coming out slightly for Corm, but that would be expected as they were defending here, and their HP advantage may not last too much longer as Tornado is continuing to push. They still have a lot of guys in this fight. There's still a couple of guys from Corm not actually engaged right now, and as well they have that additional arty giving them one less in the fight. We can see two of the guys here offering Corm's crossfire being knocked out by the push from Tornado. EBR just going straight in, but you gotta also remember that Corm still has an STRV protecting them, and he's actually in a really nice position since Spire there, but he is spotted. He's down to 1200 HP, but he has a full crossfire on all this, and he should be pumping out huge damage.
Well, they also have a surplus of 5000 HP to play around with compared to the Tornado. Tornado still has a number of the tanks in a game, but they don't have the HP on them. So many of them are on one shot or two shot and so on, while Corm has quite a bit of guys with higher HP. Like they even have two guys that are on 100% HP, which is nowhere to be seen in Tornado team.
Yeah, I think this one's certainly not working out for Tornado as they may have expected it. I feel like they didn't really know what to do on this map, and their rotation I think kind of shows that because what they were doing was a little bit crazy. We were fairly familiar that a north push like that late in the game usually doesn't work, especially when half of Corm is sitting up there. The fact that they brought it to just 8000 HP left on Corm is maybe sort of impressive, in fact, but it's not going to be enough.
Phew, that was a big pen by RT on aggressive here, but that is not changing the game whatsoever because Tornado already lost it by far. Like I would say the crucial moment was actually the opening of game where Tornado saw that Corm doesn't have that much forces down and that they have majority up.
Oh yeah, they lost the game there.
And they still didn't use it. They stopped for some reason and brought a wrong call to go back. While the winning move and winning strike would be to commit actually down.
And it's sort of funny that Tornado is the team not committing in a situation like that actually would have won them the game, and it does show that they don't have such experience on this map. They're not exactly sure how it plays like that, and they didn't actually maybe realize they had such an advantage, even though I think they did have enough information coming out with the EBR spotted in the middle, and I think they spotted a few guys behind, that there's actually not enough guys from Corm on the south to hold it. They had a small crossfire, they had like two 907s and an EBR with the two arties, I guess, and maybe one chieftain sniping, but that was kind of it. If Tornado would actually push over that, I'm pretty sure they'd win that.
There is always a first time to say anything like this, but I must say I don't like how either of these teams play this.
No, I don't.
I think it was a bad split in defensive team of Corm. They overcommitted up. They had double RT, which is okay if you are facing a team that wants to brawl you up with a lot of heavies, but leaves you quite open on the lower side of the map. And Tornado did the correct call in the start, didn't go up, and then what? Seriously, what? You can see, like Niall said, there is a clear problem in decision making there, and what's gonna happen in the next game, I really have no idea now. Actually, Tornado might even lose the next game like this.
They could, and that'd be big. Like Corm coming out with 4-2, again the same result they had before, but they do have to take one more round here. 4-2 with these kind of maps, where especially Cliff, for example, would have been one where you'd say probably Tornado had a better chance of a 2-0 than a 1-1. I'd argue probably still the 1-1, but 4-2 against them would be pretty heavy. It's 3-2 at the moment. I mean, it could keep going.
Also, I can see they're not using a couple of positions on the map that I think we in Europe are using for quite some time, like center of the city, which can be crucial. If you keep a couple of tanks there, when you press from the other side, it cannot be broken easily. I haven't seen a single tank from either of the teams there. Like not even a light or spotter, which you can even leave like a remnant there. You don't have to have even a heavy. You can leave like a light tank in some bush, and you can see entire enemy rotation before they even think about making it. And I've seen none of it.
Well, I think the fundamentals of Tornado's push was okay, and it's very similar to what they do all the time. In terms of fundamentals, I mean the actual dynamic of pushing together and pushing all as one and all that kind of stuff, that was all fine. The problem is they're pushing into a massive crossfire. They don't have the positions to do so. They took so much damage in doing so, and actually Corm was hanging on to it with less tanks, and quite confidently with less tanks as well. They still had two full HP chieftains that were just rotating from the other side of the map for the entire game, and once they got there, the game was basically over at that point. So yeah, really a show of inexperience from both of these teams, which is what we sort of predicted on Westfield. They're not so familiar with that map. This was an EU pick, and having a 3-2 scoreline here I think it'll probably go to a 3-3. If you have to say anything, I think Tornado will probably take the next round because Corm will do some sort of other mistake.
It could be like that, but that would be really devastating. Honestly, I would like to see a good play by one of them. I mean, we know we have quite a bit of time between these games, so we might even go and paint finger something of this, like to explain better to people what we actually meant. We saw in the start that Korm has majority of their tanks here. More or less, they put majority of tanks here. They had a guy in crossfire here, maybe here,
And it's
maybe
gone again.
hello, and
There we
maybe a
go.
little here. But they kept pretty much entire rest of the map empty. Like, what did they do? They left like one 907 somewhere in the back here. They had like one light roaming here in the start, and that's about that, man. Like maybe one more guy here, as far as I remember. That's it.
Yeah.
And that's all they defended double RT with. And you know that you cannot climb with RT up. There is no way for you to go with RT somewhere and run away like here, because it's too easy to spot from the center of the city. So what Tornado did was equally baffling for me, because in a start they did well. They sent all of those tanks down. They pushed with mediums immediately down, and then they stopped.
Yeah, but the crazy thing for me is when Tornado is doing their push, they're doing like this and they're coming here. Okay, that's all fine. This is typical of what we would see. And then from this position, you keep going to here. You get all of the control that allows you to shoot all of this and controls the north side. And then you control it here with your mediums that overtake this position. They come down here. But what Tornado actually did is they followed this red line and they went to this position here and then they stopped. And then they were like, okay, we don't know what we're doing. And their other two 907s were sitting over here doing the same thing of like, we don't know what we're doing. But if these guys had actually gone over here and taken this position, and if these guys in this dip here had just literally just gone forward, they gone to here, got to this position, or they went over here, they did anything that was in the lines of going forward. Once they spot out the Korm tanks that are camping on this position and that are camping here, they have support from all of their heavies that are around here, and they have support from the guys that are up here sniping, and it's a full crossfire. They get all the control over the cap, and then that's going to be it. But like the way they were doing it, once they actually got to here, they just sat and they didn't do anything, and
Yeah,
then
it's
they did a full
completely-
map rotate then.
It's completely I don't understand why. As I said, like the only way for them to manage to win this here is to maybe have a parallel push from here and there, and to make sure that this force is not seen on time, so when they come into the enemy's face here, they're actually not taking much damage. But that requires normally for you to actually have two RTs, not only one. So these tanks here, whenever they peak, they take massive beating. Also, this map is prone to one thing. Attacker side actually can sustain having two RTs because those RTs are safer. They can move around the map, up here, shoot from here, and it's really harder to reach them. On other hand, when you play a defender, your RT is same like on mines as example. Your RT is usually only here, and it's really hard to move it anywhere because it's too easy to spot on any part of the map. So it's really hard to play as defender with double RT against any team that actually knows how to play. So it's
Yeah.
really, really hard to understand a couple of the choices made here, and I can just condone them by lack of playing the map. That's it.
Yeah, Westfield is a bit weird in some senses of playing the RT because you've got such high elevation differences. When your RTs are on the low elevation, they can't shoot the upper one very well, and when they're on the upper one, they can't shoot the lower one very well.
You
So-
can just shoot the edges then max.
Yeah, it's actually a little bit of a weird map in terms of RT compared to something like Mines where the elevation is much less, but then at the same time the distance is much less. And once you max out the range on a GC, you can basically shoot over anything. Like if someone's hiding fully behind a building, you can just land shells on top of the building the whole time, or just over the roof if you get lucky. But for that first Westfield round, really weird just in general, and we sort of anticipated that before it came up. We'll have to see. I mean, they're not going to learn anything between the previous round and this round, but I wonder, will Korm actually make some sort of similar major mistake? I feel like Tornado actually had this game and they just threw it away.
Yeah, I think
absolutely.
they
I
could
think-
have won it in first couple of minutes easily.
Yeah, and then Korm at the same time didn't have the strongest defense that we've ever seen on this map, but
The defense that Korn played now, I would call it a meta of 2 years ago
Yeah,
with different tanks.
yeah,
Something
yeah.
like that.
But it's so different now with stuff like EBRs and stuff like Chieftains. There's so much more damage available. Like, you have to say as well, the push from Tornado was actually really nice up north. Given the terrible situations that they put themselves in, their push was actually quite well executed. They went in, it was a good example of, like, you know, really good focus fire and really good working between the teammates and stuff like that. But the problem was, like, they're pushing into Chieftains on a ridgeline that are all supporting each other, 2 RTs bombing down on them. They've got an STRV shooting them from the back that you literally can't kill. And, you know, it was just such an unwinnable situation for them. If they just did the other thing, they would have won it.
Even that kind of push, when you want to do it, you need to do it with less heavies. You need to do it actually with more mediums.
Well, I don't think it was winnable. It doesn't matter what tanks they take.
In this kind of moment, no, because they were already losing HP and they got spotted finally on time. I think the card they were playing there was like push away the spotters so they don't see them and then just emerge in their face and go in. But there was so many tanks from Korm up, which is
weird. Yeah.
Which is again ridiculous because Korm practically gave away 3/4 of the map for free.
Yeah, neither team actually contested K0, which in a normal situation is completely unheard of. You always one team will have K0. Sometimes there's entire brawls over K0 of like 10 907s.
Or you will have like one tank, something.
Yeah, a 907. Yeah.
They had the EBR. Tornado had an EBR who actually passed and came to the enemy side, and they decided that part of the map is useless and they will commit everything to other side. Why?
Yeah, and Tornado left that 907 there because I don't think he could get away. So they literally just sacrificed the tank there as well on G4 or G5.
But that's a normal thing. Like when you do this kind of rotation, you always leave a tank there.
No, you leave lights or you leave 907s in safe positions. He's not in a safe position at all. He's very close to the enemy. As soon as he gets spotted, he dies.
Yeah, but they need to push him. But enemy needs to know that there is anyone backing him up for the red line in order to do so and so on. So there is a lot of shades of gameplay there. But the main rotations of tanks, as we suspected before the match, were flawed from both of the teams, and I'm really sorry they didn't play it against European team.
Yeah, actually, if Westfield came out against Fame could have literally done anything and they would have won. Like they just understand how to play that map. And even if Fame didn't play Live Oaks either, I'm pretty sure, like if they played that instead of Cliff or Himmels, I mean Cliff or Himmels are obviously normal maps, but they would just have such an advantage, and we could actually see a totally different scoreline.
Well, Russians were smart enough to ban them.
Yep, unfortunately, and as well, Fame just had to ban out. I think it was, did they ban Mines? I think it was to get rid of that one, and I don't actually remember that. I can check it now. Fame banned out, Mines and Moravanka. Moravanka probably...
We haven't seen Moravanka entire day also.
Yeah, probably not the best ban. I mean, it's not the worst ban, but not the best ban for Fame against Tornado. I like the Mines ban because Tornado would have obviously picked it immediately, and that's a map where Tornado is quite familiar with. They know they could just play full aggressive in the middle and probably win 2 rounds, so that's why they wanted it in there. Because you got to remember, we only had 5 maps in the map pool, and then each of the regions and each of the teams got to pick 1 map each for an addition 4 maps to the map pool. So the EU ones were Westfield and Live Oaks. I can't remember which way it was for those. And then Mines and Siegfried Line. Siegfried Line obviously for Korm, Mines obviously for Tornado. So, you know, like if the maps had come out a little bit differently there, obviously Tornado banned, and specifically their bans were Live Oaks and Westfield, funny enough, the 2 EU maps. If they hadn't actually been able to get those bans out and Fame had gone and picked Westfield or Live Oaks, that would have been 2 extra rounds in the bag, and that would have maybe changed the result a little bit, because that would have been the first map played. So we're now hopping in-game eventually to the next round on Westfield between Korm and Tornado.
Yeah, they're really taking their sweet time, especially now since they're not playing against a single European team, so they can work on their own clock. I can actually even see one of the IS-7s in the game here now. Now that's really an old school pick for this map.
It's just for the North Ridge line, I guess. Pop it up there with some RT cover, and there you go. And immediately we're seeing a lot more of what we would expect.
I actually think IS-7 is used on the lower side. When
E1 is where it's being used instead of an STRV, because he just has to survive there. But we're seeing a lot more of a commitment from Tornado on the south now, thankfully, with a lot of 907s going up here to the K line. 2 EBRs actually going for the same position. I'm not sure why they're going to the same position. Spotting out the enemy EBR.
Maybe they're going to try to kill him.
Yeah, maybe this is a kill, and he goes. Shocknik actually kills one of the EBRs, and then he is taken down himself. So a bit of a trade there, 1 for 1, except the second EBR has gone down to 500.
We can see that there is a spot coming in, which is exactly what Niall was saying. Needing is spotting with his EBR from the upper side of base. So we have a double EBR loss on Tornado, and I would say this will be a mutilation. Like, I don't think Tornado can get out alive from this. This is a blind push on K line. This is such a retro kind of play that I can't even imagine saying. You lost both lights, you are getting sniped from the side, you will get control eventually with the K0, but then just Korm will have enough HP advantage to just push the other side, take out the Super Kong, take out your RT, and finish off the mediums in later stage of the game.
This is precisely what I mentioned with the EBR, where he actually makes it to this position. He spots out the
look at this,
907s
man.
before they even begin to make their cross. And you can see Corm is actually taking full advantage of that right now. They've done thousands of damage, and they've actually managed to kill 2 or 3 of the Tornado 907s that crossed here to the 0 line. That is absolutely crucial right now, and that is game-winning for the side of Corm. And you can see that right now, where they're 8,000 HP ahead. They've only lost Shotnik in the line, and they have all the control right now. They still haven't lost their 0 line fully. They have all the control in the middle, and they're now starting to slowly overtake the E1 position, where the IS-7 is trying to desperately hold on against 2 907s.
Well, we can have our laughs now because Tornado are playing like some second-rated clan at the moment, but to be real, when they are actually preparing for a map, they make significant tests and the changes in tactics and whatever. But for the time being, we can laugh a bit how they're dying and losing with the 10,000 HP advantage, simply because you can see they do not understand the map rotations and speed required to dominate certain positions here.
Oh, nice arty hit there from the side of Tornado, but it's not going to change anything at this stage in the game. Corm being totally dominant on this one with 15k HP remaining against just 5k from Tornado. This is by far the most decisive game that we've seen between these two sides. Even the previous one, which was very decisive, not nearly as much as this one.
Oh, this is so one-sided. There is not even an end to this, man.
Yeah, Corm absolutely miles ahead. And also rounds ahead. 4-2, as we mentioned. We are actually here with the same result that we had last weekend in the RU finals, where Corm beat Tornado 4-2.
But
here they have the same result. And here we have one more round to play, at least.
Yeah, it was a best of 7, so that was the end in that one. But now we have best of 9, so one of the teams has to reach 5th game in order to win, and next will be Siegfried Line. I mean, Westfield was really chaotic here, but Corm had slightly more experience, which you could see.
Yeah.
But Tornado, man, I'm really baffled by lack of knowledge here.
That was pretty bad from Tornado. I mean, the double EBR in the mid, I don't really understand that, why you would use them both. Because if they sent that EBR to the K line, like Corm did, then he would actually contest him. They wouldn't have, like Corm just had that free EBR spot on all of their 907s for the entire time they tried to climb up.
I think they tried to kill the other EBR with 2 EBRs, which
but
they
it's
actually
not
did.
worth it at all.
It's not worth it because you lost every other possible spot and position. Also, you had all of those mediums going for that K line, and they were shot to pieces by everyone.
Yeah, because they just got spotted
had
out
no
by
vision.
the uncontested EBR from Corm, who just, like as I mentioned earlier, he just gets to that position so fast and so quickly, and there's no one contesting him, so he just spots the entire line as they try and drive forward. If they have their own EBR contesting him, where, I mean, even if the EBR just fights him a bit or whatever, they drive around, he just doesn't get that free spot. And that free spot literally cost them about 7,000 or 8,000 HP on their mediums.
And the funny thing is, Corm did nothing special here.
No, yeah,
like
standard,
this was
standard game.
If you imagine a standard template for Westfield, this is it.
Yeah, a couple of 907s going to K0,
Like, this is
EBR in the mid, and then a couple of heavies in the mid. That's it.
Like, there is no really brainiac stuff here. Like, this is such a default that you can write the template by it, and Tornado fell for it like wide open.
Yeah, clearly no idea on Westfield, and trading 2 rounds for it as a result against Corm, which they really can't afford to do when they're down 4-2 as a result of that. Siegfried Line as the potentially final map, unless they go to a tiebreaker.
I don't see it like that. I mean, I don't see it going to tiebreaker now because I really don't see them taking 2 rounds of Siegfried Line, which is also a map they probably don't play that much.
It's Corm's pick as well for the tournament. They wanted, I mean, Tornado picked Siegfried Line here as the last map available, but it was actually Corm's addition to the tournament, I'm pretty sure, because Corm wouldn't add mines. So that must have been Tornado. So
we can actually check. I'm gonna tell you.
Like Tornado wanted.
Yeah, mine was Tornado's and Siegfried was Corm's.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, which was the EU? I'd say Fame probably took Live Oaks, right?
Yeah, and Westfield was Trust.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Trust actually lost their Westfield games from what I remember from the EU tournament.
Yeah,
so
but
it's kind of weird that they pick Westfield, but I guess it's a map that they can beat Russians.
If you see this, man, that was a really good pick.
Yeah, fantastic. It's
I think Trust would
just a shame
them here.
They didn't get to play, Westfield 3 times or something like that. They might have actually taken a few rounds against Corm then. But 4-2, Corm and Tornado, not exactly, and with the last 2 rounds being so decisive, the first 2 were really, really close. And you can see the difference that a map makes. Even when you've got really, really good teams, just having a map that a team is not familiar on, it means so much.
Yeah, but now we're gonna watch Siegfried, and this is a map that can be played aggressive, but it's a rare case.
Yeah.
If you imagine aggression here, it's usually done from the upper side with combination parallel with some tanks from the city side. But it can be camped out really well. Even if team plays well aggressive, it can be still camped out by defender by creating good crossfires and so on. I'm really looking anxious to see how they mean to do it, because I expected so much more on this Westfield. I expected to see some new insight on a map, something I haven't seen, but all I've seen here is something I would usually see from clans that really play Westfield
Yeah.
rarely.
Do you think you'll see some insights then on Siegfried Line?
Maybe from Korm, how to camp a
Maybe
corner.
from Korm on how to camp. Yeah, they probably actually. Let's see who is defending first. Korm is attacking first, so that's maybe Tornado's opportunity to get around off them if they can hold off a camp or something like that. But as soon as that happens, I'd say Korm is probably going to camp, and the north base is the defensive one, I'm pretty sure. So if Korm manages to camp, that's going to be the end of it. That's going to be 4-3 or
Defense
5-3.
is south one.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah,
Yeah, it is.
potentially the final round here between Korm and Tornado, 4-2 at the moment.
You can go on a map tactic. We can talk about a few things that are usually done here.
And back we go again. There we go.
This is
All right, take it away, Mojo.
there is a couple of things that people need to know about this map. As example, if you place STRV here, you can shoot from there completely unspotted the entire time. You can have a couple of tanks here for a crossfire, couple of tanks here for a crossfire that allows you to shoot all these angles, and then you just need a little anchor on this part of the map here, maybe one tank here or two, and you can play with one or two artists depending how you want. You just keep some spotters in the field. Spotters usually don't have to and should not go to this line. Maybe now with the use of EBRs,
Yeah, I think
it
the
can be
EBRs
differs.
can do it. Yeah.
Yeah, but usually you would keep some passive spotters in some of the small bushes here or here, and you would see enemy rotation on time to start sniping. And that's a huge problem, because if you commit like a big push from attacking side, from the northern side, if you commit like going somewhere here or here or here or wherever, you will get shot by multiple tanks before you even see them. That's a big problem.
Yeah, and one thing to note as well on the field is there's trees and stuff like around here. There's one, I think there's one over here as well, where
Yes.
you can literally just knock over a tree completely in the open, and you can passive spot in it with your light, which is something that if these teams are not properly prepared for, it's totally blindable. You can blind out lights in those positions, but you need to know about it first.
I usually play this in defense with double RT. It's really doable, but you don't have to. You can play with only one also. And because of so many sniping positions on Siegfried, you actually do not have to commit in city. It's different on maps like Himmelsdorf or Ruimberg and so on. In these maps, as defender, you usually have to commit. You cannot really camp it out that effectively. On Ruimberg, so, but even there, if you just sit in a corner, since defending cap changed from south to north, you actually have to commit, or you can get crossfire. Here, no. Here you actually can sit it out and wait for enemy to hang himself.
Yeah, and this is one of the primary reasons we don't really play this map on EU, because there's so little opportunities to actually push anything through the city, because all of the positions just lead into like open crossfires for TDs and positions that you can't really fight back with, where they've just got full coverage on like this entrance here, absolute death trap if you push from north. This one again, it's a dual crossfire. This one's a little bit safer, but again, it's still so bad to push onto, and you know it's just repeated all over the city, and it's really, really difficult as an attacker to actually find something that you can do on this
The
map.
usual way to do this is to work a bit with RT, and then you do a push from this side and from this side. And I would say these tanks here are more important one to wins, because then they crossfire the city after that. And then you keep a couple of tanks here and maybe like here in the back. So you can have like a crossfire, and you can get different angles of shooting, and you can control the enemy rotation so they don't counterattack you from the city side. So if you do that well coordinated and you don't lose too much HP, you can break Siegfried line, yes. But after watching this Westfield before, I'm really like thinking, what the hell will they play? Maybe we'll see a complete city brawl or something like that. I really don't know.
Yeah, maybe like 5-6 types on each team, and they just go and brawl it in the city. I mean, who knows?
I mean, that was something that was played in Europe a couple of years ago.
Yeah,
so
I remember with
it's
the mouses
possible.
and everything. Yeah, when the mouse was buffed, it was just a mouse fest in the city. You'd have like 7-8
Okay, but that
mouses
had
from each
a
side.
different I mean, when you have a mouse that's shooting like a machine gun, and you have that amount of HP and everything, it's normal. Like, it's really hard to stop that.
Yeah. So, from the From the maps we've seen so far, Cliff we saw go 1-1, Ensk we saw 1-1, and then Westfield we saw 2 to go into Corm to lead us up to our score 4-2 at the moment. Probably not something most people will probably maybe edge out Tornado overall. So it's a little bit weird to see them trailing. They certainly weren't trailing when they were playing against Fame. They took the first 4 rounds quite confidently, but then all of a sudden they started to kind of fall apart for 3 rounds.
Yeah,
and
there was a lot
eventually-
of Fame into it.
But there was
Fame.
Fame literally went from like suiciding to actually starting to play, which I guess was a bit of a shock after the first 4 rounds for Tornado. So maybe they got caught off guard for 1 or 2 of those, but they did bring it back eventually to take the score to 4-3. Trust not being able to break anything when they played against Corm, just really no major weakness in Corm and no major breakthrough for Trust was available when you're playing against an enemy that's so much better than you are. Like, you either need them to make some terrible mistakes, or you need to be really well prepared for that match, and it was quite clear that neither of those things happened.
Anyways, on every map, to figure out how to work with lights and timings and everything like that, you actually have to spend hours and hours playing it. That's the only way. You need to win some games, lose some games, and then you get a grasp what to do. You can't just do it because you know it's a map pool for a tournament. It's bound to make mistakes because you have no prior experience. So I guess if they get it, maybe they will play it more in future, so we will know something new from them. But so far, Siegfried line, if I see a city brawl, pure city brawl, I'm gonna start laughing.
God, I from what now this was back before Chieftains and all that kind of stuff, but the last time I remember playing Siegfried line, the only thing we were doing is like, let's try and push the city. That was the exact phrasing, like, let's try to push the city, because it was so difficult to do from both of the sides. And what we eventually ended up doing, I think, was purely field plays.
The only way to actually win the city is if other team decides to commit to city in same time.
Yeah, and do it with the wrong number of tanks or something, and
So
not support
that's
them.
the only way. Otherwise, it's so easy to hold off on Siegfried, the team that is pushing the city. You just play cooldowns and crossfires, and that's
I
it.
think it turned into triple RT and play the field situations.
There are those moments.
Yeah.
But that's like, when you know who you're playing and so on. But usually 3 RTs are too much.
Yeah, I do remember playing triple RTs on Siegfried line. That was quite painful. just trying to dig out these terrible positions beyond the buildings and then just going over the field. And the Russians obviously love taking their time, readying up maps. I can only imagine what it will be like if they go to a tiebreaker. We might be here until midnight. I mean, who knows?
With more waiting time than playtime.
Actually, isn't it like 11:30 for the Russians right now? Because they're two. Well, I mean, depending on the time zone, but they're at least 2 or 3 hours ahead of us.
2, I think, most of them.
Yeah, 2 for most of them. 3, I guess, if they're one time zone over from the most western time zone they have, which is 2 hours plus from us. I'm pretty sure. But yeah, they're
I think Moscow time is +2. So
yeah,
that's
plus
all
plus 2
matters.
from here in Paris anyway. A little bit less if you're in the UK or something like that. But yeah, they're playing pretty late as well. Even though we did start fairly early, still taking.
It's normal time for them. Like
It's still taking so long to play 3 matches. Actually, I'm pretty sure we played 4 matches on EU faster than we played 3 here.
Let's see, this was 5.5 hours for not 3 finished matches in best.
Yes,
of
2
9.
and 2/3 matches.
No, we would do 2 hours ago everything.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we'd be finished like 3 or 4 hours.
Whatever. We're still here. Tanks are still here. We're watching Corm and Tornado,
Yeah.
2 best teams in the world currently, and they are. They are the
Yeah.
last here, so you gotta give it to
yeah,
them.
but this isn't the World Finals. Excuse me, NA or Asia are not included in this.
Tiding.
There we go.
That's very true.
I'm sure NA would run up a pretty high score here against either of these teams. Do you not think so?
Oh. In
No,
15
you
or
don't have to
15.
lie. They wouldn't. We all know they wouldn't. Sorry, NA, but
It would be really hard for them compared to what I saw how they play, to be honest. And they know it themselves. Like
yeah,
they're
I'm
not
pretty
really
sure
delusional,
Trust would
delusional or
confidently
whatever.
beat them.
The problem is really if you watch the servers, amount of players influence the skill, of course, because Russian server is maybe even 5 to 10 times bigger than European. So
Yeah, it's at least 3 or 4, at least.
Yeah, so European server is actually doing quite well, if you have that in mind.
Especially considering that at the match that mattered, which was the Wargaming Fest final, Europe won.
Yeah, that was like one time that we won in Russia as Europe. One time. All other occasions for many years.
All the grand finals.
Grand finals or whatever, it was all won by them.
Yeah,
all of
and
it.
usually it was Russians versus Russians in those grand finals. Apart from Yeah, because no, it was Navi and Hellraisers, Navi and Tornado.
We had this Chinese team,
It was only Ding, I think, that properly contested
EL
them on the
Gaming,
most.
which
yeah.
beat Kazna and in that match, which I
Yeah,
said,
yeah,
and they
yeah.
actually made it to finals because of that.
And it was Ding on the most recent one that actually contested against Tornado, but they couldn't take it off them.
Mm.
I think it was a 7-2 result or something. Even then, Tornado absolutely dominating. So hopefully we should be going into games soon for our first Siegfried line. Probably the first and only Siegfried line for a while that most of you are going to see. We'll never see it on EU, I can assure you of that, unless the map changes or something like that. So hopefully we should be hopping into the game here in just a moment.
Well, you never know. If it proves to be a very dynamic and fast map here, maybe we will see it. But we are already seeing double RT for Com. Ha! Such a surprise, and double light. And on Tornado side, 1 RT. Attack is done by Korm, so double RT is a good play. We see double EBRs pushing the field, parallel push on 6th line, as we said, with a lot of heavies and TD to cover them. EBR crossing aggressive on that F line and really trying to hardcore push and spot any of the rotation tanks done here by Tornado. Tornado playing something like old standard, but not done that well, man. Not really well covered.
Yeah, it's really crazy to see these two EBRs here, Shotnik and Nidin from Korm going super aggressive and actually not taking a huge amount of damage. But one of them goes down. T100 actually going down. He's not nearly as mobile as these EBRs and he can't survive as long. And that's a lot of information gone for Tornado.
They wanted to use him for a passive spot, man, but he was already outspotted by EBR going YOLO swag and no one could actually shoot
it. The EBRs are gone back safe and only one of them received 1 hit and that's it.
And let's not forget, Korm actually has a double RT now. And they do know where the tanks of Tornado are. They can even blind shell those 2 tanks in a corner. If Korm is smart, they're just gonna focus on spotting, clearing out the field. Once the field is done or damaged enough, once they push, this game is over. Also, I don't see even remotely enough of tanks of Tornado able to cover and support the field. Too many of them are in a city side. This is really something you would not usually play on Siegfried for many years back.
Yeah, this is a very strong position at the moment for Korm, where they they have the RT advantage, they have the light advantage, and they're playing the field right now, as you can see, very aggressively with these light tanks. The EBR is just driving around. If they spot something great, RT's going to hit it. They spot out their Monty and the Chieftain, for example. 2 RTs are going to be saying, happy days, we have free targets right now, and there's nothing to spot these EBRs. It's only the Chieftain who's going to get shot. It's near you who's taking a lot of damage in the back right there, and I think it's an STRV or something like that on K1. Not going to be useful at all.
Oh, Diodor is one of the guys who would be good in defense here, but not in those positions.
Yeah, having to bleed HP on stuff like your Chieftain to spot lights is a terrible, terrible situation.
They had only 1 light in Tornado. They had 3 super heavies, which is such a waste on this map. It's even not needed. Like 1 super heavy in position where we said before is more than enough. You don't need more of them. I think this is a really old school thinking, like how the map used to be years ago. As we said, now the map changed, the gameplay changed even without the EBRs. You should not play like this.
Yeah, Mihailov, you can see here, stuck behind the bunker, and he can't run away because of the EBRs, and the artilleries are going to know that.
This is the worst.
They don't actually need him to even be spotted, to just continuously rain shells behind the bunker. It's the same situation for near you, but they're not on him right now. They're going to deal with the 907 first here on the field, and that just opens up the field even more. And then it's the next position is going to get hit by the RTs over and over. It's just the same story, tank after tank right now for Tornado. They're going to need to push, and they should do it now while they have some hit points.
Oh, this is the worst, man. Like the RTs of Korm are just farming. I can even see in a
parallel
parallel
you can see they're
screen.
doing it actually. Tornado is moving to the city. They are actually going to go push.
There we go. But that's not going to work either.
No, but it's better than sitting there. So
yeah, this is like a slow death at the moment. They're just gonna die for next few minutes, and after that, maybe what they're trying to do now is actually gather close to the city where RT is having hard time to shoot them, not to push the city itself, and try to buy the time off, and hope that actually Korm will have to push into them, because the HP advantage is still not that huge, and then they might actually kind of draw it out, you know.
Yeah, I think the hold on the city here, though, from Korm is going to be very strong. They have all their heavies at high HP. E3 going down, burning almost to death.
That
but Anatolic
was a man known as a brain breaker.
Yeah, Anatolic here supported really well. Nice 2 RT connections coming in on the guys trying to push into here. A huge amount of damage coming out on server as he tries to push across with the Conqueror, and they're trading so much HP to try and get Anatolic out of this position. This is going terribly for Tornado.
Tornado is getting wiped here, man. Like, this kind of push can never work. Even if you take out those first 1 or 2 tanks, that's just like a first spotting layer for Corm. There is so many other guys in the back. There should be a massive crossfire here. The only reason why the Corm and Tornado HP are close is because Tornado originally had so many super heavies, but that advantage will slowly go down because those arties and mediums and everything else in crossfire will come into effect. As we can see, they're falling one by one. The number of the tanks are rising, and so will the HP advantage.
Yeah, all Corm's got to do right now is basically play out the round. They should have it from here unless they make any major mistakes with their commitments in the city. But as soon as they're just going to slowly push in, they've got more HP, they've got more guys in the fight. And right now, Tornado literally just throwing this round away. They have no idea what to do on this map. They had no idea what to do on the previous map, and they paid for it.
Oh, Nidin just rammed himself in Diodor here. Maybe some personal play here coming in, because that's not a nice way to die. The last guys near you, Mikhailov, Olstale, Nesqui and Monty. There is only 4 of them left now, and almost the entire team of Corm here. You can say who is playing 15 on 15 on more maps here, that by far.
Yeah, that's going to be it for Tornado, guys, here with the final coming out with 5-2 to Corm. A lot more of a decisive victory than we would have maybe expected, but that is so much in part to the maps played. On Siegfried Line here, Corm, they knew what they were doing. Tornado had no idea. And on Westfield, where you would think neither of them had any idea, Corm clearly much better prepared for it. They wanted it more, and they're going to take it.
Well, you can see who is a sneaky team from these two. Smarter picks on the maps done by Corm here, saving even that Himmelsdorf, which both play well for the last. Pretty much denying Tornado of any possibility. Like, when I see them playing like this, denying them any possibility to do anything in this match. Like, agreeing to play these 2 maps by them was a massive mistake. They should have banned this, what they never play, by far.
Yeah, Tornado should have played, I don't know,
whatever else.
More of Anchor or something like that.
Like,
that
whatever
else. A bit more familiar, but allowing those 2 rounds on Westfield to go so terribly, and then Siegfried Line as well, and to have it as the last map, when you're expecting a result to be close, and then having Siegfried Line as your last map, that's pretty bad.
I've never seen Tornado in such bad shape in my life.
Oh, 3 rounds
and I watched them for years. I've never seen them play something so bad.
Yeah.
But this happens, man. Like, when you play something you're not familiar with, they're not gods, and you can see it. Like, they're not gods of the game. They're mortal like everyone else. The difference is, as Niall said many times, countless of hours spent on maps plus talent combined. And they have the talent, but they have no knowledge of these maps.
No,
and
because
you
Corm has the talent as well, so it's not a huge advantage here for Tornado to have that talent where they can just win by default. They actually have to play properly, you know, good tactics and stuff like that, and they just didn't have them. And Corm did have them. That's the simple difference.
Well, it was Russian finals, unfortunately. I was hoping that Fame will be there, but the cards were not on our side this time. This pretty much ends the Soldier of Fortune's event here.
Yeah, finally, it was a couple of weeks. We saw Fame completely dominating the EU one here, but obviously not putting the same level into the Russian one, not being able to take it off Tornado. Most of the rounds going quite confidently towards Tornado at the beginning. Even when they did step up a little bit at the end, it was still certainly going for them. You can see there Fame and Tornado. Tornado obviously going through, then Trust played Corm, a complete whitewash for Corm, taking a 5-0 victory, and then we had Tornado and Corm playing it off, as we saw Tornado just fall into pieces towards the end of that one, where it looked to be going so well. You know, they were trading back and forth on the maps, it was all looking good, and then all of a sudden Westfield and Siegfried Line come up, and Corm just walked away with it with the 5-3 victory, and there's our winner, Corm.
Well, I hope there will be a bigger competition on European server in the future and closer fights, because that's what we need. You do not need only one team stomping everyone. That's not the way how you progress into the game, but that requires a bit of commitment by players and patience. Patience is something that a lot of clans don't have to have, and they're constantly reshaping themselves and changing the population and the way the team is formed and so on and so on. So the time is required, practice is required, and after that you can hope to win the tournaments. So I hope there will be incentives to do that.
Yeah, so I think that's going to wrap it up from here, from everyone in the studio, from myself, Annihilator, and from Mojo, and from all of the community that was involved in watching and making this event possible. Thank you very much, and good night.
Good night.